Alright, last time we opened with Scar and Clive accompanying the Rainfall Elders to talk a bit with Pequod. After a brief misunderstanding about Hunk's helmet, they were able to convince her to come to breakfast with them that morning and talk to Julius. At said breakfast, Julius brought her to see a mural he had painted of his favorite memories with her and gave a heartfelt apology while telling her exactly how he feels. She began the process of forgiveness, and they had a wonderful morning. On Gateway, the kids were having breakfast, except Sol was led down to the game room by Oz, where Laz finally had her conversation with her. She laid an actual beatdown on her while making damn sure Sol had learned her lesson. Then she was brought up and allowed to have a nice breakfast ahead of her wedding day with the rest of the kids. They hung out and had a good time before, with Laz finding out that Oz had Oz had been building a jet for her, but at the expense of his bank account and sleep schedule. Tommy came to pick them up and take them to the Saint's house for important business. We saw happy life at the Clive residence, as chaotic and trolling-filled as it is. Meanwhile, on the Artemis, Ash was informed that they had found another small planet with a facility on it. They went down with their buddy system in place and didn't turn up much until he got to the mainframe room. There, an invisible foe killed his buddy as well as multiple other soldiers and engaged him in combat. Ash was able to call for backup and drove this being off, but not before seeing they seemed to have anti-magical capabilities. After checking the mainframe, they saw that the group they're fighting is looking for a Ray prototype unit. As this was happening, the kids were brought to the Saint Natural History Museum to film a commercial directed by Fwedwick. As they filmed, many interesting and disturbing things were found in the house, and all in all, everyone had a pretty good time. After that, they met up at the ODM Academy in preparation to go to Orange Twist for the wedding. Except that's when Sasha got the call from Ash. The Rainfall Elders followed the adults into the room and were informed of what was happening in a lengthy discussion. But the big idea to come from it was that they had to find the now retired Agent R and see if he knew anything about what was going on. The kids were brought to see Zap's house before going to Orange Twist, where they would be separated into two groups, the two groups helping the bride and groom respectively with their pre-wedding jitters and discussing surrounding events. The wedding itself went beautifully. The Saint even gave an appearance to look on proudly at the newlywed couple. Everyone then went to the reception at the pools of the ancient Anovians and had a wonderful time. The family finally free from drama for the first time in forever. And that, I believe, is everything.
Yep, we pick up next Friday at Scar, or in Clive's humble abode. Zap coming to join them early this morning. Zap looks at Mother Goodash. I done knew she was floating around here.
Oh yeah, she's been floating around here for a good long while, mate.
I done never really minded her too much. Kinda creepy, though.
I mean, she can be a bit creepy at times when she wakes you up in the middle of the night, but it's almost like she's a calming presence around this place.
Yeah, I never really a fan of Mother Goodash, thank you, but I've grown to accept her company. Samuel rubbing Zap's shoulder.
I mean, yeah, you sort of have to, living here and all. You can't live here without the mother and father here, as he nods towards mother and father.
Well, they do done kind of offer stability here in the home front.
Yeah, especially to Frederick, Samuel, and Krellin. They're definitely to them.
Do they leave nasty comments on your YouTube? Scar starts laughing.
If you're asking about the Stooges, then yes, they always do, and yes, they have made better accounts of Mother Goodash and Father Goodscar.
Well, it's Father's big day in the media spotlight. Tea with the Primarch starring Father today.
Tea with the Primarch. He looks over at Scar. You want to take bets on if this is going to go good or not?
He'll cross his arms and start thinking.
Because, mate, Pequod can, she can get really into these interviews. I wonder if they have this much, backstory or lore to Father Goodscar prepared.
They better. I mean, I'm sure she told them to, right?
I'm sure she did, or maybe she didn't, and she didn't want to make it seem like she was talking to Father Goodscar like he was a mannequin.
Well, they are her favorite kids, in my humble opinion.
Oh yeah, she loves him a lot more.
Most proud of him.
She is. You don't have the Primarch say everything they touch turns into money if she isn't proud of you.
Well, you gotta look at it this way. They didn't start drama. And they made a lot of money, and helped raise the Rainfall name. Julius's kids, on the other hand, not so much.
That is very true, mate, very true. And luckily, most of that drama seems to be over nowadays.
Oh, except we got Sleepwalking Oz.
Yeah, that poor boy.
Do you know anything about how that even happened? I don't understand. The ambassador of EarthGov knows.
Well, he wants to make her this jet, I believe it's a Lockheed YF-12 or something like that.
That's right.
He wants to make her this jet from scrap, and he's going completely into debt for it. Like, last I heard, 14 credit cards worth of debt.
Yeah, but why? I get the jet. I help move parts and the power loader for it under her house. But why?
He takes a sip of his coffee, sets it down.
Certain person named Ricky Valorius at one point tried to steal one.
Oh. With Tommy? I remember the news broadcast, yeah. Oh, God.
Yes, with Tommy.
That Ricky kid's gotten in between every single one of them. Or is it just me?
Every single one of the women, I believe. Well, tell me if I'm wrong, but I don't think Cotton Memory Ann.
I don't think so. I think Memory Ann makes it pretty clear she off limits.
Yeah, I think so. But yeah, all of the girls at least.
Oh, takes a sip of his coffee.
Yeah, so now we get Sleepwalking Oz, who's terribly in debt, until something happens that, I'll take that drama any day over the Primarch and Julius.
Ricky's father had some social issues that went the other direction of the window of the needle, like talking too much. He never got between any of the couples. I mean, maybe interjecting, not letting people have privacy, but he never romantically inserted himself. Oh God, that kid.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's basically all we can do right now. He's pointing over to Zap. I think all we can do is laugh at it.
Samuel cracks his knuckles and pretends to crack his neck. Scar, no. We're not beating up Ash's son. If he wasn't Ash's son, yes, we'd beat him up. Hit him with my crutches.
Yeah, I mean, if it wasn't the Major's son, I think nobody would have a problem with it. But, that's a Valorius right there. I think someone would raise a fuss about it.
Father Goodscar. Just looking at him.
Yeah, Father Goodscar, look at him.
Yeah, as he's staring blankly back at Zap.
Did someone turn his head to look at Zap, or was it always just like that?
Putting his coffee cup down, lighting a cigarette. I don't know. I actually wasn't paying attention to him ever since I sat down the bowl of chicken noodle soup.
Yeah, neither was I. That's a little bit creepy, I'm gonna be honest.
Don't go see Ricky today. It's their wedding day. Looking between mother and father.
I mean, look how excited they are. I don't think they could be more excited. Especially since they have Cotton Colt as his best man and Soul as her maid of honor.
Ricky's been to every one of these girls' weddings, and he's always wearing the same attire. He's not wearing it to the weirdest wedding in the history of ever. He gestures between mother and father.
That is a little backwards, is it? Do you think Tommy requested him not to wear it?
I have no fucking idea, but I do think it's ass backwards.
It really is. This is the one wedding where it would make sense for someone to dress up like that. If it wasn't the saint himself, of course.
How's his device coming along? Gestures to Samuel. Like, we're watching hockey at night, and I can't understand him. But he beeps at me as if I should be able to.
You know, he's a complicated machine, a really complicated machine. So, I haven't really started on it, believe it or not, but I'm studying his, I don't want to call them vocal cords, but where his vocal cords would be, the thing that produces his beeping noises. I'm studying that, trying to figure it out. So, at this point, it's more research than anything, but it's coming along nicely.
I'll appreciate it once he's able to be understood by everybody with the exception of Frederick and Krellin. You know, he just showed up in the apartment one day. Some military thing, Ash found him, yada yada yada, and then one day he's just wandering around the apartment. If you weren't in the military and in the know, a lot of weird shit just walked into that apartment.
Oh, I mean, I bet. Was it the same way with Krellin or even Frederick?
I think Krellin, yeah, something to do with Krellin. I actually don't fucking know. I just know he's like Lorelei made him an indentured servant to Davine, basically.
Well, he looks over to Samuel. If there's anybody who that could be an indentured servant of, I would say either Lorelei or the Rainfall, so thank God he's on our side.
He's just sitting back in his recliner changing channels on the television that's above the fireplace.
Yep. You know, I can't even ask him if he's doing well over there, because all I'll get back is beeping.
Yeah, well, he looks like he's doing fine.
It looks like he's quite relaxed, actually. I've never seen a robot sit that reclined before.
He's holding a cup of ice water, but not drinking it, but he's holding it as if he is drinking it. Scar, how often do you see him alone? Where are the other two? He sits up in his seat.
Oh, God. Clive also sits up and starts, listening. It's been quiet for too long. It being quiet is never good.
Probably done getting ready for the wedding.
I mean, maybe, but it never takes Frederick this long to get his captain costume on.
As Clive says that, each of them holding a Raggedy Ann doll, as if they're little babies walking into the room.
He puts a hand onto Scar's shoulder.
Scar, what the hell is that?
Creepy. I've never. What are those things? He looks at Frederick. Scar's never seen a Raggedy Ann.
This is our siblings. Okay, this right here, he holds up the Raggedy Ann, is neglected daughter Noah. And this is scorned brother Jasper.
He starts laughing loudly. So does Zach. I can't wait for Davine to meet him.
Clive covers his mouth and starts to laugh. You can understand why we're so far away from Mother Goodash. Neither of them have a great relationship with her.
Poor Jasper. Look into eyes is very, coming over to Clive, scorned. Putting him right into Clive's face.
Oh, wow, yes, he's very scorned, isn't he?
Frederick does the same with Nora. So neglected looking, isn't she?
Oh, poor Nora. Here, let me take her.
Go ahead, she'll probably like an embrace.
Scar takes her and gives her a hug.
Oh, yeah, she really needed that, as he starts to pet the top of the Raggedy Ann doll's head.
Handing Jasper to Clive.
Sure, yeah, I'll bet he can use a hug too.
As he'll hug Jasper and start to awkwardly pat the doll on its back.
Scar rubbing Nora's back. So, can I just make a educated guess, if you don't mind, Frederick?
Oh, of course.
Nora's favorite food are club sandwiches, and Jasper's beef stew.
He blinks a couple times. Now, did Icy teach you some kind of mind-reading trick or something? That's a good guess.
No, sir, but I just kind of figured given who they remind me of.
Yeah, they certainly remind. I didn't even know they made male versions of Raggedy Ann dolls.
Is that what they're called? Raggedy Ann dolls? Well, and very expensive. Use Pequod card. 2 million per doll.
So yeah, a total of 4 million.
Oh! He looks between the dolls.
Clive, looking between the dolls, looks at Scar.
Now we really better hope that this tea with the Primarch doesn't go poorly.
Are they, gonna be involved in the show?
Frederick looks up, looks at Krellin. I don't think so, not on this one.
Davine sees soon enough. Petting Jasper on the head.
Maybe they behind camera, but they're very shy, being neglected and scorned as they have been.
You done proud of your children, father?
I'm so proud of them. I love all my boys and girl.
Where they don't get the red hair from? That's strange. None of your mother don't have red hair, neither do you.
Before Space Vietnam, I had the most luscious locks of red hair you could ever see.
I see. I get it now. Looking at Jasper.
Clive, looking down at his lap as he's still hugging the doll, he starts to laugh.
Just refresh me here on why exactly this one's neglected and why that one's scorned. He gestures to Frederick.
Well, scorned brother Jasper, he leans down to Scar. He doesn't really like to hear about it, but he was experimented on.
Oh, was there a cult involved in this one?
No, what the hell?
Oh, excuse me.
It was a bunch of depression and anxiety medication that Mother Godash would give him.
Oh, he was depressed, I see. Yes, because screw up relationship with wife.
Clive just shakes his head. Oh, this just keeps getting better.
So mother experiment on him, shaking his head down at Mother Goodeye. And Nora neglected because why? Mother's just that much of a buffoon?
Well, yes, she would stay in the gym and knit.
Right, I think I remember somebody telling me that. Yes, she liked to knit in the gym. Like another ditz I know who would just sit in the gym. You know, I wanted to walk in there and punch the fuck out of Davine back then, Clive. And I had brain damage back then. Me too. He nods his head.
Well, I mean, maybe someone should have.
I kind of wanted to go in and just, well, she shot me, so I'll leave it at that.
Clive, looking at Zep, leans over to Scar.
You know, he's normal 90% of the time, but he still believes she shot him.
It's probably going to be that way till he wins the championship.
Oh, Jesus, at least that's coming up somewhat soon.
Not soon enough, my friend.
No, not soon enough.
Oh, I'm surprised you guys were able to bridge the gap and get them to move in here. I'm gonna try to have a good relationship with Mother.
I mean, really? That's up to Mother. Noah here, she wants a good relationship with Mother Godash. Scorn brother JJ, on the other hand, well, let's just say he's not the biggest fan of her.
Oh, I can understand. She experimented on him. Shakes his head at Mother Goodeye.
She did. She really did. But with Father Goodscar, the two of them are great.
That's good. Father, you should be proud of these beautiful children. All of them! He gestures to Krellin Frederick and says,
I am. Look at those two's eyes. They have my eyes.
and your integrity and courage, I can tell. Thor is an accomplished... What does she do for a living? Magician. Nods his head. Right, yeah. Magician. Real creative.
Close-up magician.
I see. So she can do card tricks and stuff like that. That's good, guys. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, Franco, we had to think of that one for a while.
What does Jasper do for a living? UFC fighter.
Clive looks at him. Is she a part of like the cruiserweight division or something?
No. Shakes his head. Got kicked out, now bounce bars.
Clive starts to laugh, and Frederick just starts to sadly nod.
Don't ruin his career! Shakes his head.
It's a shame of where he is. He was a great up-and-comer, but he ruined it by talking back too much.
Talking back to Mother, is that what he did? Was Mother involved? Didn't want him to have a successful career?
Oh, not to Mother exclusively, but he used to talk back to Mother as well.
So he was a disgruntled youth, whereas Nora was more like good youth. Okay.
She was good, but oh god, was she mischievous with all her card tricks that she would do?
Pick a card, any card, and then steal a quarter out of your ear.
How'd you know? You're really good at guessing.
He just shrugs, holding Nora. Well, maybe me and Nora could, write. You know, me and Nicole used to write in our diaries together the Davine Hunk fanfic stuff.
I've heard about that, I have. You want to write with Noah about stuff?
Sure, I'll keep her company. She's got enough company in the house, but nothing can replace a mother's love. Doesn't take a moron to see that.
Clive pats Scar's back and nods. I'm sure she would enjoy that, and you know, I can always take School and Brother Jasper around and show him how to work on some electrical stuff, get him out of bouncing balls.
You know, I always kind of say this, and since we're in private, we can get away with this, but I say it all the time when I take a walk down memory lane to Brain Damage Scar. You walk into that apartment, you see Davine Rainfall in a tank top and workout shorts, and you think that's a woman that's got it all together. Then you come to find out she doesn't. And she's actually really fucking stupid.
Yeah, on all of the, like, commercials and stuff, the Academy and everything, I just thought she had it all put together, like you said. I had it all figured out more than a bloke like me ever did. Turns out I have it a lot more figured out than I thought I did.
As did I. I gave Nicole attention in brain damaged state. I always wanted a daughter. I can see why Suletta's so... well, used to be so... you know, I don't even know how to put it. Cynical
Sure.
towards Davine?
Oh, cynical's a much better way to put it, yeah.
Davine, very fortunate idiot. Should have been eaten on Gallia. Not just...
Yeah, if she wasn't a rat in Julius's pocket, I don't think she would have gotten very far.
They are gonna dessert.
Not even dessert, she would be the appetizer, right, Quellen?
Stupid Davine nods his head.
Stupid Davine, the equivalent of mozzarella sticks?
Look, who am I? Goes in the other room, closes the kitchen door. Scar, oh god.
Oh my god, you're Davine, aren't you?
Clearly people want to interact, socialize with me, but such morons sitting in room isolated but want interaction.
Fledwick starts to laugh and he starts to do a little dance and clap.
He's really laughing. I was down there near the beginning of the apartment area. Just saw it all unfold.
Yeah, Clive's just shaking his head. Man, they are really getting into all this, like making fun of people, aren't they?
I done wake up in the morning, get my toast with my peach jam on it, Davine in the gym. Go work down on Ash's mobile suit for 12 hours, come up, Davine's still in the gym. Oh.
Yeah, mate. Still holding on to Brother Jasper. He takes a sip of his coffee and nods. Yeah, that is true, mate.
She just kind of sat there, too. In the gym, working out. And then when she wasn't working out, looking at the TV.
Frederick nods. Yeah, me and Quellen, when we first, got together, we would, walk around
apartment, and every so often we would walk by the gym and she would just be watching TV.
Very not high IQ woman. Good thing for her, have family. Odds his head.
No, that's true. It's a good thing. That's a good thing family gives you. It builds up your inadequacies and everyone supports each other.
Cancun. Starts snickering to himself.
Cancun is so stupid. Quentin, who am I? Oh, we need to go very quickly. We can't even ask Nicole if she wants to live with us.
Right away, Mom.
Oh, you do a really good hunk.
Good husband to shitty wife.
Oh my god, they are really getting into this.
Don't like the way she treat him, Clive. Glares at Clive.
I don't like the way I'd save the man from certain death. Krellin, you think I like that?
Done shot me in the fucking knee for trying to stick up for him. See? Gestures towards
Clive shakes his head.
Krellin, buddy, she didn't shoot him, you know that.
He shot me with an AK-47, snatched it off Ash's back. Oh, God.
First it was Valor, now it's an AK.
Oh, the Soto World Championships can't come soon enough.
Yeah, I'd say they did. They have it in the back, right? They're gonna win 100%.
Yeah, I've heard through the grapevine, blind children.
Oh god, yeah. Yeah, okay, they're gonna win then. Oh, thank God for that, at least. Once he gets that trophy on his wall, his pedestal, more like, he'll be just fine.
You know, I puts his hand on his chin, stroking his chin. We give Davine a hard time, but I love her to death. But I do think, thank God, you know, they had a daughter who's a lot like her, but her daughter will learn from her mother's obvious mistakes. Krellin just looks at the ground.
Crowden, what's wrong?
Very stupid girl. Looks at Clive.
Oh, but, you know, I wouldn't consider myself to be the peak of intelligence, but I learned from my parents' mistakes.
Read minds sometimes. Tilts his head at Scar and Clive. Fantasizes about Benny propose to her, but get very nervous and walk away in mind. No. Looks up at Grill.
No, she doesn't.
She ain't gonna do that.
She won't. She won't. She's a good girl.
Like for Davine Elizabeth, more social immaturity. Nods his head.
Clive looks at Scar.
She's not gonna do that, is she?
Her father almost died. Isn't that the life lesson of lessons, right? Shakes his head at Scar.
Fledwig looks up at the ceiling and starts to whistle.
I mean, the man almost died. She was crying for hours after they came home that morning. She learned! Right? High IQ for Elizabeth, honestly. Nods head, but again, social immaturity. Which is low IQ, White Fledwig.
Super low IQ. Like
Doing Clive impression?
Oh, I'm Clive. I am hugging Scott Brother Jasper, and I'm trying to make everything seem better.
No, Clive.
Now take them all believing to me that we're hitting each other.
Shot me in leg. She dead, damn bitch.
What? We were just talking about this, and then they just started making fun of me.
By the way, looks over at Clive, you coming to Mother Goodash wedding, and you. Points to Scar.
Alright, yeah, we can come to Mother Goodash's wedding.
And have to go film Transformers crossover.
Yes, we do. We do have to do that. Getting back into Scotimus Prime, aren't you?
Hell yeah! Put hockey on. There's no hockey on it. He looks at his wrist computer. 9:14 a.m., Krellin.
What time's the wedding again, Crowlin?
Soon. Not to say.
Gotcha, soon. Very, very precise.
Can't have set time. Too risky.
If we have a set time, that means other people can find out about it, and he squints his eyes. We don't want that happening.
No hockey this time day, Scar. Scar, no. It's not played in the morning. What, is hockey your favorite sport? He looks between the three of them. Krellin and Samuel nod.
Frederick nods. It's like the best one, obviously.
Best when they get into fights.
And you see all the blood on the ice.
Falling all over place.
I mean, how hard can hockey really be? Why do they fall like that?
'Cause losers on ice.
Have you outdoors ever skated on ice?
Speaking of ice, a voice coming from the hallway. Oh, Clive! He's coming in.
Frederick immediately starts profusely sweating, and Clive goes starch white as he sees Mother Goodash in front of him.
Scar's cigarette is barely hanging off of his lip. Samuel's caught frozen in motion, lifting the spoon of chicken noodle soup to Father Good. Zap's just acting like nothing's wrong. He takes the remote and starts flipping through the channels. From Samuel, Krellin just immediately starts cowering because he knows better. Clive, I haven't seen you all morning at the academy and wondering if you were okay. I brought you a lint brush. She sees Mother Goodash. Your shirts are always covered in so much lint because you're such a moron. You fail to understand how to do simple laundry, so I bought you this. And now I'm going to kill each and every one of you with it. She holds it up.
Oh.
You should have known better, she points at Scar, who's still just blankly staring at her.
Fletwick hides behind neglected daughter Nora, and Clive stands up and puts his hands up.
Wait, we can talk about this.
That is Mother Goodash.
Yes, it is. It is Mother Goodash.
Knew she was still here. She glares over at Frederick.
Frederick, when she glares over at him, he shivers and, cowers even further.
I knew it! The fireplace that's lit gets frozen in place.
Clive clears his throat.
Shaletta, it's okay. I let the Stooges bring Mother Goodash here because
He takes another step forward.
she had nowhere else to go. At least that's what they said. I just wanted the Stooges to be happy.
She's glaring down at Clive. It's just done a tool to give Trip Davine. Why not utilize it? What? She looks at Clive.
Let me introduce you to
And what is with these Raggedy Ann dolls? Oh, she'll walk over here.
neglected daughter Nora,
He whispers to her.
Nicole, and scorned brother Jasper, Julius.
And why is Nora neglected? She'll push Scar's chin up so the cigarette doesn't fall and take Nora in her arm.
Well, because Mother Goodash decided to sit in the gym and knit.
Oh, and don't tell me Jasper was experimented upon. Stand, creature. Krellin will stand up.
Yes, he was, in fact, but not by a cult or anything, no. He was quite depressed.
Oh, she sits down on the couch with both of them.
And, Mother Goodash, she gave him copious amounts of antidepressants, anti-anxiety, so on and so forth.
Recent additions to family. Took a long time to get them to come live here. $4 million. Oh, she starts petting Nora's head.
Yes, and,
He leans down.
the story between Father Goodscar and Mother Goodash basically just Hunk and Davine.
Yes, I remember. They want me to edit and write their book, Memoirs of a Bad Relationship here, by the way. She hands Krellin a stack of papers. There's chapter 2. Thank you. Nods his head. cool with Mother Goodash stay here? Suletta stares at Mother Goodash, but does not say anything.
You can help guilt trip him with the aid of Mother Goodash.
If he stops cowering over in the corner, then I'm fine with it.
Fudwick immediately stands straight up.
Samuel, feed! Samuel's still staring at Suletta, starts feeding Father Goodscar after violently shaking his head.
Clive starts to breathe heavily. He rubs Suletta's shoulders, looks over at Scar, and mouths, "That was close."
Whew! Scar lets out a sigh of relief. Suletta, how long has Mother been on the lane, out of morbid curiosity?
A very, very long time. I would say 5 years after Dwayne became Dwayne.
Live out in cabin in woods. Then one day, angry Scar find us. She starts snickering. Scar, yeah, I kicked in the door, found him there, and then the Fairy Tale 8 was created right there and then.
It was a deal to help out all the kids if he didn't tell anyone about Mother Goodash.
How do you plan to hide this? This is the biggest secret on the lane. How do you plan to hide this from everybody else?
We've hit it this long well enough, haven't we? Only
Clive know how to.
She hides in either the garage, the pantry, or the little shed in the backyard.
Ah, I see. Okay.
So yeah, we have been hiding her well enough, but there have been some close calls, and this whole moment right here.
Don't have to be ready for your snooker party you plan in the house. Need a good hiding spot. Davine got a sharp nose.
Oh, I'm sure she does. I'll have to find a good spot to hide her.
I thought Asherion took the original Mother Goodash, and Saris and Integra, to let out their frustrations on him, destroyed it in front of her. Did, yes, nods his head. Took one of recreations from Ranger, housing, barracks word. That
Fledwig starts to pat Mother Goodash on the head. Yes, she was sadly killed brutally, but then she magically came back to us, is how we have always just worked at it.
like a bad penny of a mother rolling back to experiment on poor Jasper and neglect Nora.
Oh, isn't that true, Suletta?
Where does she sit nowadays to neglect everybody? In that room. Crowlin points. Down here.
She likes to sit in the dining room. She doesn't even knit or watch TV. She just sits there.
Expecting the world to come to her as if she's so fascinating, when in reality she's just a fucking moron.
Exactly.
I'll keep this secret for you. Nice! Starts clapping.
And you'll keep the secret of them getting married today?
They're getting married? She looks around.
Oh, yeah, it's their marriage day today.
Oh, I won't say a word, but you must be careful. Wedding, is it a big wedding? No, down in underground bunker. Nobody see.
Candlewick.
Oh, that sounds lovely. Some opera music playing, Claude.
Actually, yes, I'll have a couple opera songs picked out. They requested it. He points over to Krellin and Fledwick.
Suletta favorite sport, hockey. Put on hockey. Scar, oh. One, no it's not. She doesn't favor any sport. As she nods her head, two, there's no hockey on at this house.
Yeah, no hockey. Clive looks at Krellin. Do you really just like it when they start to fight that much?
Yes, nods his head. Remind me of when Davine and Suletta get into a fight at Suletta House. She groans loudly.
Clive nods. Oh, well, I've never heard about that, but I'll bet it does. I'll bet it really does.
He can read our minds, that's the only reason he knows. And I won anyway.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I don't have for a second you would win, far more experience in that kind of thing than her.
Such a brat. Blames her problems on everybody else.
Yeah, he starts to rub her shoulders again. You're a good sister, you know that?
I tried. She's not a good sister back most of the time. Oh, up until recently.
Yeah, I'll say. He starts to rub her shoulders a bit more. Yeah, I'll bet you can use one of these then.
I can. Dealing with her the past 20 years up until I came up with the mind melding was difficult. Scar for all of us.
Yeah, I was only here for 2 weeks, but it was difficult for me.
Remember when Hunk come back with mask on, starts clapping?
That... Fludwick looks down, looks back at Curlin. That was a little, freaky to see, but also, really funny.
Don't ruin that man's self-confidence and worth. Shakes his head.
Oh, that is for sure. Just like how Mother Godash ruined Father Gudscar's confidence.
And Jasper and Norris.
And Jasper and Noah's very good point, Kursuweda.
Much like a hooligan and a young, cute, orange-haired little snob I know.
That is true. They have some similarities, but they are completely different.
Shakes her head at poor Jasper and Nora.
Maybe Noah could teach you some of her card tricks one of these days.
Oh, she's a magician!
Oh yes, a very good magician. She somehow gets the 3 of clubs every time.
And what does Jasper do for a living? Scar starts laughing.
Well, he used to be a USC fighter, but he was so disgruntled he got kicked out. And now he bounces bars.
Oh, isn't that just rich?
It is, isn't it? It really is.
She's much better with Mother Goodash involved. Really hit Davine hard, you know. Suletta nods her head.
So, yeah. The students here said the children might be making their appearance today.
Oh, I hope they do. She looks down at the children. Carlin already have them edited into dramatic reenactment on Asteroid. Suletta, oh my, Frederick.
Yes, we had to do some last minute changes, but we got it done, ma'am. Don't you worry.
Samuel starts beeping. Suletta turns her head to look at Samuel. Samuel say, imagine when Davine find out. Gestures down to Mother Goodash. Thing she despised most, parody of her. Pat's Mother Goodash. Suletta starts cackling.
She is going to hate it so much.
Yeah, I didn't know Mother Goodash was gonna end up being a parody of Davine, but I'm all for it.
That's my mate. Frederick leans down to Mother Goodash. Yeah, she is. Sadly, she's the only mother we've got.
Do you think you could make her look a little more like Davine?
Frederick looks over. Like dye her hair?
Maybe give her the same spiky little bob cut that Hunk's so fond of.
Well, yeah, we could do that. I thought he was more fond of the ponytail, though.
Oh, yes, you're right. Give her her hair, but with a ponytail.
I think we could get something like that done, Quellen.
Easy. Pequod credit card. Her favorite children.
Yes, we are. As he holds up her credit card and starts looking up at it. Her favorite children indeed.
Pulling up Tommy's credit card. Scar, you have both of their cards? Looks shocked.
Wait, if you have both their cards, that means... He looks at Scar. That means they have the line to the most credit in the universe.
How did you guys manage that? Krellin, Tommy just give and so Pequod. Shrug. Rubbing Mother's shoulder.
Pequod gave this one to us for productions, and Tommy gave this one to us for, Mother Godash reasons and Fairy Tale 8, that kind of thing.
Helping to kill ex people. What was his name? Hazel and Earl?
Eric,
right. Nods his head.
So yeah, he gave us one of his cards in case we ever needed it. And
You know what? To get brother and sister here, we definitely needed it.
Yes, Raggedy Ann dolls are very rare antiques.
They said around $2 million credits for each doll, Shuletta.
I'd believe it. Wait till Patricia asks why.
Oh, she'll find out soon enough. We're going to present them on the tea with the Primark.
And much like me, once she gets the joke, I think she'll be more than thrilled. Krellin nodding his head. Remember she yelled at Davine for neglecting them both?
Oh yeah, she did. She really did. So I think she's gonna really like this.
Who am I? Finds out I have grandson, or granddaughter, should say, but only 40.
Frederick starts to laugh.
What a vain bitch.
Frederick nods. You're really cool nowadays, Soletta.
Thank you! She looks up at Frederick. She'll unfreeze the fireplace. Or, yeah, we always have fun here. We watch a lot of fucking hockey and sports, though.
And Vietnam movies.
And snooker, the stupidest of games.
No, wait just a minute. Snooker isn't a stupid game. It's one of the most popular games in the world.
Shrugs at Clive, starts beeping. Say you have snooker table in here, though. Gestures out there.
I mean, yeah, but it's just not the same, mate, you know?
Just admit it, you're terrible at real snooker.
He opens his mouth and closes it.
No, we don't need to be rude, do we, Shaletta? I'm not great at real life snooker, but I can beat any of you in the video game version.
Well, host your party. You'll have a litany of competition.
Oh, I will. I 100% will.
It's your chance to show the lane what you're the best at. Under his breath.
I do think I'm quite good at this game, yeah.
Pequod beat the fuck out of him.
Oh yeah, definitely. Me and Quellen and Samuel were 100% Team Pequod.
We vote to Pequod beat you, so let us Snickers or so.
Well, I mean, has she played a lot of snooker?
No. Shakes his head. Maybe shoot pool once or twice at parties, but no. Real pool, not snooker.
Oh, well. Then I don't know if she's gonna beat me, guys. I really don't.
Why do you call it snooker? And not just pool and or billiards?
Well, my dad, see, he used to take me into the pub all the time, and in the pub that we always went to, we had a snooker table. Or, you know, as you guys would say, a pool table. And some of the older gents there, they would just call it snooker. I never asked why or how it came to be known as snooker. Before that, I used to call it pool, billiards, like everyone else, but I just liked the term snooker so much that it just sort of stuck with me.
One could say that if Pequod beats you at snooker, it may always come back to snooker.
Oh yeah, it'll always come back to snooker, that kind of thing.
He's pretty good, he always beats me.
Frederick laughs. You're not Pequod, Scar.
Damn right. Nods his head at Frederick. Here, give me Nora back. I'll take her for a while. So that will hand her back. Always wanted a daughter. Closest I'll ever get. And you appreciate it. Wow.
Frederick pats Scar on the shoulder. Maybe one of the kids in the next generation will really like you, Scar.
He shrugs. Hopefully, if they cause any drama like this generation, hopefully somebody just kills me. I'm happy to be murdered. Just blow my head up with the ESP thing. Krellin shakes his head. No.
Now,
Attack at wedding last week. Nods his head.
I don't think anyone's gonna kill you. Scar, I really don't.
Well, those kids nearly killed me with all the drama they started. Agreed. Not so much the children, but my sister. You know, I think I'll slap her today. No, I won't do that. No. Do it. Nodding his head.
Flitwick looks at her. Do whatever feels wise, Wada.
Samuel beeping. He say slap her good today. Just once. Should I? She'll look around the room.
Clive shrugs. If you want to, go for it.
It would make me feel better.
Well, if it'll make you feel better, then do it.
Just do it. Just be sure she don't have a firearm on her. She don't shoot you in the leg.
Clive nods. Just don't make sure she don't have a firearm on her. She let her.
You know Davy immature. You done try to help her. She say mind your own business and shoot you. Yes, she shot me once. I remember.
Clive leans down. Did she actually shoot you?
No. Shot me too. Nonsense.
Oh, well, okay. So it's just feeding into him. Got it.
Shot me in foot and Flitwick in leg. Samuel in face.
You guys ever wonder where that hole in Samuel's face came from? As Samuel does not have a hole in his face.
We tried to tell her, need to watch out, Hunk getting sick, going to have a heart attack. Tell us, mind own business. That's what she said to me, little bitch.
She quick drill on us and bam, bam, bam. You guys I saw pretty good shot.
Ash standing there shocked.
He shakes his head. Wondered how she got the gun out of his holster that fast.
Good to slap her for all this, me think, nodding his head at Frederick.
I think she needs to be swapped.
Then I shall.
Clive pats her on the shoulder. Good job, Shaletta. That's very good.
She will nod her head as she rocks poor scorned brother Jasper in her arms as flashing to Woodbury. Coming up the elevator, Mom, Dad, speaking of Davy, Icy and Julius and Pequod's on top of the roof, in a blue bathing suit, two-piece, pushes her breasts together, smirks at Julius, and then sits down on her sunbathing chair. Lays down, I should say.
As he sees that, his knees go weak immediately, and he, leans onto Hunk suddenly to gain balance.
You okay?
That was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life.
You like what you see, son, up there? Look at her. She puts her sunglasses on, starts reading a magazine.
I love what I see, thank you.
Good. Rubbing his head with his hand.
Oh my god, it's been so long.
5-6 years since Carter kinda fucked everything up.
5 to 6 years, yeah. He looks down, just puts his fist up in the air. Thank the Lord.
And if you want to touch me in the next 5 or 6 years, it's time for Izzy to go away. She goes back to reading her magazine.
He stands straight up, turns to Icy. Nicole, please.
Her hand will glow and she'll put it on Julius's head. Bye-bye, bitch.
Davy nods. Bye-bye. And Julius, bye-bye, bitch.
Julius does not remember ever knowing an Izzy, encountering an Izzy, or seeing an Izzy. All the events played out in his mind, per normal, but there was never an Izzy.
He just blinks a couple times. What were we doing?
Yeah, we were getting you healed, son, because you're starting to look like fucking Clive with those teeth. Icy's hand starts to glow, waves in front of Julius's face.
Oh, right. I'm sorry. I'm a busy guy. I'm sorry, Dad.
She looks up at Pequod. Pequod gestures with her hand, and Icy will heal Julius.
And Julius, as soon as he's healed, he moves his jaw around and rubs his cheek. Oh my god. Oh, that hurts so much.
Now that'll teach his son to, never... He stops, looks at Davy. For the next child around, raise them better so they don't cause drama like Soul and Carter.
Julius turns around, looks at Hunk and Davine and nods. Yeah, no problem. I'm gonna try my damnedest, I swear to God.
Your wife does not want any more drama.
I don't want any more drama either. I'm gonna do way better next time, I swear.
Hunk will take Davine up onto the rooftop, holding her. Icy will Take her and Julius up. Just teleport them up. Nice place! Nice view. I see why you like it up here, daughter. She just continues, reading her magazine, nodding her head.
It is absolutely beautiful. The town seems to be coming together again, as Julius will sit down next to her and put his head on her shoulder.
She smiles, opens the magazine so he can read it. It's a magazine about today's tea with the Primarch.
Are you ready for the tea, honey?
Oh yes, I'm gonna drill Father Goodscore.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how hard are you gonna go with these questions?
I want to know everything about Father's life, so hard.
Damn, going from like age 1, aren't you?
First memory he had.
Whew, that's...
What his parents were like. Is he? Oh god, he's just a mannequin.
Well, I mean, hey, if they want to like promote their book on Tea with the Primarch, they're gonna have to work for it.
Oh, they're promoting another book as well.
Yeah? He looks at her. What's that?
Wars of a Bad Relationship.
Davine raises her eyebrow, looks at Pequod. Is that so?
Apparently Mother Good Ash and Father Good Scar have had a troubled relationship up until Mother's disappearance, as they claim. You mean when she was killed by Saracen and Tegra? Pequod, I guess, yeah.
Interesting, very interesting. Well, maybe you can get them to read a bit of an excerpt out of it.
Not a bad idea, Mom. She smiles over at Dave.
Davine smiles back at her, and then she'll lay her head onto Hunk's chest.
There are extra chairs and stuff up here, so he'll sit down in one of the chairs. Hunk, so has Oz gotten any sleep in the past couple of days? I see. Nah.
Not to my knowledge.
Aren't those kids going on a mission today? Pequod nods her head. Yeah.
Yes, they are. Sasha's gonna tell him to stay on the ship.
God. Somebody fill me in as to why this is happening.
Well, you're aware of like all the debt stuff and the jet and everything.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but why? Why not just...
Ricky.
Okay.
Ricky stealing the jet. Feels like he has to one-up her, right, Icy?
I see. Nods her head. Oh boy. Oh god. And I thought Laz was gonna be the one who came through scot clean. Pequod, you thought wrong.
Davine just rubbing her forehead, shaking her head. It's, well, at least it's, I don't want to say easily solvable, but there's a pathway to solving it, yes?
Just talking it out when the time's right. Let Oz get frustrated and scream at her.
Yeah, they're both mature kids, at least. They'll scream it out and then have a discussion, argument, whatever you want to call it. And then hopefully that'll be the end of it.
God willing.
God willing indeed. Well, he looks at Pequod. At least we know we can rely on Lazuli, so this is something we can probably rely on her for, right?
But can Oz rely on?
I wanna say... Yeah? I hope he can. But yeah, I wanna say he can.
Aren't you worried about them going to Port Nowhere? Pequod shakes her head no. No, they've taken it very seriously.
Julius nods. Yeah, the twins, they came up to the office that we all work in 2 days ago, I think, and they asked Towns for like a couple things, and I think Carter and Soul, they have some kind of plan going into this one.
They're definitely focused, nods her head.
Thankfully, you need to be focused with this kind of mission. It's, well, recon and everything like that. Saving people, you always need to be focused when it's this kind of thing.
Anybody hear from Ash? I see. Shakes her head, all quiet on the Ash front. Not in a bad way, just he hasn't bumped into any roadblocks recently. That's good.
Yes, very good. I would hate to have another call from him where he loses another group of his people or anything like that. Or finds anything super worrying.
The more they take from him, the more he'll pay them back in retribution.
Oh, that is for sure. Besides, if they ever do somehow get the upper hand on him in terms of numbers, he can always just retreat and, well, crack the planet they're on.
You know, I always kind of wanted to make a Karate Kid movie starring Ash. But Ash is the kid. I see. And he's suffering from that disease where he starts old but grows young.
So-
Oh, God. Polymorph Krellin into Ash, yes? Pequod. Yeah. No, sir.
So it's combining Curious Case of Benjamin Button and the Karate Kid.
She snaps her fingers and points at Davine. Yes.
I love that idea, darling.
Zap is Mr. Miyagi. Wax on, wax off, Ash. I mean, Krillin. Or whoever the fuck you are.
Bent up, bent down. Oh my god. That would make a good Mr. Miyagi.
I think Ash will appreciate the royalty check.
I think so. I mean, he would be crazy if he didn't.
We'll schedule that in sometime after the perfect storm. We want to get JJ on the screen in a not horrible way where he looks like an idiot.
Davy nods. Yes, we want to give him confidence in his acting ability instead of looking like a buffoon and getting a Razzie nomination.
The way things line up is he should miss his Razzie Award with his basic training coming up. He'll miss the ceremony, but if we get the perfect storm done, relatively speaking, soon, then he can, for next Oscar season's Oscars. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be able to go up there. Hell, maybe Fudwick will also win the Oscar. And he'll be able to convince Fudwick to actually accept an Oscar and not a Razzie like he has every year before that.
What are the Stooges doing? Just getting ready for the show, Pequod? Whatever they're doing, I don't care, as long as they're prepared. Her favorite kids. Looking at her.
Julie starts to snicker. They are up there, I would have to say.
She'll put the magazine down and lower her sunglasses and look at the group. Why wouldn't they be my favorite children? They are successful. On their own, mind you. They've never caused drama. They never dated Hazel. They never dated Eric. They never made their significant other almost die from sleep deprivation. And they are not from Gallia. She just whistle.
Julie just clears his throat and Davine pursing her lips, nodding.
Isn't that what any parent would ask for out of their children? Self-sufficient and successful. And they've never done anything really stupid like blow up a boat or something. That's true. I did. Well, Zap did more specifically, but yeah. Sink a boat, but yeah.
Those are all very good points, darling. I never truly thought about it that way.
Those three kids, and Thomas, and Integra should inspire to be like those three. Aspire.
Well, I mean, it's never too late to put them on one of those shows, have Integra and Hale and Jace, quote unquote, work on one of those shows, just be on set if they do it, that kind of thing.
We will include those three into the curriculum. They'll make appearances and discuss things.
They'll probably have quite a bit of good info to give out. On top of Krellin just being able to read minds, they seem to have a surveying eye around the lane, if you will.
Preparing you for your future with Krellin Frederick and the robot who cannot speak.
Yeah. Have any of us like made any strides in starting to understand him, or he looks at Icy. Have you at all?
I honestly don't think any of them can understand him. They just, like, say what they want to say. She nods her head.
That's what makes sense, darling. They always say things that are in the positive with what they're also saying, which that could be just those three being close together and everything like that, but it also could just be them having Samuel agree with them.
I'm ready for this snooker party. How do you say it? Snooker?
Yeah, Schnecka is how Clive says it.
You don't sound much like him anymore now that you got your teeth back, son.
Yeah, thank the Lord. He like touches his two bottom teeth. It's gonna feel nice being able to chew again.
Yeah, we'll have some food after the tea with the piano.
Oh, sounds good. He looks up at her and winks.
Hunk, I was thinking we go to the beach house this weekend. Personally.
Julius looks at Hunk, squints at him, and raises his eyebrow, giving him like a knowing look.
ODM gear, aviators, bathing suit gear. All the girls can do it. You can lead the charge, honey.
Oh, darling, yes, I'll do that for you 100%.
We can have an enjoyable family weekend on the yacht. I asked Crowlin and them if they want to come. They're going to come. They just, father won't set foot on a boat.
Yeah, what happened to him was dramatic. I mean, he can't set foot on a boat, and I completely understand.
I can't wait to see these dramatic reenactments. We've seen the dailies, but we haven't seen the full thing.
Neither have I. Did they show you the full thing just to make sure it's good with everything, honey?
She nods her head with a huge grin on her face. Yes, they had to make some last-minute changes.
Oh, okay, so everything's good to go, and if she okayed it, then it's gonna be great.
Oh, it's gonna be wonderful.
And Davine rubs her hands together. Oh, I cannot wait to see these.
Scar did an amazing job. So did Clive and Krell Ash.
So these were basically roles that they were born to play then?
Yeah, it's just a good thing Krellin can really replicate Ash well.
Yeah, it would it would honestly be pretty damn funny if it was just Ash talking like Krellin. Like, I know we always used to make the joke, but Ash on the boat just saying something like, me Ash, me sit on baby, that kind of thing.
Me Ash, me firing pistol.
Exactly. Just something like that. That would just be so fucking funny to hear.
It's a good way to celebrate the passing of one, the beach house, I mean. The passing of one drama era of the Rainfalls. I think hugging Davine tight.
Davy nods. I would have to agree, and she'll spin around in his arms to wrap her legs around him and better lay herself on his chest.
I'm getting frisky early in the AM.
Oh, I was just doing this to be closer to you. Do you want to get frisky right now? She
Give me
bites
a
her
kiss.
lip. She'll give him a kiss.
It's a romantic spot up here.
It is quite romantic, isn't it?
Pequod will put her hand out to be kissed.
He'll grab her hand, give it a kiss, and then pull her in just a bit closer so he can give her a kiss on the lips.
Do you feel better now that you're healed? Like completely broken rib all?
Yes, I am. It was getting a bit difficult to breathe, believe it or not.
You almost had internal bleeding.
Yeah. He looks at her. Can I just say I'm so proud of you. You took my teachings to heart. God damn.
I always did. I always listen.
Yes, you do. He starts to rub her cheek with his thumb. And I am very happy you did. If anything happens on the lane, God forbid, of course, but if anything happens on the lane and our house gets broken into, I have no worry if for whatever reason I'm not there with you.
The only people that would break into that house know they have immunity to steal whatever they want, I think, as her favorite children.
That is true. They are the only people that would break into our house.
Stole that statue for Clive and left like an RC car or something that's sold bought for Colt.
Yeah, it was Colt's RC car.
Statue can be replaced. It already has been. If Carter had done something like that, she doesn't respond.
What about Soul, darling?
She does not respond.
Well, I think that answers that question.
Laz? I would give Laz the benefit of the doubt.
Julius nods. Well, hopefully our next kids, well, definitely our next kids are gonna be more like the Stooges in their level of maturity, I want to say.
Barely able to speak English.
Well, okay, our kids are gonna be able to speak English, but just them being so independent. Someone bring it up.
Me sit on Thomas' face.
Julie starts to laugh.
I think that's probably gonna happen, yeah. She nods her head.
Oh, I think it is. The way she latches onto Pequod's stomach, I think something like that is going to happen. Either he asks for it, or she'll ask for it, or force it upon him, or something like that.
Oh yeah. We're gonna have our hands full with those two in particular.
Do you... I know we've discussed it before, but do you guys think it's going to be like Carter and Memorian, the way she's dominant over him?
She shrugs, starts thinking. I'm not like that in any way, but then again, neither was Suletta, so... I don't know. She looks at Davy.
Suletta did say, when we were asking her, like, oh, was her father like that, or were you ever like that? She did say that it was a unique trait, and it was just her. So maybe it's just a thing. The women are more dominant in these relationships when it comes to two spellcasters getting together, or whoever's older, maybe.
Well, thankfully Carter likes being beat by her.
Yeah, hopefully. It's almost like he was. This might sound bad, but it was like he was made for it, because he's always been very good at taking pain.
Much like his dad.
That is true. He was always like me in that way.
Except he was a little bitch.
Julie starts to laugh. You sounded exactly like Scar. I'm sorry.
I was trying to. You know, Scar. Complicated relationship with Carter. Remember that time Colt was over and they were watching Memorian on TV? Come on, Carter, why don't you go play catch with Colt? He's here. Go outside. Carter? Carter! Little bitch.
Julie starts to laugh even harder. Oh my god, he loves that boy half to death, but will not hesitate to ever call him a bitch.
He was somewhat bitchish.
He was. I didn't give him that, did I?
No, I think it's a unique trait he got on probably from both of us. A combination of things.
Julius clicks his tongue and shrugs. Well, luckily it seems he's at least starting to grow out of that nature of his. So, thank God for that.
We're gonna need all hands on deck here when JJ goes off to basic Patricia. She shrugs uncaringly at on. No special treatment. He has to go if he wants to be with his wife. Not just okay.
Davy.
Special treatment leads to that. Points at Davy.
Davy clears her throat. Very true, darling. I would want him to go through basic as well. We've all done quite well teaching him, but I feel like he could still learn some stuff from basic training.
Everybody on that squad has went through basic training. Everybody. And everybody on our old squad did. Icy. She never did. Icy never did. Yeah, it was hell. Oh, man.
Julius looks over at her. Please, Nicole.
Camp Forlorn Hope in Florida with the Marines. It was terrible.
Those those early morning runs into late night workouts, right?
Into waking up at the arcane councils, eating breakfast, having a good time.
Oh yeah, that was so fucking difficult.
Special treatment is acceptable when somebody is actually very powerful. Nods are
Julius laughs. Yeah, I would say she was very powerful, so it's understandable she got special treatment. He
teach
rubbed
JJ to eat deities, and he can join without basic. I see that can't happen.
Oh, I bet he wishes it does.
It's gonna be hell on poor Samantha. She shrugs. Well, he could have had more time with her if he went after her sooner, father.
That is true. That is true, darling.
Besides, her mother and father are always around, and she has all the rainfalls to support her through.
Yeah, she has all the rainfalls. He clicks his tongue. So who's she gonna live with? Cause I bet you $1,000,000 she's not gonna be wanting to live in that house by herself.
Something tells me Laz and Oz.
Right, yeah, makes sense. Be close to her best friends on the squad / the lane. That would make sense, yeah.
Bring Ricky down, she can kick him in the balls, that'll make her feel better. Actually, probably not, the more I think about it. She nods her head.
Yeah, I don't know about that. If he'd just tell her that he'd like hit his father again or something like that, that would make her feel worse, I think.
Happened right down there, didn't it? That was something else.
Yeah. Have you guys ever showed you the footage of it?
Oh yeah, we've seen it. Your mother and I are big fans of it. It's in the family collection that plays on the TV in the kitchen that loops the Saint's death video. Some other videos, the newly added Saint getting run over by a moose motherfucker into crotch grab.
Julia starts to laugh.
Just don't let Laz see it. Her and Oz, well, Sleepy Oz, came over to our house for lunch yesterday morning, or Sunday morning, last Sunday morning, and Laz was just staring at the TV.
I think it's a combination of confusion and just anger at the whole situation when it comes to that video.
Motherfucker.
To be honest, I was also quite confused about it.
It doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, darling, does anything the Saint did make any sense to any of us?
No, fair point, mother.
Yeah. Now, what was more needless, being hit by the moose or him dying?
Dying, definitely. The moose is up there.
I don't know. I'm sort of on the moose's side, because, maybe in the back of his mind, he really did think that he was gonna die, and it wasn't just to guilt trip Tom. But he could have moved out of the way of the moose.
She'll pull up on her wrist computer a sculpt of a statue. It'll be released in 2 months. The Saint being trampled. It's John Kevin on the ground, arms up in the air as the moose tramples. Glasses flying in the air.
Oh my god, that's amazing. We should have that put up in the Saint Museum.
Laz is getting the first one.
I bet you $1,000,000 she's going to put it in her living room area just because it was a gift from us and not because she would ever want to put it up.
And Oz will be so sleepy he'll never even know it was there.
Well, hopefully they have the discussion we were talking about earlier before that happens.
Hopefully. Ricky did come between all of them, almost all of them.
Yeah, he did. Julius just shakes his head.
He didn't come between Elizabeth and Benjamin. Our daughter had what she wanted on lock.
Julius slowly looks over at Hunk.
Don't look at me like that.
I'm looking at you like that, Dad.
Oh, God, Elizabeth, why?
I know, Dad.
Wasn't Bash and Oak supposed to tell him to like stay off their sixes because it was like all a nepo baby arrangement to get Colt and Soul and all these, and Benny was picked by Lorelai. She nods her head. Yep.
They did, if I'm not mistaken.
Many times, I'd imagine.
Yeah, many times. No, out of the times I heard, only about 2 or 3 times, but I'm sure they told him many more times past that.
God damn it, Elizabeth. Gross.
Davine sighs and rubs her face. God damn it.
Oh. She's grown up a lot, so it's okay.
Yes, this didn't happen recently, and Julia shakes his head. No, this happened, I want to say a few weeks into them joining the Headhunters. A few weeks into it, yeah.
Tell me he at least came between Carter and Memory Ann. Pequod, no.
Julius smacks his lips and shakes his head. Nah.
Memory Ann probably made it pretty clear she would just kill him.
Yeah, she's she's very good at doing that. Davine nods. She is a very intelligent girl.
Sets her boundaries, unlike our daughter. Soul in particular.
Julius just puts his tongue in his cheek and nods. Yeah. At least they've learned their lessons, though. That's one thing we can take away from all the drama. They've learned their lessons. And they'll be able to teach it in the future when it comes to the curriculum.
Yeah, nods his head. Yeah, I don't think our children will need to be in a curriculum, dear, but yeah.
I didn't think so, no. All the children. All of them.
Considering the fact the curriculum is going to be like, 70% based off of you, Mother. Yeah.
Literally all of them. Even Hale is gonna be in it. And
What did my daughter do? She looks around.
Julius looks at her. Nothing at all. But Hale's still gonna be in it.
She picked a rainfall male. It's her choice.
All the kids of the next generation are gonna take the curriculum. And at least one of them of this generation.
Who? From this generation, who?
Soul.
Oh. Why?
'Cause it's common fucking sense, Dad.
She glares at Davine and Hunk. Ugh, head recoil.
Davine shivers and leans towards Hunk. I thought Suletta was the only one who could make the temperature go down a couple degrees.
I thought so too. Well, if that's fine. If that's what her parents want, then yeah, I agree. It was kind of... Yeah, it's just dumb. Especially given the circumstances.
Circumstances leading up to it, everything past it. It was common sense, could have been easily avoided. She needs to learn.
She'll have to take it at least once, probably twice.
At least once. Passing with 100%.
Yes. That's brutal.
Julia shrugs. Yeah. It's what needs to be done. Well, if that's what you guys want, then of course we fully support you both in this decision.
100%. She can't even miss like a question on a test. Be caught paging through the magazine. Nope.
She's got to get every one of them right. 4.0 GPA.
Well, poor girl.
Julia shrugs. Could have been avoided.
Really shouldn't have let him touch her. Shakes her head. Pequod, see, even she's not sticking up for her.
Julius gestures towards Icy, and she sticks up for everyone.
That is true. Hunk nods his head.
Davy nods and rubs Icy on the top of the head. Yes, that is very true, darling.
All it would have taken was a swat of a hand away, and it would have solved the problem.
Well, it didn't even have been started. The whole Eric business probably would have still been there, but not the whole touching shit.
Idiot. She puts her sunglasses back up and looks up towards Gateway. As speaking of the idiot, the kids, except Sleepy Oz, who's like kind of leaning against JJ's back, are all in the elevator. The door is closed, but Colt and Sam and Soul can see out of the elevator to see who's in the office.
Soul standing on her tippy toes. Shit!
That's Mom and Dad eating I think an In-N-Out burger at this hour.
Oh, shit.
Okay, well, we're not going to the wedding.
Soul gets off of her tippy toes and starts pacing around in her little spot, like stroking her chin. No, maybe.
I wanted to be at the wedding. We never got to meet Mother Goodad.
Maybe we can still get in there. We can... He bites his lip and looks like he has a scared look on his face for a second. Sneak past him.
Can't we just let her favorite fucking member of the squad charm her? He goes back to sleep, gestures towards Benny. Benny, no, shakes his head holding Elizabeth.
And you're not sneaking by her. From what I understand, she can probably hear us right now.
Soul starts to tap her foot. I can turn us invisible. At least some of us invisible. I can't do all of us at the same time, but I can turn some of us invisible if we do multiple trips.
Yes, the office for the highest members of the military and civilian theater does not have infrared sensors on the entrance and exits.
Not to mention, even if it didn't, correct me if I'm wrong, Sam, but I think she'd hear our footsteps.
Oh, and those guards have infrared sensors in their visor, and to get the door open, you have to ask.
JJ clears his throat. Well...
You really thought it would be that easy? She looks over at Soul.
Soul puts her hands up. Well, I'm just trying to come up with ideas, thank you.
Mother never makes anything easy.
What if I start having a talk with them about basic and that kind of thing?
Where the fuck you at? Popping up on Colt's wrist computer? Didn't even ring! Looks down at his computer. Mother getting married soon. You not showing up. What the fuck you problem? Points at Soul.
Soul nods towards
Help you kill Eric? Can't even come to parents' fucking wedding? Ungrateful fishbowl head. Fishbowl head!
Fishbowl head? We're trying to get past Sasha and Towns to get into the teleporter, Krellin.
You're the one who scheduled the fucking wedding at a horrible hour. Mother want wedding this hour. Looks at Cole.
Well, do you think you guys can run any interference and maybe distract him so we can get through?
Maybe a little mind control. Looks at Soul. No. Hangs up.
What? That motherfucker.
Colt looks at his feet.
JJ starts looking around. You guys went down to the shooting range for an unscheduled training exercise, and that I couldn't be there for because I'm not part of the military. That would make me want to come up to her and talk to her and Towns about wanting to, join the military. What exactly will I be going through in basic, so on and so forth. I can talk to her, distract her. Volts... God.
So you're suggesting we went down to Woodbury, right?
Not necessarily Woodbury, because I believe my brother's down there.
Oh, Memorian shrugs. We're not getting past her.
Carter shakes his head,
Why do we always default to lying?
turns around.
Why don't we just tell the truth?
Tell her the truth about Mother Goodhash?
Why not? He shrugs, holding Elizabeth. Memorian, looks out the window.
She was gonna do an orbital strike on Tommy's warehouse. If she hates that mannequin as much as we think, I don't think we're getting through if we tell her the truth, man.
Is Tommy Mother Goodhash, though?
Carter starts to squint at Benny. That's not a bad idea.
Squeezing Carter's hand with one hand and Soul's shoulder with the other. I don't know about this. We're going to the wedding of some mannequins, Ranger General. Oh, and we have a mission we need to get to in an hour. We'll be back later.
See, that would be a huge problem. Carter looks at Memorian.
All I'm saying is sometimes the truth is the hardest thing to say, but usually works.
Carter points to Soul, especially if the truth comes from these two.
Fishbowl head.
Fishbowl head, exactly.
Yeah, I'm sure she'll take it a little better if it comes from her son and daughters.
What does fishbowl head even mean? She looks back at JJ.
JJ shakes his head. I got no clue. I would assume it's like a bowl cut, but she has nowhere near a bowl cut.
Your head does not look anything like a fishbowl. Kissing her on the nose.
She's like patting the top of her head. You sure?
I'm positive, sorry, honey. I'm positive.
Oh, okay. She'll give him a kiss. So yeah, we can tell her the truth. What exactly do we tell her with the truth? We are going to go down because the Stooges specifically requested us to be at the wedding of Father Goodscar and Mother Goodash.
And flavor it up a bit. Say it's paying back a favor. Because that's true. You are kind of paying back a favor, right? Mention that. That'll help.
I agree.
Laz starts to rub Oss's shoulders, and she just looks very out of it.
If she pulls out a gun and aims, just put me in the front. Run through the teleport.
Okay, so we're not gonna do that. We're not gonna put him in the front, but
I'll take one for the team. Get down to the wedding. Tell Krellin I send my regards from the grave.
we're not gonna put you in front, honey. Okay?
Sleeping on JJ's back. Sam. Oh.
JJ sighs and picks him up, putting him on his back like he's giving him a piggyback ride.
It's not like that would even work.
Alright, well, just put Laz and Soul in front and let them do the talking.
Laz nods towards Soul and
Door opening. You gonna sit in there all day?
Soul clicks her tongue.
Raising his gun, not pointing at them, but just aiming it up because he was slung down over his shoulder. Is something wrong? Looking at all the
We need to talk to the Ranger General.
Oh, well then why don't you just come in? Walks over this way. Walks over this way.
Sorry about that, man. It's a... Well, let's be fair, it never gets less intimidating to go in here, you know?
Punches the button on the console and the doors slide open.
Soul will wink at Colt and start leading the way as Laz will run up and catch up with her.
Rest of the group following behind. The truth and all and nothing but the truth, so help me God, or something like that. Is that what they say, Elizabeth?
Elizabeth nods. Will you speak the truth? Nothing but the truth, so help you God, that kind of thing. I think that's the vow they take.
Found these kids hanging out in the elevator, ma'am. She looks up, they're eating their burger, she nods her head. He goes back.
Soul waves at her. Hi, Mom.
She's got a mouthful.
We need to talk to you about something.
Mission today? Towns, who doesn't have a mouthful, looks up.
No, not necessarily the mission today. It's a personal matter that we have to take care of down at the lane.
Before your mission, you gotta be going in the next 2 hours, if you care to see the tea with the Primarch with Father Goodmankin.
I understand that, but Ma'am, this might sound weird, but it is extremely important to them. The Stooges are holding a wedding for Mother Goodash and Father Goodscar, and they specifically requested us to be there. She gestures to the group behind her and to herself. They've asked me to be the maid of honor to Mother Goodash, and Carter and Colt are going to be the best men to Father Goodscar.
She puts a french fry in her mouth and looks at Towns confused. Mother Goodash. Frankenstein mannequin. Oh, right. We had moved out by that point. Yeah, that's right. Okay, just be back for your mission. She waves them off.
Sol blinks a couple times as Laz looks down at her, grabs her by the back of the collar. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Is that easy? Marianne looks shocked.
Let's get out of here before she changes her mind.
Laz walks up to Colt. Colt, buddy, can you pick Sol up? I don't think she's moving.
Yeah, he picks her up almost like a baby, cradling her. Looks at his mother eating, is shocked. Wow, she's sure. Oz Benny's always right when it comes to this dumb shit. Can she shoot me? Somebody ask her just to shoot.
Laz shakes her head, puts a hand on his back. No, I don't think we can ask her to shoot you, honey.
How unfortunate.
She'll give him a kiss on the back of the neck, and we should probably go quickly, guys.
Yeah, this way. Going through the teleporter. And he actually starts laughing as they go through the teleporter. As back here at Woodbury, Suletta, they hear the sound of the elevator. Davine sees Suletta coming up.
Davine turns around and waves at her. Hi, Letty.
Good morning. Climbing up the ladder, the rope ladder to come up and sit down next to Dave.
Did Clive enjoy his lint brush, darling?
Yes. Yes, he did.
Oh, that's wonderful. She smiles, puts a hand over her mouth. Did something happen between you two? You seem a bit flustered about it.
Oh, not quite. He just rubbed my shoulder.
Oh, okay. Well, it's certainly getting there, yes?
Yes. Hunk nods his head. All right.
Yeah, that's good. That's good for both. I'm happy for both of you. You're taking another step forward. He leans closer to Pequod. She seems a little too stiff to just be flustered, right?
She'll lower her sunglasses and stare at Suletta. Starts intently staring at her. I think she's sweating.
She is sweat. Is she nervous about something?
I've never seen that woman sweat once in my life.
Neither have I.
Oh, what a fabulous day. She fixes her hair. We were watching ESPN. The Stooges are fond of hockey. They like the fights. I see loud. They're talking about making a show of just all fights. Frederick, Krellin, and Samuel on ice skates fighting.
Julius nods. That's a good idea. You guys were watching hockey?
Highlights of hockey on ESPN.
Oh, okay. Highlights. They were watching highlights. Okay.
It's quite a interesting home they have there. A cast of characters that live there. Pequod, I bet.
Davy nods. Oh, I would very much assume so. You have Clive and Scar as the... What do they call it in shows? The straight men? As opposed to the... Well, I suppose you would say four. That is Samuel, Frederick, Krellin, and Father Goodscar.
Yes. She nods her head.
I bet it is always interesting in that household, especially when the Stooges get up to their shenanigans, let's say.
Oh, and shenanigans they will get up to. Crossing her legs, looking out at the ocean.
Did you get some inside tea or something, darling?
No, not... Well, maybe, but pray tell. Can't tell. You'll see.
Oh, I see. Mum's the word.
Yes, they would not be happy with me if I told anybody. And they call me Cool Suletta now, so I must maintain my coolness. Cool with a K, like Kool-Aid, which is grammatically incorrect, but I'll accept it.
Oh, Suletta, it's cool to be grammatically incorrect, don't you know?
I always kind of thought Frederick would make a good Kool-Aid man, busting through the wall.
Oh my god, why have we never thought of that?
I fucking despise Kool-Aid.
Yeah, but other people don't. Do you know how much money we can make?
Well, I mean, we do own it. She looks up at Julius, rubbing his hand.
Just have Frederick run through a styrofoam wall and just be like, "Oh yeah," or something like that.
Or JJ and Frederick.
Oh my god. I don't think he's strong enough, but what if Frederick holds JJ and JJ in his Brooklyn accent says, "Oh yeah."
Pequod, he can easily be made strong enough gesturing to ice.
That is so true.
I think Sam would really appreciate it.
I think so too. We should at least keep this one in our back pocket.
I agree. Maybe when he's back from base.
Yeah, maybe when he's back from basic, this can be their first rebonding moment to get him, closer than ever. Davy nods. I do like that idea quite a bit. The thought of Fredwick busting through a wall, it's just a funny sight. He doesn't even look like the Kool-Aid Man. He would just have a bright red t-shirt on.
Oh, what if we painted him red?
Oh god, we paint him red with a bright red t-shirt on, and
We could paint him. What if it's a line of commercials, dear? Think about it. Every flavor has its own commercial, and we get to paint him different colors, and you film it.
they have like a purple paint for grape, a blue paint for blue raspberry, so on and so forth. And every single time he's holding 2 ice cubes and a straw.
Write it down, Nicole. I say we'll start writing it down, and I second the whole not liking Kool-Aid thing. I remember when my mother used to give me that when I was a child. It's like, wow, this just tastes like really watered down grape juice. Thank you.
It was always too sweet for me.
My mother did not use like any sugar. He shakes his head.
That makes sense. You know how they sell those like fruit punch cans or like bottles? One time I got one of those, tasted it, and oh my god, they put so much sugar in those.
Like the tropical punch Samantha like.
Exactly, yeah, the tropical punch.
Which we now also own.
Direct line to her house. She gets quite a few shipments there. Davy nods. Well, everyone has their own taste, I suppose. She likes tropical punch, but, well, it seems none of us do.
She definitely has a good metabolism, much like her mother, I suppose. To drink and eat all those sweets and stay in such ripped shape. The only other person, actually, in terms of female, that I've seen in such ripped shape for a woman her age was this one, gesturing to Davy.
Davy nods. Yes, and that entire time I was basically starving myself. Well, not necessarily starving myself, you're supposed to enjoy it when you eat, and I was not enjoying it.
And she had the greatest coney stew recipe in her back goddamn pocket.
That is true. I did have a great coney stew recipe.
Oh, by the way, Davine, you have something on your face. Let me get it for you.
Oh, of course, darling.
She slaps her right across the face.
Davine, eyes wide, rubs the cheek that she slapped, looks at
Hey! He looks at Celeste. She starts rubbing her hand. That is from the Stooges, myself, Scar, Zap, and Clive.
Well, I deserve it.
I think you know what it's for, so I won't bring it up and belittle you anymore. But, they're letting out their frustrations, too.
Davy nods. I very much appreciate you not bringing that up, my dear sister. And I appreciate you doing that for them. She'll rub her cheek. You always did have a good slap.
I'm still waiting for my apology.
I apologize, my dear sister.
Oh, it's gonna be like this for eternity, isn't it? She just nods her.
Julius just nods. Yeah, I think more than an eternity.
I apologize, Suletta. You did not deserve to be yelled at, and I am completely in the wrong for it.
Thank you. Hand on her chest.
You're welcome. May I hold your hand?
Sure.
She'll hold her hand and start to rub all of her knuckles for her.
Huh, I didn't know they wanted to vent their frustrations. Caused a lot of drama.
Julia starts to chuckle.
Think about poor Clive. He joined the family and it was nothing but a roller coaster of drama and emotions. He almost died in front of him. Oh yeah, sorry.
Think about it this way, Dad. You remember how excited Frederick was for killing Eric?
Oh god, yeah, fucking that weird shirt they stole from Scar.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, yeah. He was angry, excited, whatever you want to say, because of all the work he put into the rainfalls had been taken away, partially because of Soul, of course, but also because of Eric, and that was a way to vent his frustrations. And truthfully, Dad, still a big problem, the drama that Soul caused, but I don't think it compares to the problems that Mom caused.
Oh, he'll kiss her on the back of the head.
Davy nods. No, I think he has a point, love.
Well, it's over now. No more slapping. Letta don't plan to slap anymore. They just are too afraid to do it.
Davy shrugs. If they ever need you to do it, I don't mind, Soletta. I think I deserve it.
What are those goons up to? Soletta, preparing for some Transformers with a grammatically incorrect W crossover event show, and then Mother Goodash's tea with the Primarch. Huh? She looks over at Soletta.
What?
Father Goodscar, whatever his name is, they're the same thing, in my humble opinion, and you cannot change my mind. Putting her finger up.
They're the furthest thing from the same thing, Soletta.
They're both mannequins.
Yeah, but
Fake parents of Krellin trying to understand human culture and society, replicating it.
and you were never creeped out by Mother Goodash, but you know, you seemed quite fine with Father Goodscar, so I'd say that's quite different.
Well, that is true. Mother Goodash was just, in my opinion, annoying. I did not want to see a Sherion all that much back then, so I did not need to see a mannequin of him to remind me of all the drama and stupid mistakes and letdown he caused. Now I don't mind, but back then I didn't want to see it. And to be frank, I don't care if it worked for him. When they turned him into a transvestite, it was just ridiculous. Aha!
Right, Siletta, right.
They're the same thing. They're both mannequins. Okay. She nods her head.
That is true, darling. They are both mannequins. She'll continue to rub Suletta's hand and give like a questioning look to the four over here.
I see. Stop probing my mind, Nicole. Gee, alright. Goes back to reading the magazine Pequod was reading.
Julius clicks his tongue, leans back into Pequod. Looks like we're never gonna find out.
I think he just flustered from slapping Mom.
Probably, but well, you know, the whole Freudian slip thing.
She looks over at Suletta, who's letting Davine rub her head.
He shrugs. Probably nothing, though. I mean, I'll be honest, sometimes Mother Goodash suddenly pops into my head while looking at Father Goodscar, so I can get it, but it was just a little weird.
Well, I'm pretty sure it's the same exact make and model of mannequin. It definitely is. Mother Goodash was on my fucking toilet. It definitely is. Why couldn't they at least try to have made it attractive? That's what I don't understand. Tracy starts laughing.
I mean, the only thing they changed about that mannequin was like the hair, the makeup, of course, and they put a dress on it. They didn't change anything to its figure.
And I don't understand why they just didn't sit down and have a talk with Ash instead of making the mannequin Ash as he should have been. Yeah, but they like to play the long game, I think.
the Stooges work in mysterious ways, I think.
Defective fucking Max Tech corporate espionage android playing the long game.
Did we ever find out if all the make and models of that line were defective or only Fledwick?
They only made one, actually. He was so defective, they stopped.
Davine starts to laugh. They just saw him start to sweat when they asked him a slightly harder than normal question, and they were like, oh god, we can't make any more of these.
Yes. She nods her head.
Davine starts to laugh.
And then he found his way to the colony of YouTube and began waging his war against Junk Feather, or whatever his name was. I see Junkyard.
Can I just say, what the hell kind of name is YouTube for a colony?
That's a good question. She sure. I'll go, those. Yeah, those were good times.
Yeah, that discovering Fledwick on YouTube, that was one of the better memories of those times that I have.
I mean, I heard Frederick's broadcast back when I was flying freighter ships at the beginning of my career, off and on.
Oh my god, so that was even before me and Ash heard it on the Majestic, so that was 5 years.
Frederick had been doing it since before you guys even traveled through time, I think.
Oh my god, so this beef with Junkyard went on for years.
We are at war.
Playing the clips on her wrist.
Davine and Julie start to laugh their asses off.
They, Hunk nodding his head. Not exactly how I'd like to spend my family day, but, was the beginning of the rainfalls. Good times. No matter what we did, we had fun.
It was certainly interesting being attacked by Fledwick, though.
We never did go to the zoo as a family. We went with Mom and Banksy, and then Arnaki was revealed. Then we'll go to the zoo one of these days, just the 7 of us, tack on Benjamin and Elizabeth. Icy sounds good to me.
Yeah, sounds good. Julius gives like a mischievous smile over to Icy.
She looks at Julius, and tack on Clive if you want me to come. Bring him along.
The mischievous smile just grows when he hears Clive.
Arnaki.
Arnaki?
No Arnaki at the zoo, please. Your mother's seen it enough.
Davine looks at the kids. No Arnaki at the zoo. I beg of you, please.
Do you really have to have that sign up in front of your fucking house? Hunk, yes.
If I didn't have the sign up, would you appear as Arnaki in our house randomly?
Yes, mother.
Then yes, I have to have that sign up.
And not just her, Memory Ann and Soul, she had to teach them.
Yeah.
I'm so glad Scar gave them his house and those two got the fuck out of my house.
Yeah, it was... I remember one time I woke up early in the morning, and for some reason I was just craving orange juice. So I went to go to the fridge and I saw Arnaki standing there, and I just decided that I didn't need to eat or drink anything, and I just got ready for work and left.
The day they moved out, Carter and her came up to me and, Mom, we're moving out today. Aunt Nicole's gonna help us teleport our stuff. We're going to Scar's. Okay, take your outlaw with you. Good riddance. I think I might have hurt Carter's feelings, but they both deserved it.
Yeah, I think we might have hurt their feelings a little bit, but honestly, you know what? He's the one that caused it, and she's the one that played all that fucking outlaw country in my house, in our house. So I think they deserved it.
I personally think parents that are ready to get their kids to move out are strange. She's just playing with her fingernail. Hug.
Davine clears her throat and... Maybe it'll be different when Hale is
older and at that age where she should move out, darling. Maybe you'll change your mind.
Yeah, you're not there yet, that's why. When you want private time and you got Hale and Thomas running around bothering you, you'll be ready to say good riddance, much like we are to Benjamin. Not so much Elizabeth, because she wants to move out too.
Julius nods.
Should have just kept me there. I could have got him out. Go Nevermore, scream at Benny, he'd run, trust me.
I knew
Uncle.
you were gonna say that.
She just starts laughing. But you had to have it your way. Can't have Mom naked. Keeps filing her nails. No, I can't.
Davine sighs. You'll understand soon enough, darling. You'll get there eventually, and Julia starts to laugh.
My daughter will move out before your daughter and her husband at this rate.
You know, I think that's true. I really do.
No.
Dad, think logically about this one, yeah?
Coming up the elevator. What are you talking about, sire? Blaze with sandwiches.
Oh, how Benny isn't gonna move out until he's like 120 at least.
Oh, I'm betting more in the 400s given the eternal life. Coming up with his thruster pack.
Julius points to Blaze. See?
Feed her. Oh, nice to see her teeth are back.
Yes, it feels great. It feels great to have teeth again. And he'll start feeding Pequod.
She'll take a bite.
But as I was saying, think about it logically, Dad. He's an orphan. This is his first excursion, let's call it, with parents. And he probably just wants to keep that feeling for as long as he can.
Their house is less than half a mile away. I think it's like actually 2,500 feet or something like that away. Elizabeth wanted it close, but enough independence type of thing.
Julia shrugs. I really don't think that's gonna matter to him.
He just laughs and eats her sandwich.
Like, as an example, gives Pequod another bite. As an example, I hate to bring this up, Icy, but how far away is Icy's house, Dad?
Mile and a quarter?
Yeah. She still stayed in your house for what, 9 months?
It was 10, actually. Keep seeing.
Yeah, 10 months, Dad. So I really don't think the distance is gonna matter with this kind of thing.
Benjamin is quite a crybaby.
Julia starts to chuckle. Maybe he is a crybaby, yeah. Just... I could sort of see where he's coming from, and I can see where Nicole was coming from with it.
Taking a bite of the sandwich, nodding his head, his eyes go wide. These are good. Puts it up to Davine's.
And Davine takes a bite of it. Oh my god, Blaze, what, did you make these, or where did you get them?
With Mama Land's compliments. She said you all needed your protein for the tea with the Primarch today.
Oh my god, darling, these are delicious.
Yeah, Mama Land always knocks it out of the park.
Davy nods. She surely does. She'll take another bite of it and then put it back up to Hunk's mouth.
He'll take a big bite out of it as Blaze sits down, crosses his legs. I have given Elizabeth a hard time here or there. She's disappointed me, but I am very glad that nothing has ever come between Benjamin and her. Keeps eating.
Julius, looking at the sandwich. These are some good fucking sandwiches, Blaze.
Yep, Mama Land's compliments. I figured of all the children, something would have come between her and Benjamin.
Blaze just sees Julius breathe in heavily and then exhale.
She walked away from him.
No. God, I would have kicked her ass.
Oh, good. Good, as would I.
Ricky.
Oh. He groans and looks up at Gateway.
Yeah. Oh, indeed. Everything seems to be fine between them, though. And, honestly,
somehow, even though I would expect the same thing, Blaze, they seem to be the least drama-filled of all the kids.
Elizabeth handled the problem. Most people didn't even know about it. See? Gestures the blade.
Yeah, exactly. She handled it, got it over with, bada bing, bada boom. Not even like Dad knew about it, really.
She gets it from her mother. Gets it from her father.
Davy leans forward. Gets it from her father.
Alright, fine. He takes another bite of sandwich. Finish it off.
Davy will finish the sandwich off.
Mama Lan will have more on set. These are really fucking good. No wonder why Zap married that woman.
She is a very damn good cook. He takes a bite out of the sandwich.
You know, we've been thinking, daughter, no more SWTOR World Championships after this one. Watching Davine finish the sandwich. Pequod, too much for Zap. Looking around.
Davine swallows hard. Yes, even without drama going on, he still gets a bit... Well, his medication doesn't do much for him.
I mean, we're mostly doing it for him and the kids. It's a chance for Ricky and Benny to get exposure to the public in case Ricky doesn't want to do military for his career. They're getting on screen as esports stars, and then Zap. This is a twofold purpose, so.
Davine shrugs. That is true, darling, but he wholeheartedly believes I shot him.
She starts laughing. Oh, yes, you shot me in the leg with Ash's AK. Krellin, Frederick, Samuel, even though we all know a 7.62 wouldn't pierce that chassis.
He said that?
Well, we all kind of... Zap was at the house today. We all kind of indulge him.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh, of course, darling. Is that why they've started to call you Cool, Suletta?
I suppose so, that and some other things.
Davy nods. Fair enough. You are very cool, Suletta.
And Julius notices Blaze typing on his wrist computer.
He leans over slightly to get a better view of it.
Tries to hide it.
He looks to Blaze. You can show me, Blaze. I won't say anything.
He turns. His dummy account is called Fire Blast 12345, and he's leaving a comment on Clive's YouTube.
Julius will look at the comment.
The comment reads, "You're out of your mind if you think a woman like Suletta would ever be interested in a toothless mole like yourself."
Julius almost bursts out laughing, then covers his mouth.
I just left this one as well. This is my favorite. It's the top voted comment of all time on eTube. It's simply, I believe Krellin left this one. You, spelled you, 1 with the number 1, ugly motherfucker. 20 billion likes.
That breaks Julius. He just starts laughing out loud.
And as soon as Blaze leaves it, Blaze's wrist computer starts ringing, to which he will answer, and it's Clive who knows who Fire Blast 1234 is.
Fire Blast 1234.
Good morning, sire. What are you doing down in the underground bunker?
I'm helping Scar find something. He lost something and wants a replacement.
Oh, okay. Put candles over there. Candles. Looks
What?
down at Clive.
We're in a room with a lot of candles. We're moving some stuff around. Please don't leave any more mean comments, man.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's okay. I could see you laughing back there, Julius.
Pequod's laughing. You one ugly motherfucker.
It just has the perfect comedic timing.
Oh, there it is. Suletta turns around, waves to Clive. The match of the century and Snicker eating her sandwich. Competitors locking up.
Oh, I'm gonna beat you, Pickle, don't you worry.
In what game? What is this again? She shakes her head. Sorry, I'm busy. I know I don't look it right now, but busy week.
Oh, Snooker, ma'am, Snooker.
taking Julius's hand and looking at Julius.
Billiards, pool, that kind
Oh. Snooker. You want to play snooker? You want to beat me in snooker?
Yes, ma'am. I'm holding a snooker party.
How about we just skip the tournament idea and you just one-on-one for the title of best snooker player at the lane? Should be loaded since she has no idea what it even... Have you ever played a snooker game? She looks at Julius. I don't think I have.
Julius shakes his head. I think you've played physical pool at least once before, but
Yeah, we
video
shot
game.
pool. We shot pool with Ash back in the day a couple times at Tommy's. That was basically it.
Yeah, I think they're playing a video game though, honey.
Oh, the only pool player we ever knew was Ash. He was good at it. She puts her finger up.
Davy nods. I shot pool once or twice with Ash. I suppose the whole aim thing just comes naturally, be it guns or pool or anything like that.
But he called it billiards and or pool, not snooker.
Well, I've always called it snooker, so it's snooker to me, man.
Well, fine. You wanna? I'll 1v1 you at the snooker party.
Sounds like a plan, ma'am. Then we'll see who's truly the best snooker player.
His wrist computer dings. You are going to get your ass kicked at snooker with or without teeth. She starts snickering. It's from Chili 456.
You're not even being subtle about that one.
She starts laughing.
Ah, my God.
He, looking at his wrist computer, shaking his head.
You guys know the Ranger General left a comment.
What? He looks at me. Be quiet. No.
She didn't even use a burner account. It was rangergeneral@earthgovdefense.com.
She starts laughing. What did she say?
Oh, I can't remember.
As Julius will start pulling the comment up, trying to find it.
I think we might have seen that one. Was that the one where she said it looked like your face got run over by an 18-wheeler 10 times?
Julius shows the comment off. Yeah, that's the one right there.
God damn, she's brutal. She's lightening up.
Yeah, she really is. He just starts to laugh.
All she needs is the scarf. It's becoming a favorite pastime among the rainfalls.
It really is. What a thing to bring us all together making fun of Clive.
Well, maybe he can, You know what, Clive? Let's make a bet. I like to raise the stakes. If you beat me at snooker, nobody can leave mean comments. And you know everybody will listen to me, because all I have to do is scream. You saw it firsthand.
Yes, ma'am. I know that to be true.
But what can you put up on the ante for me? A woman that has bought mostly everything she wants. Through hard work and dedication.
He looks down at his feet, looks at her.
I have to walk into your office with the Ranger General in only my bathrobe and boxers.
Icy grabs Pequod's shoulder. Pequod looks at Julia.
Julius covering his mouth, his eyes wide in fear.
That sounds like a good way to get shot, dear.
It really does. Are you sure you want to make that bet, Clive?
Well, you might get shot in the shoulder, buddy. You can take one for the team like Tom did.
Oh, that's all assuming that I'm gonna lose this battle.
Oh, you're pretty confident. Good, that's good. Pequod, what do you think, daughter? She nods her head. Deal, Clive.
You heard it, Clive. That's a deal. And Clive nods.
Probably gonna get my ass kicked, but the thought of you even having to do it is worth the risk of losing.
I understand, ma'am. I understand. I had to make the pot sweet, if you will.
Quad notices Krellin walking in the background with a record player. What are you doing down there, Clive? In my underground complex?
We're trying to find something for Scar. I think I gotta go, gosh.
Uh-huh. As he hangs up. She shrugs and finishes her sandwich.
Sasha's gonna kill him.
I'm gonna crush him and snuck a.
Yes, you are. Oh my god, I think he made the worst bet he could have.
Boxers and a bathroom. Like in that one video he made where the bird ruined his house.
Oh my god, I wonder if he's gonna wear the same exact thing.
You'll record it for me and your mother so we can put it on our TV in the kitchen, right, kids?
Of course, Dad, of course we will.
Thank you. He nods his head. Then we can have Sasha shooting Clive in the collarbone on our on our television that loops in the kitchen on it.
I think that will be a favorite of mine, seeing that.
I saw the children come down to the lane. Actually, he nods his
What?
shrugs. I saw the children come down to the lane. They have a mission.
Yeah, they have to leave in hour and a half if they want to see the tea with the Primarch.
Shrugs. They all came down. Oswald was... I think maybe they came down to put Oswald in bed. He was asleep on JJ's back. Hunk groaned.
Ow. Okay. Well. He squints his eyes. They came through the teleporter?
Nods his head. That means they got by Sasha.
I mean, like, Sasha wouldn't allow them to do anything stupid, right?
No. Finishing her sentence.
He shrugs. Then they must be doing it with good intentions. They wouldn't be doing anything stupid otherwise. They know they have a mission coming up.
Especially, yeah, on mission day. Probably Oz ain't going, so finishing the sandwich. Yeah.
Julius nods. Yeah, Oz is not going.
Well, speaking of those kids, what are they doing? As they all arrive, finally, Sleepy Oz falls against the wall here and just slides down in front of Laz, gestures for her to go on. As the kids find themselves in a very dark, candlelit room.
Laz will immediately walk over, pick him up, and put his arm around her.
I'm good, just go ahead. Go to the wedding. I'm gonna sleep here.
Honey, you can sleep with me while we watch the wedding.
Don't you have to be up on stage or something?
She grimaces. Yeah? I would feel better if you were sleeping next to Sam and JJ, though.
It's okay. Just go on ahead. I'll get up.
Oh, okay. Okay, honey.
I can do it on my own. Go.
She slowly nods, then walks back next to Soul with her lips pursed.
Oh my, is that Mother Good Ash? She starts walking.
Carter will follow after her.
This looks like a fucking dungeon.
Yeah, this is fucking creepo.
JJ nods. It looks, he looks at everyone. We're not about to be, sacrificed, are we?
To a cult? She shrugs.
Non-zero chance, I'd say.
Benny coming.
Oh, Jesus. He starts to laugh as he'll make his way with Elizabeth.
Colt
Or
will
Sam.
point at... Oh, let's try to pick him up. No, go. He'll just look at Laz.
Last sighs. If he wants to stay here, let him get some sleep.
I gotta stay on top. Gotta beat Ricky. Go. He won't say anything and walk off. Okay. I'm off.
Laz just grits her teeth when she hears that. Will get down on one knee, kiss him on the head. Try to get some sleep, okay, honey?
He's already asleep.
She smiles at him sleeping and will make her way up towards the festivities.
Took you long enough. Where Penguin?
The penguin, he's trying to get some sleep. Krellin, I'd say we let him sleep.
This why you not cool as.
She looks down at her feet. I understand.
Good! Sitting down in his chair. Oh, Yolanda's here.
Yolanda is here. Carter just starts looking around. Father Good Scar. Ellie?
She will nods and waves. Yes, we bring everybody on the fucking guest list against our will. I had business to attend to, but I forgot today was the wedding.
Yeah, sorry about that. He's gonna come over and give her a hug.
He hugs back, kisses him on the cheek. It's okay. I just normally weddings you get an advance notice. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and he'll whisper, and normally weddings don't have you in a dungeon.
Yeah, there are fluorescent lights, but they refuse to turn them off. Don't need them. But
Can-
do mother makeup.
Yes, sure, no problem. He looks at the makeup she already has on and just shrugs and starts to put like some blush on her.
Have you guys met the new additions to their family? We were just meeting them. That's scorned brother Jasper, and that's neglected daughter Nora. Sister Nora.
I was gonna ask what the creepy yarn dolls were about.
I really don't know if there's some back lore. She starts laughing. I think I know.
JJ rubs his forehead. That's my brother and sister.
Yep.
Yep. Scorned brother Jasper was probably tortured or experimented on somehow, and neglected daughter Nora, well, obviously she was neglected.
Yes, Nora neglected by Davine. I mean Mother Godash, excuse me. He smiles. And Jasper experimented on with depression medication, much like your father. She starts laughing.
Oh, so we're combining my brother and father for that one.
Yes, your mother. She play her cards very wrong. Some days wish to slap her.
You know that there's some rainfall lore I'm not familiar with, and I don't think I want to ask at this point.
No, you shouldn't. Just take the lesson and learn from it. Don't sit in the gym like an idiot all the time.
Well, yeah, that's not good for you.
You would think that. It's kind of common sense, actually. Holding Carter's hand, rubbing.
Carter nods. Yeah, Carter's common sense. Some people in the family have difficulty with it.
Emotional immaturity. Holding Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, I would have to say emotional immaturity. That would be like the medical term that would be used for it.
Hold Nora. Wishes to see her other brother. To JJ.
Sure, no problem. I'm her brother.
Yes.
Right on, right on. He'll hold the Raggedy Ann doll, look at it. This feels very weird.
Yeah. I'm playing with the Raggedy Ann doll's hair. Yeah, and I think Jasper could use a little motherly love since he's neglected by David, Mother Godash. Remember? And oh, I'll take him. The little cocksucker. Takes it.
Carter starts to laugh.
Poor Jasper.
Poor Jasper indeed. He starts to pat Jasper on the head as Soul down here is pointing over to the food table. Grilled cheese and chicken noodle.
This is what they request. I just bring what they request. Mother's favorite food. And father.
Okay, good to know.
Father and mother, they quite like it. It's basically the only thing they eat.
You are welcome to eat all you want before go on mission and not fail.
Carter looks over at Krillin. We're not gonna fail on our mission, sir.
You guys have a mission today? Scar. Oh, shit. He looks at Carter.
Yeah. In about, looks at his wrist computer, hour and a half. We have to leave.
We were actually going to leave, and then the message came through for the wedding, and so, I mean, we have a departure time, but we can be late. We have to get the mission done, that's all.
Yeah.
But we will miss the tea with the PM. I'm even gonna watch it. She shrugged.
Well, we want to get back in time for it, and don't worry about the mission. It's just a recon thing. We should be in and out pretty quick.
And not fail.
We're not gonna fail, man. I mean, it's just recon. It can't be that hard.
Poor Jasper.
Poor Jasper got experimented on by antidepressants.
Bye, Davine. Mother Godash.
Mother Godash.
Yeah, whatever you say, Carter.
Tommy said it too.
All I'm saying is it's Davine, clearly.
Well, obviously.
And grandmother deserves what she gets for the way she acted.
I agree. She does. She really does.
A lot like her mom, don't you think?
JJ nods. Yes, she's always been a lot like Zaletta.
Well, I agree with it.
Shrugs, as do I. I am not very happy with the way my mother treated my father either.
Father Good Scar wanting to see all.
Where is Oswald? He's sleeping over there. We need to let him sleep, guys. This is probably the best sleep he's gonna get for a while.
Well, this not gonna work, Junior Fishbowl Head. Father want him on altar with him now.
Oh. She rubs the back of her neck. Looks to Colt. This is asking a lot, but can you, hold him on your back?
I'll go get him. He'll pat Soul on the head and walk off.
Does Father have an extra wheelchair?
No, just the one.
Damn, I was gonna say you could wheel Oz up in it.
No sympathy, no wheelchair. Shouldn't be doing this. Fishbowl Head.
Laz looks over. What exactly does that mean, Krellin?
He starts snickering. Frederick knows what it means. It means brain fall out 'cause so stupid.
It means brain fall out, 'cause so stupid?
Oh.
What does that have to do with a fishbowl?
'Cause hole at top of fishbowl.
And fishbowl empty unless you put something in it, but they don't have anything in it because they don't have brains.
Except fish poop. He starts laughing. Scar awesome. But not as cool as Cool Scar Chester Cheetah.
Oh, I don't think Scar will ever be as cool as Chester Cheeto.
Paint me orange, motherfucker!
Maybe you could cosplay as Chester Cheeto for the snooker party.
Yeah, Patricia does own Cheeto. You can be a commercial with him. He goes up on the altar.
Man,
That's not a bad idea. Samuel, write that one down.
He begins writing it down.
I mean, I know you guys got all the money in the world, but the royalties wouldn't hurt.
Trust me, kid. There's never enough money in Patricia's mind. A good motto to have, points at Rick.
Keep that one in mind. I mean, you got enough, nothing can go wrong that'll empty it, right?
Fishbowl Head. Pointing at Oz, who's sleeping on Colt's back.
Laz looks at him, looks at Krellin. He'll be on stage with Father, he's gonna have to be on Colt's back.
Begin wedding ceremony, then reception, then mission. By the way, who you tell you doing this? Squints at everybody.
We only told 2 people. And that was Sasha and Towns.
Cool Sasha and Towns. Nods his head.
They're cool in your guys' eyes?
Agree to pin medals on mannequin father, of course.
That's true. I'm sorry. I didn't think of that. She is very cool for doing that.
And not fishbowl heads. White foot.
Oh, the farthest thing from fishbowl heads, I have to say.
Alright, bring your fucking parents up here, Hunk and Davine.
Okay, come on, Father. We have to go up there now. He'll wheel Father up and then go back into the... Actually, no, yeah, he has to stay right there.
Tommy, isn't somebody going to walk fucking mother down the aisle? Oh. Looks around. JJ walk her down. Looks at JJ.
I can do that. I'll have to set you down, love.
Hand Nora to Carter.
And Carter will take Nora away from JJ. He'll gently set Sam down. Wish me luck.
She starts laughing, pulling up her wrist computer to take pictures as Krellin, everybody make line here.
Yes, sir. He'll hold Memory Ann's hand and walk over there.
But leave room for Mother get through. Disabled, Carter.
My bad, sir. My bad.
This is the weirdest fucking one. He's gonna sit back here with Yuri.
Yeah, you're damn right it is. And looks at Nora. And it's just me, are those things as creepy as Father?
They're called Raggedy Ann dolls, and they're quite expensive, and yes, they're kind of creepy in my opinion.
He Soul nods. Isn't that what you used to play with when you thought it was me?
Yeah, the red hair. My mom always liked them, so.
She laughs a bit. I quite enjoy them.
He's carrying Oz. You ready to go up on stage?
Oh, as I'll ever be. She calls out to Krillin. Do you want the maids of honor and best men on stage now?
Yes, all fishbowl heads and blonde head. Points to Carter.
Carter nods. Well,
Leave Nora with Scar.
Yes, sir. No problem, sir. He'll hand Nora over to Scar.
Well, gee Willikers, Carter, thanks. I appreciate it.
I'm just doing what Krillin tells me to.
She'll back up this way. Get up there, slapping his.
He does a little jump, smirks at her, and then he'll stand behind
Well,
Father Good Scar.
Well, Ellie, I must have been doing something right, because I'm not counted among the fishbowl heads.
Yeah, that's true. That is true, though I don't see fishbowl head as an insult, honestly.
Nah, it sounds like something like a 2-year-old would yell at you, doesn't it?
Move out of way, Benny. Leave room for disabled mother. Oh, sorry. He moves him and Elizabeth.
So sorry about that, Krillin.
Line up here, fishbowl heads, pointing right here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. They'll take a step forward, line up there.
God, like never been to weddings before.
Soul and Laz will sort of chuckle to themselves.
Samuel walking up behind Laz, as if he's a maid of honor.
Laz will hold Samuel's hand. I bet you're very excited.
He nods his head and his eye light goes to a light purple. Wait, so
Oh.
is Samuel a girl? She's looking at her.
Elizabeth shrugs. I think Samuel's the woman, Frederick's the man, and Krellin is a switch.
You would know. Looks at Clive.
Clive smacks his lips. Yeah, no, she was pretty spot on with that one.
Oh, okay. Nods his.
Yeah. Frederick's always the man, if you will. Samuel the woman, and Krellin, well,
angered by Tommy trying to rush through the ceremony.
Fludwig just sort of like gently hits him on the shoulder. You have to do the ceremony.
I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. Oz's tired nature is distracting me. Very concerned about his health.
Oh, I get it. Ugh. He was affected.
Understandable.
He's affected by a fishbowl, you know.
Fishbowl head. Do ceremony. Dearly beloved. We are gathered here today in the sight of Jesus Christ himself, who should by right smite us all down for doing this. To wed Davy and Mother Goodash and Father Goodscar, the Vietnam veteran who I aspire to be like. Smiles at Frederick.
Fludwig smiles and nods.
If there is anybody here who would object, please do now. Nobody objects. Then I now... Oh, that's your line. Looks at Jade.
I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the motherfucking bride.
Sam starts clapping and laughing, trying to hold her wrist computer steady. Push faces together, fishbowl.
Soul will gently put a hand on Mother Goodash and Carter on Father Goodscars and like push their faces together.
Clap! He says loudly, as even Sleepy Oz is clapping.
All my characters start to clap.
Ricky's clapping confusedly.
Awesome wedding. Strangest wedding. Are those lavender candles? Scar. Yeah, it's Mother's favorite scent. Oh, no. Asters. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, look on the bright side, we got to go to a wedding where I'm not in the saint gear.
And asters are Davine's favorite.
I didn't know that.
Sam laughs louder. What a magical ceremony. Please remove their heads, fishbowl.
Both of the twins will remove their heads.
Krellin comes over and hugs Mother. Tommy just walks off stage.
Fludwig runs up and hugs Father, brings Krellin into the hug, joining in with Mother.
Memory Hand making Jasper clap, and Scar sees it and does the same with Nora.
JJ clapping. He'll walk down to Sam. That was a beautiful ceremony, wasn't it?
I recorded it, guiding him this way all.
Oh, I am sure once everyone's okay with Mother Goodash being around, they are going to love that video.
Colt bringing Oz down here, setting him down next to Tommy. Oh.
Ricky's gonna lean over the chair at Tommy. You didn't think they were letting you get away with it that easy, did you, man?
I hoped, eating some of the grilled cheese. Wake the fuck up and eat, motherfucker. He just waves Tommy off.
Let him rest. He's beat, man. And we got a mission. Better you get it in now.
And he's not eating either.
Lazzle make her way down there and start to pet Oz's head. Can you eat some for me, honey? She just sighs and looks at Tommy. It hasn't happened yet. I'm just happy he's getting some sleep.
You will know when the time is right. Come sit down, enjoy the grilled cheese and chicken noodle I pay for.
She'll take a seat next to Oz and eat some chicken noodle and grilled cheese.
Not too much eating. We got a mission.
True, yeah. None of us should fill up at all.
Should I feed Jasper? Yes. Looking over at her, annoyed.
You have to feed. Why would you even ask that?
Practice for when have child with fishbowl blonde head.
Carter nods. Well, at least I have the longest nickname.
Hate green hair.
Why?
Stupid. Start snickering.
Soul looks over at Krellin. You mean like Jace's?
Shh. Mind your own business, fishbowl. Keep you fish in you head.
She puts her hands up in defense. Yes, sir. My bad, sir.
Let me have the child.
She'll hand Nora over to Colt.
Does Nora like the noodle soup or the grilled cheese? Club sandwich. Oh my god, this is the...
It really is my aunt.
What's Jasper's favorite?
Beef stew.
Carter, all of Julius's kids thin their lips and nod. That's my father's favorite, yeah.
Eat up, handing a bowl of soup to Ellie, who starts eating it. Long day at the flower shop. Yes, that they are. Mother Goodash and Father Goodscar is basically an allegory for your fucking grandmother who is an idiot and your grandfather who should have just slapped her around a long time ago. If you can't tell! Right, Clive?
Yeah, I mean, if you kids can't tell that, then, well, respectfully, I think you guys got some issues if you can't tell that much.
Poking Ricky in the side of the head with his claw. Look like Zachary.
I've been told that before, Mr. Krellin, yes.
You think Zachary? How this guy related to Colonel Ash?
That one, yeah, we don't look anything alike.
He's a major, not a colonel. And successful restaurant owner, little girl.
Yeah, sweating your facts up, Ellie.
Oh, it's a flower shop! Not a restaurant, it's a flower shop.
Yeah, what restaurant do you think Dad owns?
KFC. I wish he owned KFC, she shrugged.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Why do you think my dad owns KFC?
He's
Colonel
on-
Sanders, clearly your father, what word? Disgruntled young man.
He's on, like, all the buildings, all the buckets, all of it. He's on it. That's your father.
He's a major, not a colonel. Recently promoted major, Memory Ann said. But name himself colonel in business cause bucking for promotion.
Yeah, duh.
Uh-huh.
Do you guys know nothing about business?
Nothing about Ash.
Nothing about Colonel Ash?
The
Hey.
best chicken in the galaxy.
You just need one bucket to feed an entire family.
Think get discount if we go there cause friends with Ash? Scar, oh yeah, I'm sure you'll get a discount.
Yeah, you guys
J-
hit the nail on the head. Completely on point.
Just tell him Ash sent you.
Tell them that Ash sent us, give us a 100% off deal. Carter nods. That'll get you all the chicken you guys want, that's for sure.
Yeah, you should record it and put it online. It'll be a great advertisement for Dad's business.
Lifts Ricky's arm up, looking at his arm, shakes it around a little bit, starts beeping. Krellin looking at Samuel.
Everything alright?
Says you, puny.
I am not. Why you say that?
Need more muscle to fight Xenomorph.
Yeah, I've been working out for that, trust me, but, you guys know I'm not, like, weak or nothing, right?
Muscle, most important muscle, this one. Points to Ricky's head. Not those. Walks away from it.
He's gonna just look at Ellie. Then why were they talking about my arms?
I don't know, but I think he's right.
Yeah?
Pats Ricky on the shoulder and walks away.
Pats Ricky on his other shoulder. See you later, Zachary.
Yeah, Zachary, sit down and enjoy some food before you go out to your mission.
He'll ask for a bowl and just settle in and start eating some of it.
There you go, son. Scar will hand him one. Eat one in honor of father.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Zachary's gonna enjoy this.
10 out of 10, best wedding I've ever been to. Sam speaks up eating a grilled cheese.
JJ nods. Quickest wedding I've ever been to. Jesus.
You guys really know how to put on a show. Sam's smiling at Krellin. He waves to her. Compliments from non-fishbowl.
Frederick nods. That means a lot. We usually get comments from fish bowls, so getting one from a non-fish bowl, oh, it warms my soul. JJ looks at her. You hear that, darling? You're not a fishbowl.
And you're just fishbowl light or junior, I think they called.
The junior, yeah, that's what they said.
Suppose JJ have to stay here with us if going on mission. Shakes his head and starts nibbling on a grilled cheese. Yeah, she shrugged.
JJ inhales and exhales. As soon as I get through basic.
We look after JJ. He stay with us. Want to come film Transformers episode with us? Need somebody in sound booth.
I don't see why not, Krellin.
Better than sitting down here in dark pouting.
That is true. At least I'll be able to do something.
This is your mother's fault, JJ. The no special treatment thing is because of your mother.
JJ shrugs. It's what I need to do to get in. I'm not. It's okay. I'm not gonna blame anyone or anything for it. It's just what I need to do.
I think Jasper wants to blame Mother Goodash.
Carter nods. Why wouldn't he? He's scorned by her.
Where was Jasper during all these years? Peru.
Right, and was Nora in Cancun?
You understand the continent Rainfall Lane is on is Peru. Grandfather's hometown is here in Peru. Yes. Just nods his head.
Soul tilts her head. So was she just living in the town or something?
Nora, Cancun. Yes. Jasper, tough and rough streets. Admiring blonde elf women.
Carter rubs his eyes. Tough and rough streets of Peru, admiring blonde elf women.
And what did they do for a living? She looks down, he just gestures a friend.
Well, Jasper was, I should say, a UFC fighter who was too disgruntled. And, well, got kicked out and now he bounces balls. And Noah is a close-up magician.
Interesting career paths for them. They must have worked hard at them.
Oh, they are at the top of their fields.
Worked the hardest since Mother kicked them out at early age.
Well,
Drive them out.
that's just not right. It's amazing that they've made such successes of themselves.
Who here have good moms? All the characters I play raise their hand, except Oz because he's asleep.
Yeah, all mine raise their hands.
Ricky raises his.
Maybe be fortunate you have Fishbowl.
Yes, sir. Very, very thankful I have a good mother.
Could have Mother Goodash. Shaking his head at his mother.
Carter covers his mouth, starts to chuckle. That is true. Very good point. I'll have to keep that in mind, sir.
Laz notices Scar is actually feeding Father. Scar is going native, basically.
Laz leans over. You don't need to feed him. He's just a mannequin, Uncle.
He's gotta eat, darling. He looks at her. He just whistles lightly.
I can't tell if you're joking with me or not.
Maybe living with Clive is starting to get to me, but you know what? Whatever. He keeps feeding Father.
Okay, you go ahead. She just pats him on the back with a somewhat worried look on her face.
What is the mission today? Going to beat somebody up, kill one of the autists?
Critter looks at Tommy. Doing recon on Port Nowhere.
Oh shit, big business.
Very big business. Biggest business yet.
Good. Take it seriously. Be safe.
Of course, the safest.
Don't blow up the central building.
I suppose you shouldn't do that, yeah.
Yeah, would not be the best idea. Especially just for recon. Soul nods. Yeah. I mean, she shrugs. If we need some kind of distraction, then maybe we set up for it, but we don't blow it up yet.
We are going to miss the tea with the Primarch. Too bad.
Carter looks over. Looks at Memorian. I mean, we could just go.
You know what? I do think it's time we leave. How rude to leave so early when provoked by Fishbowl. She sits down.
Carter sighs. Yes, sir.
I mean, it is important business, Mr. Krellin. You know, big business military stuff. We wouldn't want to keep the Primarch waiting. She might get suspicious about where we are.
Big Zachary business. Starts snickering to himself, looking at Frederick. Take picture of Zachary. Use for burner account.
Yes, name it Zachary at Valorious.com. Takes a picture of Ricky.
As his head goes into the bowl of soup, Samuel just petting his head.
Oh, Jesus, honey! She lifts his head out of the soup and starts to wipe him off.
That is not good, Clive. What the fuck?
He is so tired, mate. He's staying up day and night. Day and night working on the jet that he's working on for her.
As last we spoke, like 80 billion in debt. Now it's in the trillions.
Oh my god.
Here is his credit score. It's completely ruined.
Oh, you're sure you can fix all that, right, Tommy?
I own the companies. I have it under control.
Okay, thank you, Tommy.
I give you my word on Jasper's life.
That means that you're really gonna do it, and I thank you so much for that. Looking over at Jasper and then at Tommy and nodding.
Maybe some weekends take Nora and Jasper for training. I prefer Hale.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I prefer Hale when we take a kid to train.
I would rather have a real kid. But if you want, we'd gladly take Nora. He nods his head.
So nuts. Yeah, gladly. We already quite enjoy Nora's company. Frederick nods. She's very happy to hear you say that. She was neglected for a while, so to hear positive reinforcement like that, big thing for her.
Has Grandma Davine met Nora and Jasper yet, Frederick?
Oh, no, not yet. Thinking we're gonna do it today at Tea with Primarch.
Yes, maybe she'd be good mother figure for them. Just starts eating some of the soup.
Frederick starts to laugh as he'll blow on the soup and put it up to Samuel's face area.
He opens a chassis on his chest.
Frederick will pour it in.
Awesome reception. Looking around Scar. Yeah, I preferred Soul and Colts last week myself. That was a beautiful wedding, guys. Points back to the
Oh, thank you. It was absolutely gorgeous, wasn't it?
best day of my life.
Best day of my life.
And a lot less awkward with family lore that you don't have any understanding of.
Soul nods. That's understandable, but
Wait, what drama happened now? He shrugs.
No drama. I'm saying you guys are. I don't know anything about what they're talking about with the two little dolls, so.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm just so trained for drama to happen. Sorry.
No, it's no problem. I mean, I can't blame you. I kind of would have jumped to that too.
Outlaw country.
Oh God,
So-
please, no.
Soul shakes her head. Please don't say that. I really never want to hear anything like that again.
Down on the ranch. Down.
Soul leans over a bit. Now, if it was you singing to me, maybe I wouldn't mind as much, but Outlaw Country is pretty bad.
Agreed. He kisses her on the cheek.
She chuckles and gives him a kiss back.
You guys think Nora and Jasper are just randomly gonna show up in our houses and people's rooms?
I think Nora and Jasper are going to randomly show up in our beds while we're sleeping.
Be surprised. Mostly Davine's.
Fledwick nods. Say she really cares about these kids.
One thing about these three, they are underestimated every once in a while by people across the lane. When they want to get something done, they get it done. They don't care if they have to play the fucking long game. They will get you. I like to call them the delayed nuclear bomb, whereas the Tarax are an immediate nuclear emotional destruction.
Fledwick nods. That's a good way to put us. And no matter what, We're gonna get any of you that we think needs to get got.
Fish bowls. Eating out of the bowl that Oz's face was.
No brain fish bowls giving Samuel more and more soup.
He's gonna look at Ellie, then at Soul. That sounded a lot like a threat, didn't it?
Yes. Nods are
So Nazi. Yes, it did, Ricky.
impromptu wedding.
Yeah. Hey, first time we gotten to spend a weekday together at all in quite a while, wasn't it?
She nods her head. Sorry for impromptu nature, but Mother Goodash not very liked around Rainfall Lane given what she did.
Oh, all the drama she started with Jasper, Nora, and Father.
Nodding his head. Mother not be on show today, which you miss 'cause mission. Marianne sighs sad.
Carter looks at her and then at Krellin. You know, the sooner we get this done, the less of a chance Mom calls us up and sees everything that we're doing down here.
Fine.
Carter nods. He'll stand up slightly. You're okay with us leaving then?
Yes, but no failure. Worry for you. Fishbowl's going on dangerous excursion.
We're not gonna fail, Krellin, but I thank you for being worried about us.
Me prompt Oz up, wake him up, taps to his temple, his eyes slightly grow, and Oz shoots awake.
Laz's eyes widen and she leans back, leans towards Oz. Oz, honey?
I'm good!
Are you sure?
Yeah, I just had a horrible nightmare. Let's go. He starts storming off.
So, Laz sighs. It was a nightmare about me, wasn't it, Krellin?
Give him night. He'd tell you about it. Waves at Laz and snickers.
She sighs and will walk after Oz.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jasper, but it's time for me to leave you. She turns the head to look up at her. Frederick talks for Jasper, Krellin, Nora.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. I trust you'll be back on like Mother Good Ash was for me.
And I promise I would never experiment on you with psych medication.
You're making me start to cry. Thank you so much. Give me a hug.
She'll hug him. Come on, Carter, give him a hug after everything his mother did to him.
Carter will lean in and give Jasper a hug.
She'll hand Jasper off to Scar, who's actually waiting with arms wide open. I think he has gone native.
I really think so. It's just, maybe it's ingrained in his brain at this point.
Finish up, you food. Have to get to productions. Get out of here, Zachary.
Will do. He's gonna bend over and kiss Ellie on the cheek. I'll see you later. I'll get home as quick as I can, alright?
How am I supposed to get home? I'll take care of this. Don't worry about it. He looks at her.
Thank you, Tommy. I didn't want to have to ask the Stooges.
Nah, no problem. We'll take care of her. I'm just going to finish I pay for all this fucking food.
No, I get you. He's gonna hug her again. I'll see you later, alright?
Bye-bye. She waves at Ricky.
Bye. He's gonna run to catch up.
Well, it's been an honor, gents. Thank you for allowing me to come. Thank you, Father. Colt, look at your father.
Oh, it was an honor to have you as my best man.
Colt will pound his chest twice and give a peace sign to Jasper. We'll shoot some hoops later this week, Jasper.
You know that's right, boss.
Scar was also given Nora. Scar takes Nora with open arms as he picks Soul up. Say goodbye, baby.
Soul waves at everyone. Bye, everyone. Bye, Jasper. Bye, Nora.
They walk off, go up there and make Jasper talk. That's incredible. Benny starts laughing.
JJ chuckles as Hill picks Sam up.
Like creepy Chucky doll Julius. Benny, yeah! Coming up behind.
You know, I heard about your story, Jasper, and it fascinated me for some reason, and brother, I just got to say, you are so strong, and I will be there for you always. I appreciate it so much, JJ. They call you Fishbowl Jr. Maybe you're just junior sometimes, if you'll get what I mean. I appreciate that so much, Jasper. I just stay strong, brother, stay strong.
Yuri handing Sam Jasper, who gives him a very tight hug.
Oh, so many hugs today. I love it so much. As JJ and Elizabeth will get in the hug as well.
Betty getting in the hug. Memory and one more hug. It's a big group hug. Does Nora talk? No. Neglected so badly turned mute. He starts laughing.
Carter covers his mouth and hides a laugh.
That's terrible. That woman should be slapped across the face.
She really should. She should be slapped across the face.
And bye-bye, Jasper. She'll flutter her eyes at Jasper and kiss him on the nose.
Oh, you're too sweet to me, making me blush.
Marianne walks off, laughing with Carter, so do Benny and Elizabeth. And then Sam will turn to JJ and flutter her eyes, but cross her arms.
Oh, you can't do that to me, love. He'll give her a kiss.
I have to go watch those idiots on a recon. I'd rather watch Jasper on a recon.
But that would actually be funny.
Yeah, it would. Hand on his chest.
You're gonna be okay, and those kids are gonna be okay, alright?
Making a habit of leaving me.
Only once, and then never again. 6 months, and then you and I are together forever and ever.
She'll kiss JJ on the lips like,
He'll kiss her back. You should get going before they somehow hurt themselves.
I'll text you when we get back to Gateway.
He'll nod. I'll be there as soon as possible.
She'll kiss him again and then on the chin and walk off. Jasper noticing how distressed JJ.
It's all good, blow. As JJ will walk down to Jasper and pick him up gently. I know it is. You'll be there soon with her, I think. But she's gonna be really the price for those 6 months, you know that, right? Yes, I do, Jasper, yes, I do. And gotta be honest, I'm not gonna be doing much better. Fine. But JJ will bring Jasper in closer. I think you're doing the right thing, honestly. Don't let those guys. He JJ pushes his head in the way that makes Fredwick look, or Jasper look at Fredwick. Those guys tell you any different. They like to bust your balls sometimes, but they always will mean well. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Jasper. He looks up at Scar. That was weirdly comforting.
Could find a way, JJ, to get Nora's muteness fixed. Ask Nicole fix it.
I can ask Nicole that next time I see her.
Nothing better to do. Stuck at lane with us now.
JJ clicks his tongue. That's true, Krellin, that is true. I'll ask her about fixing Nora's muteness. Toot sweet next time I see her.
Krellin nods his head and goes back to eating his soup. As up here in the office, the kids have not come back yet. Pequod picking on a burger. Sasha, you can have one, but don't we have the show to get to soon? Pequod just starts eating a burger. Well, glad to see your appetite's back, Julie.
Julie's nuts? Yes, it is. He'll start rubbing Pequod's back.
In-N-Out burgers are kind of irresistible even this early. Icy takes one.
That is true, that is true. Julius will pick one up and start eating it.
Hun, heard the kids came through here apparently. Sasha nods her head.
They tell you why?
Towns, nobody can see it, but Towns slightly steps on Sasha's foot. Sasha, something to do with taking Oz into his bed to get him rest or something like that.
Right. Have they
They
come
have
back?
beds on Gateway in their apartment. She shrugs.
They haven't come back, have they?
No, they haven't left for the mission.
Hmm. Julius will look at Pequod. I wonder where those kids are.
Somewhere down on the lane, goofing the fuck off when they should be doing their duty. Like every other person in the fucking military.
Oh, that is probably exactly what they're doing. Well, I mean, like, hey, we're gonna be here when they come through that teleporter.
Icy picking up a headset, putting it on, answering a phone call. Hunk, I like seeing our kids at work. Look how much they've grown, dear.
They look so professional, our children.
Got their general stars on and their colonel emblems on.
Davine smiling, looking at all her kids. It really does make you feel good, doesn't it?
We raised them right.
Yes. Well, I think we did, yes.
For what time we had, we did.
Yes, that is exactly what I was gonna say.
Oh well, I'll have a burger. She takes.
Yeah, go for it. Burgers are In-N-Out burgers are always good.
One of the first things I bought for us. Pequod nods her.
You know, oh yeah. It was after the mission with Sasha, the Raptor mission. Or no, wait, no, the
It's
one.
way too. I wasn't rich back then, bitch.
No, you weren't. It wasn't the Raptor mission. It was the one after that, wasn't it?
I mean, Raptor mission was back in the Headhunters, honey.
Yeah, that's true.
I wasn't rich back then. I mean, I had mom and dad's money.
Oh, I thought you meant like the first thing you bought for us, like as a.
Oh no, yeah, no, you're right. The Raptor mission. She nods, definitely. If you mean just buying the food, but the company wasn't until way later.
Yeah, no, I was talking about the food. No, yeah, this is one of the first companies you bought for us.
I think you even bought Integra a burger.
He chuckles and rubs Pequod's thigh. Yeah, you did. Always the thoughtful one, weren't you?
You bought it, I think. If I remember correctly.
I think.
The second time around? Right? Because we didn't buy her one the first.
Yeah, second time around we did, but the first time we didn't because it was only Sasha who was allowed to go onto Gateway, I think.
That's right. She nods her head, yeah, back then.
But yeah. We got her a burger and fries the second time around, thankfully.
What did she do when you got her the burger, sire? Julius. He shakes his head.
Oh man, it's been so long, but I believe she took it and started to eat the fries specifically and just told us to be dismissed.
She enjoyed her burger in the office.
Yeah, she ate her burger in the office.
Would be kind of fitting if Integra, our daughter, went on to help you with the Headhunter.
It would, wouldn't it? Carry on the Integra name.
Maybe you should educate her on who Integra was. Sasha eating french fries.
I mean, that's not a bad idea. Definitely, she's named after her.
I'm grateful for that woman. Sasha looks around, very grateful. If all I had to do was let her grope my breast 40 or 50 times throughout the events of living at that apartment, for her to come back through the afterlife to save all your lives, she can grope them 40 more times for all I care.
I am... He looks down at his burger. More grateful for that woman than I think words can express.
Damn straight. Kissing Davine on the nose.
Davy nods. I didn't know her for long, but she was a very nice and sweet woman, and she helped all you kids and my husband, so I am also eternally grateful for her, and she saved our lives.
When push came to shove and we couldn't find our own daughter because we were idiots, she guided her back. Waves at Icy, who's busy on the phone. She just winks at Hunk and Davy.
Davy smiles at Icy and nods. She was always there to back us up.
Give me some fries. Starts eating the fries, Pequod. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, eat up. You can eat anything you want, Soletta.
The sound of the teleporter going off, Oz storming through, disappearing up the elevator. Hunk,
Carter stops in his tracks as he looks at all of them.
All the characters I play, except Icy, who's walking and talking over here, turn and look at the kid. Sasha's eyes are wide.
Julius starts to squint his eyes at all of the kids as Davian does the same.
Do you know how many people get to go home on days they should be doing military duty? 0.
0, yes, ma'am.
And why is he storming away from me?
Laz watches him storm away. He had a nightmare, he said.
And why were you down at the lane? Yeah! What are you kids doing down there? You taking Ricky to watch a movie or something instead of prepping for your mission? Where you could die?
No, sir. No movies or anything like that.
Sol looks at them. We were all really worried about Oz, and we thought maybe his own personal bed would be good for him, you know?
Then you had a nightmare?
Yes, he had a nightmare and started to storm away, and we all walked after him, chased after him.
Siletta looking at Davine, nibbling on her burger. Stress like he's going through can cause nightmares. You know which nightmare I referenced, so yeah.
Davy nods. Yes, I do, so that would make sense.
But he seems awake now. But he shouldn't be going into the mission.
Carter shakes his head. Yeah, no, I don't think we're gonna allow him to be on the mission, ma'am. If he won't accept not being on the mission entirely, at least we're gonna keep him on the ship.
Benny will sit Elizabeth down. Start crip walking like Fred Puck.
Oh no.
Julius watches Benny crip walk up to him.
Benny reaches over, pardon me, Primarch. Takes an In-N-Out burger and crip walks away.
Julius purses his lips. That has to be the most fucking confidence I've ever seen come out of a person.
He unwraps the burger and hands it to Elizabeth. We weren't fond of the grilled cheese and chicken noodle soup.
Elizabeth looks down at it, looks up. That's all Laz and Oz had. They most of the time eat up here.
You need to go shopping then, Laz, because that's that's not a bad combination, I guess, but did the grilled cheese at least have tomatoes on it? And it didn't.
Elizabeth shakes her head. No, it was just melted cheese on two toasted, buns, I guess you can call them.
Eat, honey. Holding it up to Elizabeth.
Elizabeth will take a bite of the In-N-Out burger. That's really good. That is really good.
Is that Frederick's crip walking? Or Fred Pock? He nods his head. Yeah, that music video he released does have a fuck ton of views.
Julius nods. Yeah, it's made a shit ton of money and a shit ton of views.
Her lip starts to quiver and she has to wipe a tear away.
Are you okay, honey?
Just grateful for those three.
Oh, yeah.
Very grateful.
Yeah, of course, honey. It'll start rubbing her shoulders and start wiping tears away.
You kids better get out of here.
Yes, sir. We're gonna get out of here right now.
We'll report back after the mission, sir.
Mm-hmm. As they leave.
Julius watching the kids leave. So, he looks at Sasha. I guess they were telling the truth.
She shrugs. They came in here, said they wanted to put Oz to bed for a while before the mission. We let them go. I don't know why they all had to go, but they're a tight squad.
Worry as a family, solve it as a family, maybe?
She nods her head, I guess. Besides, if they did anything really stupid, that one would have been on them. Points at Icy, who's busy on the phone.
That is
true. If they did anything stupid, she would have caught it and told at least Julius and you, darling.
Were you choking up at the thought of Frederick making you money? I'm just proud of him.
He's a person to be proud of, honey.
I'm very proud of him.
He starts to rub her arms. I'm proud of him too.
I especially love the part in the music video where he's walking down the sidewalk, clearly filmed at Rainfall Lane, but they had Nicole put the sound effect of like New York traffic and, you know, huffle and buffle of the streets, and it's Clive, who is racist and should be putting Frederick in jail, walking next to him, and Frederick says, "What you say on my block, motherfucker?" Pulls out a gun. The camera pans over to Samuel, who's wearing a New York Yankees hat on backwards, and then he shoots Samuel, and Samuel falls.
Julie starts to laugh. Davy nods. Oh my god, I loved that part.
They really told a good story in that. I think it's like Clive and him came up in what's that place called? Harlem together, and Clive went on to a political career, but Fred Puck stayed down and dirty in the streets as a struggling artist.
Julius, honey, do your impression. All right. What'd you say on my stream, motherfucker?
Puck starts, and then Samuel just grabbing his chest and falling over slowly to the right.
David starts to laugh, and Julius nods. Best part of the video, right there.
So proud. Putting French fries in her mouth.
They are something to be proud of, that's for sure.
Sasha letting out a slight sigh of relief because the kids got away. And speaking of the kids, they're on the ship. Oz is piloting the ship, though, and there's a lot of turbulence because he's starting to fall asleep again.
Laz will walk up, put a hand on Oz's shoulder. Do you want me to pilot, honey?
No, I think he looks over his shoulder. Probably should put it on autopilot, then you can land her.
Laz will nod, and she leans forward. Do you want to tell me what the nightmare was about?
I've never had nightmares like that before in my life. It's like somebody injected my worst fear into my brain.
She tilts her head. What's that?
You leaving me for Ricky.
What?
It's like somebody picked it or something. Dargos must have been behind it. Looking at the picture of Dargo.
She holds his cheeks in her hands. Honey, you are my one and only.
Ricky is pretty good, though. He lets out a...
Ricky sucks.
Oh, don't be mean. He'll lean back in his chair. I'm going back to bed. I'm coming on the mission. Just let me get some shut up.
You are not coming on the mission, mister. You're too tired.
I'm fine. Just go. Go plan with them and catch me up. And land the ship for me, please.
She'll put her hand on his forehead, rub it a bit. Okay, just make sure you get some sleep, please.
I'm going to. He closes his eyes.
She sighs and will make her way down.
Memory Ann looking over the same hollow table that Sasha showed them of Port Nowhere. So, what do you want to do? How do you want to play it? Everybody has an opinion.
Critter looks at Soul. And he'll take out... Oop, there we go. An EMP. These are EMPs we got from towns. I suggest we put them up in strategical places around the town. Cut out their power type thing. Make us play on the advantage.
They can be detonated on command.
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay, I like that.
He nods. And if, let's say, the slaves' quarters or house or bullpen or wherever the slaves are kept, if it's locked by an electronic lock, we'll have these to disable it, right? He nods towards Laz, and Laz looks up. I'm personally bringing along a lock-picking kit that I can store somewhere, so I can then pick a lock if it is a traditional lock instead.
You want to scope out the area? He'll clap his hands together, give me those grenades, and I'll put them. I think I can get us in the front door, but you guys know I'm not the best talker.
Carter nods. I understand. That's when Soul raises her finger. I have 4 polymorphs I can use. 2 men, 2 women. That's all I could practice in the time I had. It's up to any of you if you want to be polymorphed into these figures. Anybody on the team, or ground team, let's call it for now, will, polymorph you. She looks at Colt. I was personally thinking that I could turn us invisible and teleport us to one of the higher up buildings so we can recon easier and maybe pick out the slave pens from an aerial view.
He nods his head. Yeah, I don't want to be seen in this EarthGov Marine gear. I think they'll... Yeah.
She nods. So I'll just have to invisible us then. I can hold the polymorphs and invisibility and, cast a Misty Step, but I think that's all I can do.
He nods his head. Sounds good to me. Get us up on the walls.
She'll nod. Yes, sir.
Alright, so I think it'd be a good idea to figure out who's gonna be invisible and who's gonna be polymorphed, right? And I think we'd want to split up who's setting those in place, because, at least the way I gather, if they got people guarding the place, they might notice one group going and stopping at all the important places.
I can help with placing them. He nods to Rokir. Yeah, sure.
Alright. I'll volunteer to get polymorphed. Not exactly the stealthiest guy, you know?
Sure. We can polymorph you. She'll look around. Laz, you'll probably want to be polymorphed, and Laz will nod. I'm gonna be on foot for this one, and well, look at me, I don't really pass for any kind of bounty hunter, so I'll probably want to be polymorphed, yes.
Same for me. I don't pass at all, even if I didn't have my EarthGov combat gear on.
Alright, so I have that's the 2 girls. Unless a girl wants to be polymorphed into a male, then I could also do that.
No. Female's fine for me.
Okay. She'll nod to her, and Elizabeth will look around. What's the what's the sit rep on explosives? She'll take out this little baggie of explosives. What if we, after we take their power out, cause a large destruction in the middle of the city? Or would that be too much? Would they stop, shredding the papers?
Memory Ann thinks to herself, I'm not sure. I suppose we could detonate it after we go in and engage the, she air quotes, warlords. I mean, one way or another, we have to create some type of distraction in the city that gets the hostages out. And to be frank, we'll probably need to kill the vast majority of the people in the city. We don't want the hostages, in this case, being shot, as they're going to have to go out on foot. The Ranger General said we cannot land the ship in the city.
An idea could be popping the explosives first to cause panic, and then hitting the EMPs to knock out their communication. Just cause complete chaos in their ranks all in one go, and then we head in the second time.
Sam walks out of the room. Okay.
Carter watches her walk out of the room. So is that a yes or no on the explosions?
I don't know. She didn't say. Hold on to them, Elizabeth.
Laz will put her hand up. I'll hold on to them if you want. And Carter will nod. If you want to, sure, yeah. And she'll put some of the explosives into her bag herself. Nod to him. I'll keep some explosives just in case I see anything that would need an explosive, if you will, or if, there's a trash can nearby, something like that. If it's
She comes in dragging something that's scraping across the floor.
strategically correct. Can I ask what that is, Sam?
UIR VX bomb.
VX.
VX poison gas. Biological weapon UIR used to make. Melt your spine. He looks at it.
Uh-huh. He's gonna shift a little bit further away from that thing.
Dad gave it to me. Apparently they used to requisition these off UIR members that were under the lightning count back in the day. There's supposedly a small group of, Sturmgewehr shock troopers that UIR Special Forces. I'm going to give them back their bomb.
Oh, Jesus, alright.
No explosion. Just gas.
Laz nods. That's a really good idea. And
Problem is, it's big, bulky, and if we drag this through the front gate, they're gonna know something's wrong.
Soul will tilt her head. What if... I can always try to Misty Step with it.
Maybe we could polymorph it into something.
She'll start looking around,
A person frozen in stasis, turning in a bounty, air quote. Hide it somewhere, I don't know.
I still do have that one bounty hunter left. If no one else polymorphs as a bounty hunter, that's what we can polymorph it as.
Do it. She looks over at Soul.
She'll boop, polymorph it into the most villainous looking bounty hunter she got.
When she puts it up, she has to take it over her shoulder. He's still heavy. Okay, I can walk him around.
Who do we want turning him in?
Well, if I'm doing this, I think Benny's on his own with the EMP grenades. Benny shrugs. Me and Elizabeth can handle it. Unless Elizabeth wants to go out and about.
Elizabeth looks at Benny. No, I'll handle the EMPs with you.
Alright, and then somebody's got to recon the area and tell me where to drop this cocksucker off, because he's got to be hidden somewhere for a week and not draw suspicion. As close to the UIR as possible.
Laz will look at Okir. I'm going to be doing recon myself while I'm looking around for the slave pen, so I could probably handle that with you.
What's Oz doing?
Oz isn't coming on this mission.
Okay. He nods his head. We'll just say this guy's injured and need to get him some medical attention. I'm sure they've got an infirmary there.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. So, Carter nods. Alright, so, Benny, he'll slide the bag over. Those are the MPs. Be careful with them. Elizabeth, you start setting them up where you think it would be strategical to set them up.
Okay.
Laz, you know what you gotta do. Polymorph in. Just start looking around, find the slave pens. If you feel comfortable with it, ask around a bit. Soul Cult, you guys know what you're gonna do. You're going to invis, Misty Step up, find what you need to find. Well, recon from up above, aerial view. Carter will look over at Sam. Do you want to come in with me and Memorian, do some recon ourselves?
She'll look... No, I'll go in on my own. I'm rather stealthy.
Carter nods. I understand. And it's up to you, Captain. Do you want to go in with me? I'll probably go in with Okir if it's just us two, or...
I'll come in with you two.
Alright, sounds good.
And I guess I can just float around doing recon if I can, letting you know if I see anything of note.
Yeah, we have to scope out the whole town, so split up.
Yes, ma'am.
We'll go through the front gate together, but don't stay too close. We might draw suspicion staying close. Bounty hunters aren't known to be close friends to one another, I'd imagine. Okay, which is why we probably gotta find a place to drop this cocksucker bomb off as quick as possible.
Carter nods. Yeah, that's a very good point. It's not something we could just put in a trash can either. He'll look down at the hollow table. We'll figure it out, though. We got this.
Yeah, we got this. And I mean, he's gonna point to the earpieces they've got. At least we can easily communicate without being seen, right?
Yes, Memory and nods her.
Carter looks around, looks at Ricky. Anything else to add?
No, not really. I mean, there's not much else we can add. I just say, if anyone sees anywhere that might be good for them, and he'll point to the bomb carriers to place their stuff pointed out through the earpieces, right?
I mean, the overall goal with all this ordnance we're bringing in should be to saturate the city in a way with explosions and or cutting their power to make the exfiltration of the slaves safe, and then finishing them off with the chemical VX gas device.
If that's the...
If everything is done correctly, we shouldn't have to lift a finger on the grunts in the city.
If those are the big things we need to do with the explosives, then I'd think the security offices and the, anywhere their communications may be centered to be the best targets, ma'am.
Well, we'll have to find them.
Yes, ma'am.
Carter leans on the hollow table. We won't know much more until we get our boots on the ground and start scouting everything out ourselves. That's just a fact. We're gonna go in with unknowns, and that's okay. Looking at the hollow table, we're B Squadron. We may be second best, but hey, you know what? Second ain't that fucking bad.
Not when compared to your parents, no.
Exactly. Our parents took down a fucking plague trick all by themselves. If I'm second to that, then god damn, I'm doing pretty damn good for myself, aren't I? All
Do
of
it.
us are.
Do it for Jasper and Nora.
Do it for Jasper and Nora.
Who? Looking around. Oh, new additions to the Rainfall. Oh, nice. He does.
They'll creep the fuck out of you when you see them.
I look forward to meeting them someday.
Oh, trust me, it's gonna blow your mind.
Sure will. Looking at her hand, thinking about slapping Davy.
Carter looks at her. You gonna do it?
Oh, someday.
Maybe make your hand go sub-zero like your mom did.
Yes, I would like to, given what she did.
He'll start to rub her shoulders.
I agree. Benny nods.
Elizabeth nods.
Yeah, sometimes I want to hit her just the tiniest bit myself.
Maybe someday. Benny nods his head.
Yeah, maybe someday.
Soul starts to laugh.
But not anytime soon, I suppose. Besides, if we do all this correctly, we'll be back in time for tea with the Primarch.
Marianne claps her hands. Let's get going.
Yes, ma'am.
They will disembark. Well, prepare to disembark. As flashing here, everybody coming together. Sasha from the office coming down to the production booth to get ready for tea with the Primarch. Unfolding in front of them. Davine's the first to see it unfolding in front of them. Mega Fred taunting because Scartimus Prime isn't here yet. Samuel Prime beating him.
Oh ho ho! You ever thought you could defeat the power of the Decepticons? As he'll kick Samuel Prime in the chest, and you bring along a puny human to help you with it.
Ha 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 ha. Gesturing at them loudly. As they walked in, Blaze just came up and started gesturing. And they're okay with it. Everybody on set. Samuel dramatically holding his chest, groaning. Zap. No! Lightly hits Bumblekrell in the chest and he falls over. Ravage attack! And he turns to Clive, launching honey at Clive in the chest, hitting him lightly in the chest.
Oh, what the hell? Oh no, honey. Honey, you're supposed to be hurting me. Oh, no, the sound. The sound is too much for my human ears to handle.
We got him, Fred!
Yes, yes, we do. We got them right under our iron fist!
Not so fast, Mega Fred.
What is that? As he
Oh
turns.
no! Blaze pulling out a banana after feeling around himself, hits Blaze in the head lightly. Ah! Falls over with the banana. I'm Scartimus Prime. My brother Samuel Prime there called me for assistance.
You have a brother?
Samuel putting a fist up at Frederick, shaking it, then pointing and laughing.
You dare make fun of me. You dare interrupt the Decepticon's greatest moment!
Let me help you out, Clive Witwicky. Picking up Honey off of him, setting Honey down gently, patting her on the bum, and she walks off stage.
Thank you so much, Scartimus. I was scared for my life.
Hiya! Chop Zap in the back of the head who falls over. Your time's up as Samuel Prime stands up shaking a fist at Mega Fred.
I would like to see you all try.
Samuel still shaking a fist at Mega Fred. 2 Optimuses are better than 1. Hiya! With a foam battle axe, lightly hits Mega Penis in the head, in the stomach.
He jumps backwards about 10 feet and falls onto his back.
Haha! Surrender, Mega Fred.
I surrender, but it won't be like this next time. I'll get you, Autobots.
Cut! Krellin says loudly. Why the fuck are there 2 Optimuses?
It's a crossover event, darling.
I know. Oh, okay, I get it, but we haven't even made the movie.
I know. I think they're doing advertisement for the movie.
Krellin helping Zap up. Zap looking at Pequod as she starts crying. Krellin, huh? Looking over at her, Frederick notices a tear. Scar, oh no. What did we do wrong? Samuel hands over his mouth.
Frederick will walk up to her, get on his knees, and like bow down to her. We're so sorry, Pequod. We did something wrong.
No, I'm just so proud of you guys. She puts both her hands on Frederick's shoulder.
Oh, you're proud of us?
You make so much money for us and you cause no drama. I'm just so proud of you. All 3 of you.
Frederick will stand up and put his arms out for a hug.
She hugs her. I see you're her favorite children if you haven't picked up on that. Krellin, really? Coming up!
We are?
Group hug. Move, Julius.
Julius will take a step back.
They hug Pequod.
Damien holding back laughter, looking at it. Oh, it's just so wonderful, isn't it?
The best children, not fish bowls. Pequod, not fish bowls. I assume that's an insult because their brains fall out of their heads. Yes.
You're so small, Pequod.
She'll let go of the hug. Good work, Scar. Thanks. Go sits next to Dave. Does anybody want this banana? I forgot Mama Lan gave me to give to one. Here, just eat it, Julius.
Yeah, sure. He'll start unpeeling the banana and start eating it.
Coming to sit down next to Scar. Krellin will now move out of the way for Julius.
Thank you, Krellin. He'll take his spot back next to Pequod.
Fishbowl head Julius. Izzy.
He squints his eyes and takes a bite of the banana. Who dat?
Izzy? Looks at Pequod. She shakes her head. Julius doesn't see her shaking it. Izzy, new character in Transformers show.
Oh, okay.
You play her.
He swallows the banana. Oh, guys, I would, but I might be busy with work.
But you shirtless bring in money. Pequod, he's doing it then.
I'll do it for my wife.
I thought this was a kid's show.
Wait, yeah, I thought this was a kid's show. Won't that, like, bump it up our age rating or something?
Most species in EarthGov adolescents start to admire other sex features at 12. Thank you. Looking at you.
Yeah. Did you never take a health class?
clearly knew what you were doing years ago in Headhunter.
Julius opens his mouth, closes it. You guys got a damn good point, don't you?
Pequod clapping. Shirtless Izzy on the stage.
Shirtless Izzy. He puts the banana up and takes another bite of it.
Nah. She gestures for.
Oh, he'll put the banana up to her mouth.
I'm eating a lot. Cuz pregnant with Thomas.
Julius nods and rubs her stomach. Yeah. All women start to eat more when they have a child. It's just because, they have another body to feed, basically.
So let me sit down on your lap, Julius, so that one can get to me, gesturing at him.
He'll sit down and gesture for his lap.
Yeah, she'll sit and just lift her shirt, and Hale comes up. Very strong connection. Just scratching his horn.
Yeah, a very strong connection. Yeah, it's a little comforting to see that strong of a connection.
Points at Chase, who Mama lands rock.
Davine looks over to Chase. What's wrong with Chase, darling?
The stupidest hair.
Oh, I quite like his hair. It's stupid hair. It's not natural at all, Davine.
By the way, you son up in sound booth, very depressed. Oh shit. We came in through that door. Over here. Let's go see him, dear.
Yes, let's go.
They'll go up. What's JJ doing sitting in between Father and Mr. Snuffles, who just has a paw on his thigh?
JJ has both of his elbows on his knees, cradling his head with his hands bent forward, staring down at the floor.
Son.
He slowly looks up. Hi, Dad.
He'll start rubbing his head. Got a little bedhead.
A little bit. I don't actually know how that happened.
Don't sleep in today on Gateway?
He looks down. I slept in a little bit. It felt nice holding her in my arms.
Yeah.
She's on a mission right now.
Yeah, we heard. Yeah.
On a mission without me.
One of not many left, probably.
Probably. A lot can happen in 6 months.
That is true.
He lets out a long sigh. Well, I'll have you all know that I'm not a fishbowl. I'm only Fishbowl Junior. So
He'll sit down and pat JJ's other thigh.
Davine will sit down and start petting the top of JJ's head.
Well, you got Father keeping you company and Mr. Snuffles. He looks dejected. Meow 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 meow. In JJ's head, I don't like seeing him like this.
He doesn't like seeing me like this.
Oh well, you got a benefactor there for your son, a partner.
Yeah, I have a good friend right here. He'll start petting Mr. Snuffles. He checks to make sure nobody's sitting on the button to make their voices audible.
Nobody.
He leans forward. To be honest, Father Kutzka isn't that comforting. He creeps me out quite a bit.
Really, we like Father. Looking over at him.
That is so weird. All of the kids, up at Gateway, we all find him super creepy. Hale and Integra don't, though. Have you noticed that?
No, they like Father.
Yeah, they do. They really do.
Well, son, if it's any consolation, you can blame me and your mother. 'Cause we were the ones who kind of... You don't need to join the military. You can just work at the academy with us. That would make us proud.
He looks down. Oh, blame Mom.
And Dad.
Davine looks down at JJ. So she continues to pet his head. Is Pequod making you do this because of me? And he looks up at her and, subtly nods at her. I understand. Because it would be given to you, right?
Yeah, that's what she said. Well, I understand why she would want to prevent that from happening again. She wants you to earn it. And I understand why she does want to do that, so I understand why you blame me for this.
Hunk's rubbing his forehead. That trauma had a lot more far-reaching consequences than I'll ever understand, I think.
JJ lets out a wry chuckle, looks at Hunk. Yes, it will. Yes, I think it will. It affects.
Even going into the next gen?
Oh, even going into the next gen.
Meow, 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 meow. They're creating a whole curriculum based around Davine. Of course it will go into the next gen.
He points his thumb over to Mr. Snuffles. Like he said, whole curriculum based off Davy.
Good God. He groans and shakes his head, hugs Davine.
Davine shrugs. Whatever helps the kids, I don't mind if they learn from my mistakes.
JJ nods. Oh, trust me, they're going to be learning. They're going to be taking these classes when they turn about. Oh, I don't think they set any hard number down, but I think they said somewhere around 10, right, Snuffles?
Meow nods his head. Yes, maybe 8. Depends.
Yeah, maybe 8. It would depend on how long the curriculum itself would go and, how the kids are doing, so on and so forth.
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, 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 meow. Gestures at Davine. Hale spent a lot of time around Davine at a young age. Hale should start at 4, in my opinion.
I think she should start around the same time all the other kids do.
Meow. Shakes her head. His head.
Well, and the same thing goes for Integra then.
Meow, 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 meow. Gesturing to Integra. I agree, yes.
I don't know why I brought that up.
What's he saying?
He's saying Hale and Integra should start at 4.
Hey.
They spent a lot of time around Mom.
Oh my God. He groans.
And you know what? Onslaught is probably going to agree with him.
Of course she will. He shakes his head, kisses Davine on the head.
Davine shrugs again. It's okay. I think I deserve it, and again, if it really helps these kids, well, I don't mind if I get a small bit embarrassed by it.
Who the fuck is that? Krellin coming in with 2 Raggedy Ann dolls.
Why do they have a Raggedy Ann and Andy?
Meow, 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 meow. Who the fuck are they?
JJ looking at them, looks down at his feet, and he actually starts to chuckle. You guys should go down and meet them.
Okay, you mind if Mom and Dad keep you company up here in the sound booth during the show?
Oh, I don't mind at all, Dad.
Good. Waiting for that text for Sam, and then you can scurry on out of here.
Yes, I want to get there as soon as possible.
Alright, I always liked running the soundboard. Let's go down and maybe it's something for the show, dear. Come on. We'll be right back.
Be right back, darling.
Everybody who has not seen them is staring at them. Icy's head's just slowly tilting, looking at the dolls. Pequod, big smile on her face.
Sasha can see Julius and Icy's head are tilting at the exact same speed at the exact same time.
Is this... I read the script for the show. I didn't see anything about... What are you looking at? She looks at Julie.
Nicole, how much you want to bet?
That's us.
That's us.
Oh my fucking god. They probably named me fucking Natalie or something.
They probably named me Jerry.
Jerry! Pequod gives Julius a kiss and starts laughing. Close, but not quite.
What?
You'll see. As Scar, now come here, sweetheart, takes Nora and Krellin hands Jasper to Clive.
How are you, Jasper?
I'm doing just fine, Clive. Thanks for asking.
Oh my god, is that him trying to imitate you?
That's not how I sound, right?
I can't wait till I hear myself. She looks in anticipation at Nora. Hunk, and who are these? Oh my god, they got little scarves on, dear. Look at that.
Oh, that's so sweet. I heard this one's name is Jasper. And Frederick nods. Yes, that's Scorned Buffer Jasper.
Scorned. His head shoots back, rubs the back of his neck. And who's this little cutie? Pinches her cheek.
That's neglected daughter Noah.
Looks between both of them and then over at Icy and Julius. Nora?
Jasper?
Pequod lightly clapping to herself, then goes back to rubbing the back of Hale's head.
Julius just waves over at Hunk, who's staring at them.
Okay, so you said, Frederick, brother and sister. This is your brother and sister.
Yes, this is our brother and sister. It took them a while to, be convinced to come down here, being scorned and neglected and all.
Father scorned and neglected them?
No, mother before disappearance.
He'll smack his lips. Tell me something. How was Jasper scorned?
Jasper was experimented on by antidepressant drugs.
And how was Nora neglected? Did it involve over excessive time in a gymnasium?
In a gym, knitting.
He looks at Davy.
Davin is looking down at her feet. It's Julius and Icy if I didn't come out of the gym or correct my relationship with Julius, yes?
Nora wanted attention from her mother, and she didn't get it.
Oh, 100%.
And Jasper scorned from experimentation, and yeah.
Become a very disgruntled boy, and, did not like mother after that.
But they came because Mother's not here, right?
It took him some convincing, but yes.
Didn't believe us. Nods his head. Uh-huh. Looking down at the door.
Davine puts her hands onto Hunk's arms. It's okay, honey.
How you doing, Jasper? What do you do for a living?
Oh, I used to fight UFC, but now... now I bounce balls.
Jesus Christ!
Julius covers his mouth. Oh my god.
Pequod clapping. And Nora, honey, how are you doing today? Neglected so badly mute. Try suicide many times. He inhales that hard.
Davina hugs around Hunk tighter. It's okay, darling, it's okay. And she looks at Nora and starts to pet Nora on the head. I'm sorry to hear that, darling. I very much am.
Nora, appreciate that touch from good mother figure.
Davian looks over at Krellin and nods. As Icy can hear in her head just JJ's voice. The Stooges wanted me to ask if you could fix Nora's muteness at some point.
It's a doll! She looks up at the sound booth.
JJ, who's up at the window, shrugs. It's the Stooges, what do you expect?
Icy will come over. I'm sorry, but until Nora is not neglected by a good mother figure, she'll never be able to speak again, Frederick.
Oh, he puts a hand onto his chest. That's terrible. If only there was a good mother figure, gives a side eye to Davine. Dad would not neglect her, right? Yes, darling, yes. Scott, would you mind if I hold her?
Oh, here you go. I'm actually her godfather.
Oh, that is wonderful. So you knew mother and father quite well?
No. He shrugs.
Oh, of course, of course. She holds Nora like she's cradling a baby and starts bouncing her.
Come here, big guy. I'll carry you. He picks Jasper up.
Oh, thanks, Dad. I have not had a lot of good male figure role models in my life, so this means quite a bit to me.
Well, yeah, father signed up for Space Nom and had to do his duty and then was lost to space and time.
God bless America.
God bless Father Good Scar.
God bless him.
Want to come up into the sound booth, meet our son, JJ?
Oh, yes, of course. Might be a bit quiet, awkward around new people.
Oh, I understand. So you could tell us about your UFC career as they'll go up into the sound booth, up here. Or Hunk just looks at Davine the whole time once they sit down.
Davine just sits down and he watches her just playing with Nora's hair, petting the top of her head, and whispering a bit to her.
Having fun, dear?
I'm trying to be a good mother.
You were, and you are. But yeah, Nora needs you.
Davine nods. She does. I should have been a better mother to Icy. And Julius, obviously.
We both should have been better parents. But we have our special Mother's Day plan in order. Father's Day, Mother's Day, both of them. And their birthdays. Height chairs, bibs, binky.
JJ turns around and squints. Do you want me to leave?
No. Let's just put it this way, son. Aunt Suletta knows how to warm up a good nipple.
That just asks more questions, Dad.
Yeah, I'm sure. You'll see. I'm sure Pequod will take pictures.
I'm sure she will, if this is anything like you're describing.
Did they say knit in a gym?
And Davy nods. They did say that, didn't they?
What did you do most of the time you were in the gym when I wasn't in there with you?
Well, besides the occasional workout, I would watch TV.
He sighs and looks at Nora.
I know. She looks down at Nora and gives Nora a kiss on the head.
Oh, poor Nora. Poor Jasper.
Poor Nora and poor Jasper.
Well, that was fucking creepy. Under her breath.
Julius nods. Yeah, I mean, it was a little... It was a little weird, wasn't it?
Nora.
Jasper, that is not how I sound, right?
No. Pequod, kinda.
What? I do not sound like a little Chucky doll robot.
Back in the Headhunters days, kinda.
Okay, maybe back in the Headhunters days, my voice was a lot more high-pitched back then.
Definitely back in those days. Hale agreed.
Julius looks down at Hale. She didn't even hear me back then.
No, but she still agrees.
Yeah, she does. She loves her aunt.
I'm quite fond of Jasper and Nora. Sasha, of course you are. Looking over at it.
Yeah, they're interesting to have around the house, aren't they?
New additions to the family?
Oh, new additions. The newest, in fact.
How do you enjoy living with them? Pequod looking over at her. Adam.
You know, they've only really been around today. They just now managed to get...
Oh, so they're hot off the presses new.
Oh, you could say that, yeah. But, you know, the limited time I've known them, it's been quite interesting.
Oh, Lord.
So, yeah. He looks up at the sound booth and at Solita and shrugs. I think that worked quite well.
Oh, fabulously. I hated when she sat in the gym.
Oh, I bet you did, Solita, I bet you did.
Thought the world revolved around her.
He nods and starts to rub her arm.
Slapped her for you all, by the way. Scar, thanks. Done should have slapped her twice, shot me in the leg, letting her off easy.
Julius just looks down at his feet. Ah, God. Those championships can't come sooner.
They'll be here. Just relax.
I know, just still. And Footwick starts to clap. Thank you, cool Soweto, thank you.
You're very welcome, Mama Lan. Wait a minute. Is Jasper, Nora, just Nicole, Julius?
Julius looks over at Mama Lan. Yeah, Mama Lan, it's just me and Nicole.
That's beautiful.
It's certainly a masterstroke in guilt tripping, isn't it?
Could teach her a lesson. Looking up at the sound booth.
Frederick nods. Yeah, that was the idea. Teach Davine a little lesson about kids.
By the time I came round, she wasn't really leashed to the gym, but I heard the gym horror stories.
Yeah, horror stories they were. She would be in that gym a lot, I would have to say.
She was really unapproachable. She's sure. It's like you just go in and what do you do with her? Work out? What if you don't want to work out? Not everybody wants to work out. Pequod, yeah. You think she would have realized, Galleon idiot.
Julius puts his hands in his pockets and shrugs. You would think so.
Well, now she has a second chance with Nora.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to laugh. You're enjoying this place, aren't you?
Oh, of course I am. Looking up at the sound booth, watching Davy whisper into Nora's ear.
Julius looks up. Holy crap, yeah, that worked really well, didn't it?
We know what do. Rubs Julius' shoulder.
Yeah, you got it, man, you got it. He pats him on the hand. Good job.
They did it all themselves, too. Scar and Clive didn't even help them. How much did they cost, those dolls?
Fudwick looks around. 4 million credits put together.
I know a lot of money. Nods his head at Pequod. Oh, it's worth it. 80 million credits would have been worth it. Looking up at Davy.
Oh, thank God, I thought you were gonna be angry at us because we put it on your card.
No, not at all. Stroking Julius's chin but smiling up. What's Davine doing with Nora?
She's turned Nora around and is brushing her hair with her fingers.
Would think someone who ran away from home because bad parents could identify with somebody who wants mother. Loudly? Okay! He starts to get angry.
Davine puts a hand onto Hunk's thigh. It's okay. They're just trying to teach me a lesson.
Memo. Are they wrong in JJ's?
JJ shakes his head. No, not at all. Davine looks over. He just asked if they were wrong, and I responded. See? They aren't wrong, darling. I needed to learn this lesson, and I should have been a better mother overall because of my upbringing.
Well, maybe we'll take Jasper and Nora out one of these weekends.
Davine nods. Have a nice dinner with them at Emil's or something like that.
Yeah, we'll prepare ourselves for the next round of children.
Yes. Having a good round of practice is always good.
He'll put Jasper on his lap, bounce his knee. All I'm gonna say is this show better be fucking good, right? Looking down at Jasper. Oh, you don't want to talk, I understand. Pats him on the...
JJ nods. Yeah, he's so scorned that he just doesn't want to talk. He also gets a lot of his stoicism from, Father Goodscar.
Oh yeah, I see the resemblance already.
Yeah, Father Goodscar said he has his eyes.
Well, you mean I.
Yes, I, singular, in the case of Father Goodscar.
Hunk chuckling to himself as the show getting ready to start, or getting things prepared. The kids, who decided to come to the front gate, find themselves at the front gate of Port Bubware.
Here, let me get the polymorphs for you.
I put the one for Ricky down.
Either of those could be a memory Ann.
She'll go with this one.
Alright, that one will be Lass's then.
Okay, I'm not gonna do the talking.
Carter nods. Understood.
But we definitely have to ask if there's like an infirmary or some. He looks over his shoulder, sees a guard walking across the wall. Infirmary or something.
Carter nods. I could do the talking if you guys want.
Memory Ann, there's guards all over the wall. Be ready for those infiltrating. She stops talking and nods at Carter. Go ahead, you, Ricardo, anybody but Okir and myself.
He'll nod as he'll start walking up. Jesus, there we go.
Gates are open, hear the sound of a button getting hit, loud chain link fence.
Carter nods. Howdy.
Looking up at Carter, big mask, horns on the side of his mask. Big dragonborn.
You mind pointing us off to an infirmary around here?
What's your business here?
Trying to turn in a bounty.
Name?
Victorious.
He'll go start typing on a computer. Under his breath.
Carter looks ahead. All we need is the infirmary. This guy, we have him in stasis right now, but he's way too hurt.
You sure it was a bounty that came through nowhere? Spitting.
No, it didn't come
If it
through-
was far... Well, we don't have no Victorious in our databanks. Puny.
Didn't come through nowhere, but I thought this was the place to get money.
He'll look over at him. What are his crimes? What did he do? What use is he? Can we part him out, sell his organs? She, under her breath.
Carter nods. We gave him no internal injuries, so organ donor.
Some cybernetic implants, too.
Oh. Looks at this big guy. Okay. Ping on Carter's wrist computer. Starts inspecting it though.
He'll look at it, put it down, put his hands in his pockets. Thank you kindly, sir.
Steps out of the way. They'll step out of the way.
Carter will move through and whisper to everyone through his earpiece. Alright, Okir with me. Laz, Ricky, you two split off.
I'll be with you. Memory and follow.
Laz will nod. I'll start walking around, see if I spot anything. Sounds like a plan. As Laz will start making her way around trying to look for the slave pens, but she needs to find.
Okir tapping Carter on the shoulder, gesturing up. And Carter sees this guard's throat just get slit and body thrown off the wall. Under his breath.
Carter clears his throat. Just stay calm, Okir. It's nothing we haven't seen before.
Be careful, Ricky. Don't fuck around in here.
Had no plans of it.
Carter nods. Laz will just start walking around, keeping an eye out for anything that looks either suspicious or I don't know how to put it. Just clues that would probably lead her. You know, chains, cufflinks, that kind of thing.
That's good. This guy stops her.
She looks at him.
Haven't seen you around here before.
New to town.
Take a throw. Pulls out a throwing knife. Gestures.
She looks at the knife, then at the, I assume that's a girl on a target.
Mm-hmm.
She'll take the knife, toss it up and down a couple times, acting like she's checking the balance.
2 points if you hit between the eyes. Or in one of the eyes.
She continues to look down at the knife, takes a step forward, looks at him, grits her teeth before saying, "Why not make it interesting? 10 credits?
20 credits.
Deal." She looks at the girl, and she will attempt to throw the knife.
1d2. 2 hits the girl, 1 misses. Hits right above her head.
Damn it. She looks down at the ground and spits off to the side.
Wanna go again?
She walks up to him, puts 20 credit chits in his hand. Take the credits.
Mm-hmm. He'll take them, pick up another knife, and show you how it's done. Chuck the knife right in between her eyes. Kill her right in front of Laz.
She
Spits. Next. Gestures up to the guards.
She is looking at the girl, looks back at him. Good hit.
He'll wink at her. Mm-hmm.
In your dreams, buddy. As she'll walk around the thing. She is looking down at her feet. She'll just continue to try and find any clues, immediately trying to block that out of her mind.
Well, she sees all these guys, definitely ex-UIR. The only true militant-looking group she's seen in her short time here. These aren't bounty hunters. Maybe nowadays they are.
She squints looking at that. Continues to walk. Does she recognize this individual?
Well, there's just a lady in the corner here mumbling to herself.
She turns to her. Gets down on one knee. The fuck you doing here?
Huh? Looks up at her.
What's your name?
Sandra the Alleywalker.
Sandra, the Alleywalker, you say?
Uh-huh.
Huh. Interesting. Does she recognize the name Sandra the
Oh,
Alleywalker?
yeah, she's heard her parents laughing about it. She knows. She's heard Tommy talk about Sandra the Alleywalker being the saint's wife. And her family talking about her supposed death.
Right, Sandra. Sandra, what brings you to nowhere?
Trying to put a bounty out on Julius Rainfall, but nobody will take it.
Oh, come now. Nobody's stupid enough to take a bounty on Julius Rainfall.
Say he's too scary.
I mean, I wouldn't fight him.
Then you no use to me. She starts walking away.
She'll follow after her to a more secluded area. She'll lean over to her. Unless, of course, you do something for me.
Sandra will squint at Laz. What's that?
That's quite simple. She'll stealthily look around first, make sure nobody's watching. Stealthily take out one of the explosives and put it into Sandra's coat pocket. Keep that in your pocket. Don't look at it. And when I call on you, Sandra, you walk into that building right there, and you just say hi, okay?
What building?
She'll nod towards the UIR building.
They spit on me.
But
I
then-
hate him. Remind me of my ex-husband, John. I tried to poison him, but he started eating out of cans. As she's laughing louder, drawing attention, the sound of large footsteps approach. This guy with an energized mace, but it's not activated, pounding it in his hand. Uh-huh.
She looks over. Can I help you, sir?
He'll shake the mace at Sandra, go to swing at her, she cowers, and runs off. Stay away from the crazy ones.
Oh, I was just trying to get a couple credits, man.
Smacks her on the ass and walks off.
She'll like rub her ass and grit her teeth. Look around, assume she can't find Sandra anymore, and will continue on her way.
What's Ricky doing?
Well, first thing he's gonna do is go and see what's going on here.
Selling teeth. We're going through teeth.
He's gonna
Different species.
Gonna look down at them. Do they look fresh?
Yes.
He's gonna look down and keep walking past. At this point, he's just looking at the wall along here. Does he see any kind of thing that would suggest a guard station or something like that?
I mean, you notice the guards pad along the wall in regular intervals. No guard station.
He's gonna look over to this person. Where would someone get a good drink around here?
She'll look up at Ricky. Bars that away.
Thank you. He's gonna start making his way up that way. I'm assuming he makes note of them as well.
Oh, yeah. New fella in town. Coming up, putting the mace out in front of Ricky, smacking Laz in the ass again. Get moving the way I like it. Shut that stuff.
Yes, sir. She'll put on a sweet smile and start moving away.
He'll grab his crotch at Laz.
She'll smile at him, turn her head, and just keep walking.
You don't want to fuck around with them.
What's with them?
Puts the mace on his back, guiding him. Walk this way, so Laz goes ahead. XUIR.
Didn't think there was much of them left.
Not many. Escaped a fight with, some special people.
Seem like the UIR, they've been around forever, to my understanding.
Got any cred?
Not much on me. That's why I'm here looking for work.
Got some work for you, as these two doppelgangers are whipping this woman who's crying in pain.
Hey, what would that be?
2 credits, teach her a lesson. Tried to escape.
That's so. Looks down. Not normally a fan of damaging the merchandise.
We have enough merchandise to go around.
He'll look at the whip. I'll take you up on that.
This doppelganger will pitch it to Ricky and step out of the way. This guy eyeing Ricky.
He'll walk up, take a look at the whip, and he'll swing and try and hit in a way that will hurt, but not actually cause too much damage.
Just whips her.
Okay. He'll hit her.
He screamed!
You gonna pay up? I mean, for 2 credits.
Look at the counter on the board there.
He'll look
80
at
more lashes to go.
For 2 credits, the whole thing? Well, I didn't know that was quite what I was agreeing to.
We can escort you out of here. Don't need your kind here, don't need new faces.
He'll look down at her. Alright.
Get whipping.
Guess you should learn the full details before taking a job from you next time, my friend. And he'll get to work.
Clearly you're new to nowhere. But he's watching Laz. Rubbing the back of his back as this one does the same.
Having fun, you two? As he continues. So this your job out here, then? Guessing, not too many new faces coming around very often. That's good to know. Meaning there ain't gonna be too much competition long term.
This one, licking his lips like the picture, come over, lick some blood off in between the whip.
Interesting.
This group finally getting to where you take the slaves that you want to turn in, or bounties. But everybody's in enough position to where they see Sam stealthily Doesn't even give this lady a chance to explain herself. Knife right into her neck and drags her off behind some building. Oh, God.
Carter shrugs. It's probably up into some shady shit as he turns around and sees the board with the knife in it with the girl on it and looks back. A lot of shady shit going on here.
He's just staring up at Laz with this guy tailing Laz.
Yeah, that worries me too. Should one of us go after that?
No.
He nods. Yes, ma'am.
Go in, do the talking.
Yes, ma'am. He'll walk in.
A robot, a very pitch patch put together, some type of exoframe, older one, looks up. Destination, departure.
I'm just trying to turn in a bounty, sir.
Name.
Victorious, but he ain't in your databases. She just came here for some money. That's where we heard it would be at.
What planet did you get this on?
He tilts his head. Now, it wasn't a designated system, and forgive me, the exact numbers escape me, but I believe it was X372.
Crime.
Murder in multiple cities, robbery, pillaging, rape. Basically the bad ones.
Internal structure.
Internal structure, you mean the organs? Ah, well, we made sure not to damage that, but we had to keep him in stasis.
Pulls out a device, bring him to be scanned.
Carter puts a hand onto the device. Now can't we just get the credits with that happening?
He looks at Carter.
Maybe
Guards.
Maybe I put in something for you.
Guns raising.
Carter turns around. Now I didn't know this was gonna happen. He looks around. I didn't mean to be of any trouble. I was just... Well, you know. It's a tough galaxy out there.
No sympathy here. Scan or take him elsewhere.
Carter looks at Okir and Memory Ann.
Smacks Memory Ann on the ass.
He closes his eyes. Could we scan him without the guns in my face?
He'll shrug. They'll lower the gun. If they scan it, they're gonna see it's a bomb, Carter.
Carter looks at her. Well, how do you expect us to get out of it?
I don't know. Think of something. Smacks her on the ass again.
Carter jumps a bit when he smacks her on the ass.
We'll take our business elsewhere. Glares at Carter.
He nods at Okir. I think that's the plan.
Get lost.
Good day, sir.
The guards will leave. Stares at Carter, walks away. He'll leave. He'll carry the guy out. Oh,
Carter will follow.
you are not fucking good at this. I thought I was bad.
Carter looks at him. Well, I'm sorry. I thought... It's fine. Just find a place to put it.
He looks around. Benny and Elizabeth. Time for them to go in. Benny will climb up on the wall next to this guy with Elizabeth. He's sleeping.
Elizabeth tilts her head and looks at Benny and shakes her head.
Looks at the guy, pokes him in the side of the head. He's on drugs. Scans him with his wrist computer.
Elizabeth leans forward. Then we should let him stay on drugs so he doesn't notice us, yes?
We'll carry her and jump down into the city.
She'll jump down with him.
Now they said important parts of the city. Now where would those be? She looks around. Is anyone, like, keeping an eye on them at this moment? Has anyone spotted them?
No, and Benny's hanging up a grenade. These guys look pretty important. Outside their building. They're all coming in from trying to hold up cars.
She looks in. Those are all old UIR, very important.
Huh. Masking the grenade with some foliage on the ground.
Elizabeth will nod. Alright, that's one. She starts looking around.
Front gate, in case they have to leave. I don't know how we're gonna pull that off.
Elizabeth looks through. Is there, like, secluded alleyways that block line of sight?
Oh, tons of them.
Any way, looking at her wrist computer, to make it to the front gate through those?
They'd probably just have to manage past this guy.
Just the knife thrower?
Yeah.
Well, we would only have to get through the knife thrower. She looks at him. You think anyone would miss him? Elizabeth looks at this crazy lady who just walked towards them. She looks at Benny. We got to go.
Hi, how you doing? He waves at her.
Hi, ma'am. How are you? That's good. That's very good. She looks at Benny. We have to go. She's drawing attention.
Why don't you go distract that guy down there? He said something mean about you.
She watches her walk past. Squints her eyes under her helmet. Familiar. Weird. We need to get going.
Plant one of the grenades on the bar outside. I'll get the front gate.
She'll nod. Walk forward a bit. Look up at this guard to make sure he isn't, watching the area.
Most of the guards always stare back here for some reason. They can't see what's back there yet, but yeah.
She'll nod at that happening. Make her way over to the bar and, as stealthily as she can, put a EMP and mask it.
Benny will do the same, sneaking against the wall tightly. As tight as he can. It's gonna take him a while, but he will get there. Slowly. Soul and Colt, what are they doing?
Soul is looking around. Alright, so the plan is turn both of us invisible and find the highest vantage point. She starts looking around. Where's the highest vantage point?
They're invisible, so they're already up on the wall. Highest vantage point is where the gigantic mechanized monstrosity is. Which, coincidentally, they see Sam stab this lady in the neck with a knife, and other knife in her hand through this guy's chin, twisting it. And she drags them off.
She watches that happen, nodding. Alright. That's good. That's very good. She starts looking around. Where do you think is the best place for recon, Colt?
He looks over at the robot. Either the building Sam's on, or whatever that robot is.
I don't trust that robot. It might... She tilts her head. Can she tell it's like a guard for whatever he's...
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's guarding something, so it would probably recognize something around it or near it. I say
Entrance to the Colosseum, I think.
Definitely. Where the warlords are.
Mm-hmm.
I say the building with Sam. That's the best vantage point we can get right now.
They'll walk through the streets, hearing this lady getting screaming as she's getting whipped. Seeing Laz get the mace bouncing off her little bottom, and they'll meet up with Sam, who's covered in blood.
Soul will whisper to her, "It's Soul!"
Mm-hmm. Nods her head.
She looks around. From this vantage point, can she notice the slave pens?
No. Sam, blood on her hand, rubs it down her face.
Soul looks at Sam. doing okay, Sam?
Uh-huh. Breathing heavily.
Okay, that's good. That's good. Anything to report? Any knowledge of slave pens or anything like that?
No. She's just locked eyes with this woman. Looks like she's playing on her wrist computer. She's not locked eyes, but watching her.
Is that your next target?
Uh-huh. Don't you think these people will get suspicious if people are disappeared? She puts more blood on her face and walks forward. Alright.
I don't think we can convince her out of that one.
We need intel on that robot. Radio Ricky. He's over there whipping somebody.
Soul watches him whipping someone, and she'll get on to her earpiece.
Ricky, there's a giant robot up north. We need some intel on it.
He'll, without saying anything, and as he keeps going,
She lets out screams after screams, and this guy, tired of hearing her. Bites into her neck and rips out her jugular and eats it in front of Ricky.
here, he'll pull out the, what's the word? Tissue that he carries with him and hand the dude. Wipe that off.
Mm-mm. He kneels over and starts eating her, and so does this one.
Wonderful. He's gonna look up. Well, I believe that's my half of the job done, yes?
Mm-hmm. Hands him 20 credits. Good work.
Like you. Been meaning to ask, I couldn't help but notice him. What's the big guy's deal?
UIR Steambot.
Never heard of one of them before.
Old tech. They brought it here. Peace offering to the warlord. Guards the entrance to the Colosseum. Piece of junk. Needs constant maintenance.
It's a hell of a gift, though.
Hmm.
I mean, what do you get to people who already got everything?
Fair.
What kind of maintenance you talking about? I would assume some of the UIR users would at least have been reliable.
80, 90 years old.
Well, that'll do it. So it runs off steam. Well, that sounds... That's a smart thing, although it sounds even older than 8090. So it's gotten where the bosses are, yeah? You call it a coliseum, you boys hold fights there? Oh shit. What, you put slaves against each other, or...
Sometimes hunters go against each other. Put your name down on the sheet, you can fight.
I'll have to think about that one, although I feel like getting a couple jobs under my belt first would be pretty preferable. Thank you for the business, sir. I'm gonna go get a drink with the reward.
Enjoy yourself.
Thank you very much. He's gonna
Save the liver for me. Pulls out a knife, starts cutting into her liver.
As he's walking under his breath, he'll say, "Did you catch that?"
Sam saying over the radio.
Big steambot guarding the doors to the Coliseum where the bosses are.
Colt taking Soul this way. Yeah, it's big, alright. Looking up at it out a window.
Soul nods. Do you think something like a rail gun or...
It's a rivet gun of some type it has.
She nods. She tilts her head. An EMP wouldn't work against it. It works off of steam, so we would have to either blow it up using some of the explosives we bought or brought, or when Laz and Oz land their ship here, they take care of it with like a rail cannon shot or something like that.
Sabotage the steam.
Soul will look all around it. Can she tell if it has infrared?
No. It doesn't look like it does. She'll just have to take a chance if she wants to.
Soul will bite the bottom of her lip like a colt.
It would be a shot in the dark if we go up to that.
As long as we go together, I'm fine with the outcome.
She'll nod. Alright. We'll have to look at it, find the steam vent or anything that we can use to sabotage it, and then boom, sabotage it.
Let's go.
She'll
Gulps big.
she'll hold his hand tightly and start going towards the giant robot.
It doesn't notice them. It's old. It doesn't have infrared.
She lets out a very quiet breath under her breath, and will start looking for something that they could use to sabotage the monstrosity in front of them.
Colt's actually gonna lay on his back and start crawling under it. Water pools, steam pools underneath it, and the valves are on its leg. And he gestures with his head over here.
She'll crawl under it with him and look over there. Is that the slave pens?
I'd say so, yeah.
Soul nods. Then that's where Oz and Laz will need to be then.
This thing's gotta go one way or another.
She nods. Should we sabotage now?
No, I think we wait for day out.
Agreed. This will be one of the first things we do, even before the EMPs go off.
We could use some EMP grenades over there. Benny, Elizabeth.
Copy. Got it done.
Benny meeting up with Elizabeth, coming down here. This lady looking up. Uh-huh. Benny, oh shit. He walked right in front of her.
Elizabeth stops walking, staring at her. Does she notice Sam at all?
She doesn't, but a knife goes right into her eye. And Sam will drag her into the building. Oh god. Elizabeth's mask has blood all over it.
Elizabeth lets in a breath and lets it out. Thank God.
Walking this way, they see her violently stabbing this woman in the chest multiple times.
She watches Sam do that. I think she's getting some anger out.
Yep, definitely.
Elizabeth will crouch down and start looking for an area where the EMP would still be able to reach the slave pens, but, not be noticeable. Them putting it on.
On this little guard post?
She looks at it. I would say so. Tucked into this corner right here.
He'll set one down.
And she'll mask it for him.
What are the goons with the bomb doing?
Carter sighs. Oh, that was a close fucking call.
We need to figure out what we're doing with him.
Carter nods. He looks at it. How common would it be to just find a person sleeping / dead in a place like this, in an alleyway?
Not too uncommon, I'd imagine.
So why don't we just do that? Find a good alleyway, drop the body.
Yeah. Hide him in like a building or something.
Carter nods. He'll radio over to Sam because he saw her murking someone over here. Sam, that building you were next to.
Clear.
Copy. Carter looks at the two of them and nods.
Get inside, lock the doors, so nobody can get in the week's time.
He nods. Inside, lock the doors, and then have the bomb be ready until then.
They'll head up there if this is where they want to place her.
Does he know that this would be damaging enough to their numbers?
Ask Sam how VX gas works.
Carter onto his wrist computer, earpiece. Sam, if we set it up in this building, big boom, well, not big boom, but everyone, it'll be damaging enough, right?
It'll saturate the whole town. Looking out the window with blood all over her face.
Carter turns around and sees her and, like, sort of taken aback. Yes, ma'am. Saturate the whole town.
Oh my god. Under breath!
Carter looks around, nods. Alright. Then we set it up right here. It saturates the whole town. We lock the door so nobody can get in.
It looks like an old, like, water treatment thing, probably for that gigantic robot.
Carter nods. Well, if it's water treatment, then that'll also fuck up the town.
Hide him in the closet.
Carter will help Okir hide him in the closet.
Memory and looking out the window. What is Ricky doing as Laz is still getting tailed by this guy?
He's gone up to the bar and sat down. Just a glass of whiskey, please.
Yep, the robot pours it for him.
He's gonna look at this lady. This the only place to get a good drink around here?
Uh-huh. Patches.
Patches. Well, to Patches, he'll take a drink of it.
That'd be 20 credit.
He'll slide the cred chips over. Still getting my bearings around this place. Nice place, though. Much better than most frontier colonies I've been to.
Uh-huh. She's counting the credit.
If someone needed to make a call out, where would one go?
Call out?
Contact, anything like that.
Use your wrist computer.
Good to know. Wasn't sure. Some of the frontier places I've been only have one way in and out, you know.
You don't got a wrist computer. You poor.
Well, you could say that. Looking around. UIR guys peaceful around here?
Mm-hmm. Keep the peace for Warlord.
That's good. I heard that there was how you put it, rowdy over the last few years. I know something about some idiots taking charge of it.
Don't know nothing about... They left a long time ago.
That makes sense.
UIR ain't foolish enough to come here. Nobody is.
Well, I'd assume not, looking at the men just at the front gate. Looking around. Guessing they're a market for purchasing of slaves in the area?
Mm-hmm. Gestures over here.
Oh, same place as the Int, the terminal where you bring people in.
If you want to see them live, go back there. See the livestock. Big toothy smile.
Much obliged, ma'am. Always preferred to, well, get a good look at the merchandise before buying. Takes
You
another...
break it, you buy it.
Well, I would never damage something I didn't mind. At least not if I'm not getting paid to do it.
Mm-hmm.
He will polish off his drink, set it down. Thank you very much, ma'am. Was it Patches?
Mm-hmm.
Pleasure, ma'am. He's gonna get up. I think I will take a good look at the merchandise right about now.
Come back again. She looks out the window and sees these guys still ripping this, what's left of that poor elf lady apart.
Well, I know the place to go now. And he'll start making his way up there.
Tapping Laz on the butt with his mace. Mm-hmm.
She'll just keep walking, turn around, look at him. Can I do anything for you?
You can. Grabs her thigh.
She'll take a step back. I think that'll be a couple credits to do. Then
They both see it.
she'll go onto her earpiece under her breath. Thank you, Samantha.
She comes out in his armor.
She nods. Just keep hitting my ass with the mace and I think we can get anywhere.
Nods her head, taps her butt.
She'll start walking in a, just in a direction trying to find anything.
Benny waving. Slaves up there.
The slaves are up there?
Mm-hmm.
She'll crouch down. So if the slaves are over there, then she'll look around.
How flat is this building top?
Oh, it's completely flat. It's like a 3-story building, but straight flat.
If we wanted to land the ship, we could do it there, but that's a really tall building. She tilts her head. Huh.
Need a number on how many slaves are in there. Time to do some talking. Looking at the 3 of them, Elizabeth and I need to set up more grenades. That side of the city.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, you guys go in and start talking.
Well, do be careful, there's a couple of doppelgangers over there, too.
Uh-huh. Ugh, doppelgangers. Creep him out. He picks up Elizabeth.
Laz nods to Sam. Get me up there.
Mm-hmm. Guiding Ricky's polymorph and Laz's polymorph up to 2 guards.
Morning to you.
Nods his head.
Was told this is where you could get a look at the merchandise available here.
Pounding the mace in her hands. They look at Ricky and Laz. Uh-huh.
Would I be allowed to peruse your wares?
Sure. It's slow season. We only got 5 left right now.
Well, much appreciated for humoring me. Thank you.
Toothpick in his mouth. Next UIR raid. Those boys go on. They bring back some fresher meat. This is just the leftovers. He'll hit a button and stand out of the way. They see they're with a guard, so they'll let him in.
Thank you kindly. He'll walk in.
Still tapping Laz's butt.
Laz will also walk in with Sam tapping her butt.
These people are in a terrible way. Health-wise. Sleeping, barely eating, anemic, skinny, super skinny. I mean, can't think of the word, but yeah.
Anorexic.
Anorexic.
Gonna very quiet.
Emaciated, that's the word.
That's the word, yeah.
Gonna very quietly whisper to Laz, I'm not the best at health shit, but how far you think you're even gonna be able to make it?
Laz tilts her head. From her limited biology studies in college, how far does she think these people can run or even walk?
Not too far. Maybe a couple 100 feet. Some might have to be assisted. Thankfully, you got Okir.
Couple 100 feet. Some of them we might have to pick up and help out.
And the building might not be a good place. What's on the other side of the wall, out of curiosity?
Just a giant wall that leads out to the desert scape planet.
And I'm guessing we don't got enough explosives on us to pop a hole in the wall, right?
We can have whatever explosives tapping Laz on the butt we want.
Laz nods. This is just set up. On day of, we can have the explosives we need.
Maybe we land the ship outside, pop a hole in the wall, and get him straight there.
Whistling sharply, looking down at Laz. Got you a fine piece! He looks up and nods his head.
Laz chuckles, looking up at the guy, and then looks at Ricky. I don't think that's a bad idea. Will the explosive make it through that wall?
Well, if we
Yes.
Laz will nod. Then I think that's what we do.
Alright. Looking at them. We should probably, head out quickly. Don't want to be window shopping for too long.
Laz nods. Good idea.
Guiding Laz this way with the mace. These guys buying? They just walk by. Or not. Buying? Looking back at Rick.
Not at the moment. You said there'd be a better shipment coming in. These ones look a little bit, frail, if I may say so.
4 or 5 weeks. Puts his hand out, shakes it. Depends on when them UIR boys want to go.
Understood. Thank you very much, sir. He'll walk out. You will most likely be seeing me again by then.
He'll nod. He doesn't wear a hat, but tips as if he's wearing one to Ricky. Goes back in position.
He'll return the motion and head off, just at this point looking around to see if he sees anything interesting of the buildings around him.
Nah, just Colt fumbling around at this thing's feet. Putting something on it.
Soul's looking at what he puts on it.
Micro explosives.
Soul nods. Good idea. Good idea.
They'll make a pop. It'll sound like a firecracker or like a party popper. So not too loud. And then, day of, detonate them and the valves will be saboed and this thing's out of the way.
Soul nods. God, you're super smart.
He lifts his helmet and winks at her.
She smiles at him. She'll, tilt her head a bit. I think that'd be good. Bites her bottom lip. If anything happens, if it's too loud, I can always create an illusion of just like some group of fucking people setting off firecrackers or something like that. So it's not the best backup, but we do have a backup.
He nods his head, stands up. We'll be fine. We can mask it with something else. Illusion, whatever, we'll be fine.
She stands up and nods. Yeah, we'll be good.
Let's go see my sister.
She nods. Your sister's a little scary, I'm gonna be honest.
Yep. Stands up. They're in that building because that's Ricky. As Ricky's walking in. But Elizabeth Benny's setting up grenades. Elizabeth sees them eating this woman. Elizabeth.
Elizabeth's like staring at it.
Elizabeth.
She like snaps out of something. What's wrong?
This is a bad place.
She nods.
Look, I'm glad you did, but maybe now you see why your parents didn't want you to join the military.
He can see her like breathing. Her breathing has quickened.
After everything that happened on that planet with those xenomorphs, please tell me you're smart enough to see why they didn't want you to now.
Yes, I'm smart enough to see.
This one lifting her leg, biting into the thigh.
She'll close her eyes under the mask, reopen them, and after he's done setting it up, quickly mask it for him.
This is gonna have to do. We're done. You're never making it past that.
Elizabeth shakes her head, looks down the street and stuff. Plus, it seems really well guarded. The bar there, them, and everything down here. It seems too well guarded to put any EMPs up.
He gives a thumbs up into Laz, but picks Elizabeth up and starts scaling the wall, taking her away from that site.
Ricky's gonna look at them. You guys been able to find anything about where any info would be stored? Found out that where the turn-in for bounties is where you buy slaves as well, so that's probably a good place to check.
Anything important's gonna be in that Coliseum guarded by that monstrosity, which is now saboed, gesturing out a window.
It's saboed, but we also have to worry about the warlords who are most definitely going to be in there when it happens.
Hopefully what we're doing causes enough chaos that they don't notice, or at least can't mount too much of an offensive.
I just hope Carter and them did okay. I didn't even see where they went.
Soul will look towards Sam. I heard that you said the building was clear. Did they go in there?
Yeah. She nods her head, gesturing to them, but they can't see in the building there.
Okay, so they're in there setting up the bomb. That's good.
It's time to leave. She gestures with the mace.
Soul nods. Yeah, it's time to exfil.
Those who left through the front door need to leave through the front door.
She nods and looks at Colt. That's not us or Sam. I can turn all three of us invisible if you want, Sam.
Yeah. She'll nod her head. You guys go round up Carter and them and get out of here.
Yes, ma'am.
Rendezvous back at the ship.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Invis me.
She'll invis all three of them.
They get the easy way out. They scale the wall and they're out.
Gotta talk some more and then we're home free, alright?
Laz will nod, looking out this doorway, turns left, turns right, make sure the coast is clear, and will go up to this door.
Ricky will follow.
Memory Ann's watching them shove the guy into a closet.
She'll slowly open the door and take a step in.
Memory Ann looking over his shoulder. Done and dusted already.
She nods. We know where the slaves are. We're gonna land the ship outside of the city and blow through the wall with the explosives.
How bad are they? How many of them are there?
5.
There's only 5, and they're...
She grimaces.
It's not good.
There's a reason we think landing the ship there would be best. Laz doesn't think they'll make it more than a couple hundred yards, maybe.
Okay. Well, they hold on a couple more days.
Carter nods. Yeah, they can hold on a couple more days.
What's the sit rep on our giant brass friend there?
Colton Soul fucked with him. Apparently they got some mini explosives that'll take him out of commission when the time comes.
Nice. Let's scale the wall and get out of here.
We have to walk through the gates.
What?
We came in. It would look weird if we didn't leave.
And we're leaving without the guy we came in with.
Carter sighs, pinches the bridge of his nose. Laz,
Just come up with a good lie.
Like what? A good lie for this.
I don't know.
We can't say we claimed a bounty, because, obviously.
Could say we couldn't claim it and gave him to the crazy lady and she ate him.
Could say that.
I mean, he'll jester over there. It's not like that'd be out of question in this kind of place.
It's not like it would be out of question. And who would believe a crazy lady if she said no, she didn't do that?
We're gonna be at the front gate anyway. If they suspect something, I'll pull out the hammer, crush some heads, and we run.
Deal.
That's it, and then the mission's botched, but at least we're out with our lives.
Yeah.
Carter nods. At least we have our lives, yeah.
Let's go.
Yes, ma'am.
She'll start walking.
Carter will follow after her.
Oh, God. Watching them tear the woman apart.
Don't stare.
I can't help it. They're like animals.
Don't stare, keep your eyes forward and keep walking.
Lifting the liver, splashing blood on Carter's face, biting into it.
Carter will take the blood, but keep his eyes forward and keep walking.
Coming up to the... Okay, gate. Move you down. Coming up to the gate. Good luck.
Carter nod.
There you go.
Oh, there we go. Carter nods towards the guards. Heading out.
Gate's closed. They both look up at Carter.
And letting us through.
1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the other guy?
You know, the crazy lady that walks around here?
Which one? Chuckle!
It was that one that... I don't know how to describe her, like... She's an alley walker, almost.
That'd be Sandra.
Sandra?
Fine piece of ass, like that old coot.
Yeah. Well, we gave her off. She looked pretty hungry, if you can catch my meaning.
Couldn't turn in a bounty.
Carter shakes his head. No, sir.
Word of advice, don't fuck around with them UIR guys.
Oh, trust me, sir. I know that now.
Yeah, I ain't looking for trouble here, son.
Hit the button, y'all come back now. Grabbing Memory Ann's ass, but the gate open.
Carter nods. Thank you very much, sir. And
Keep a good handle on your meat here.
Will do. Wouldn't want to lose him.
Carter chuckles. Oh, don't worry, sir. I'll make sure she keeps a real good handle on it.
Yes, very good handle. I'll be seeing you soon. She walks up.
Carter will follow after her, as will Laz.
Ricky'll tip his head as if he's tipping his hat and walk out with them.
The kids will meet up back on the ship. Successful mission. Most of the characters I have are taking their gear off and or the polymorphs fading. Oz is still sleeping up front.
Elizabeth is taking off her mask. Once again, there it is. And she will just... Benny sees her eyes wide.
He'll take her and sit down with her right over here. Start petting her on the head.
She'll put her head onto his chest, and Laz is going to go up to Sam and hug her. Thank you for getting that guy off me.
Yeah, she's actually looking at her hands covered in blood, looks up at Sam, or Laz. You're welcome.
She'll give her a kiss on the cheek, even though there's blood on it, and whisper in her ear, "You know, you're a lot like a sister to me."
Really? She looks up at Laz.
She gives her a smile and nods. "You're like my best friend, and I haven't had a lot of friends, so you're like my first one."
Bloody hug?
Bloody hug.
She'll hug her. Colt's sitting down on the table. Mission accomplished. Memory Ann rubbing her ass the guy grabbed. He's mine when we come back.
I fucking agree. Are you sure I can't get a little piece of him?
Oh, sure, of course. What is wrong with what happened to you? Sam looks over. Oh. I enjoy what I do for a living. Looks at Memory.
Carter starts to laugh. Looks like she got shit done.
I enjoy what I do.
Good thing it's a rough and tumble town. Don't think anyone would really be missed.
Anybody in that town, save for anybody in slave gear, deserves to die. She'll sit down next to Sol.
Fucking right there.
Yeah, that place was pretty horrendous.
Carter will walk over to Elizabeth. Look up at Benny. I don't think I can get through to her what she see.
Those guys cannibalizing that elf girl that was being tortured. She's okay.
Fuck. He'll hold both her hands, nod to her. It's okay. It's not the worst we've ever seen, but, you know, it's pretty bad.
It's not fun, but comes with a job, I guess. Ricky looking a bit green around the gills thinking about it.
We'll have our chance for retribution soon.
Yeah. Carter nods, pats her on the hands. You did good, kiddo, okay?
He'll take off his helmet, kiss her on the head. Just think how many of them you get to kill when we come back.
That is a big part of it for me. I get to kill a lot of them.
Those two doppelgangers are yours.
Yes, sir, they are mine.
Pop some heads. Not like there's much going on up there with those idiots.
Clearly not. Marianne shrugs.
Carter nods. Carter's gonna walk over to Akir and put his hand out for a handshake.
He'll shake Carter's hand.
It caught me off guard. It's not something that I prepare. I have to prepare for a lot of things.
Yeah, you do. It's okay. I get it. Not many times you've ever been in a place like Port Nowhere growing up at the lane.
Carter shakes his head. No, sir. I just wanted to apologize for failing. Like I said, I need to prepare for things in my head, and that wasn't something that I had prepared for.
We made it out.
He nods.
We're a team. We cover each other's sixes. I just didn't think it would be me coming up with something. Shrug. Marianne, I didn't either, but you did a good job. Adding her lap for Carter.
Carter takes a handshake, pulls him in, pats him on the back. You did damn good. He smiles at him and sits on Marianne's lap.
Picking Elizabeth's shotgun up, and you get to unleash all these fun toys on him when we come back.
Elizabeth nods. What is that gun called again? The Mola?
Benny, the one that Icy let us keep, your aunt, or your sister, excuse me, Sissy.
Yes, my sissy, thank you.
Yes, you have it. I didn't even know what happened to it.
She smiles and nods. Yeah, I'll have it. I just, I've been waiting for the right moment to unleash it.
Well, mauler some of them doppelganger asses. Doppelgangers creep me out.
She looks down at her hands. They creep me out too.
Yeah, same. Especially those two. And hey, we all got some fun new toys to play with when that comes.
Looking at his wrist computer, so EMP grenades set up. The western wall of the city's pretty light on them. Heavy on the... Or, I'm sorry, the eastern wall is pretty light. Western's heavy. Okay. Got a bomb. We gotta bring explosives for a wall. He looks at Laz or something, right?
Laz nods. So she'll point to the area on the map where she's gonna land. We're landing the ship here, right outside of this wall. We're gonna blow the wall here to bring those slaves through. Those slaves, they are emaciated to the extreme. They can't make it more than 100 feet on foot.
Okay.
And going through there also gives us a nice straight shot to the Colosseum, which is probably where we need to go anyways.
Well, the robot's gonna be... The robot sabotage, we can walk right under his legs. Come our return.
Laz nods. That's right. I also put an explosive into someone's coat.
He looks confused at Laz.
Do you guys know the story of Sandra the Alley Walker?
John Kevin's wife. Benny
Yeah.
speaks up.
Yeah, she was there.
Was that crazy bitch?
You met her?
She came up, laughed at us, distracted a dude with a knife for me.
Yeah, that would have been her then. I put her explosive into her coat and said I would try to kill my father because she was trying to put a bounty on him. I would try to kill my father if she walked into the UIR and spat on them. So I'm gonna blow up the UIR while I'm there.
Next week, we infiltrate. We get the hostages out. We head into the Coliseum immediately as the explosives go off and the hostages are exfilled with Okir. Okir comes up and nods, And we have to get into the Coliseum and get at their, I don't even know what they have, computers, whatever it is, as quick as possible. And then get out.
Hopefully before the warlords get wind of what's going on.
The VX gas bomb will take care of everything in the city. Sam looks over at Elizabeth. You might not get a chance at your doppelganger.
Elizabeth nods. As long as they die a slow and painful death, I'm okay.
Benny, their spines are literally melted.
Elizabeth starts to chuckle. That would be slow enough for me, yeah?
Their brain melts so much it'll come out of their nose.
Oh my, that is really bad then. Well, not bad, good for us, but Jesus, that is really strong.
Maybe have Sandra walk in on the UIR building. We caught a glimpse of it. We could just see them like playing cards from inside. Hello, boys, I'm back!
That's exactly what I was gonna have her do. I said, when I call for it, walk into that building, say something, and I didn't tell her the part where I would blow her up, but yeah, that's what I'm gonna do.
That is a wonderful idea. Looking at Laz.
Laz smiles at her. Thank you.
So we got most of the bases for when we come in next covered now then.
Colt sitting back here, still on his lap. Yep.
Carter nods. Good. Very good. Closes his eyes. All in all, I would say that is a mission well done. If you don't mind me saying, Memory Ann, good job, team.
Indeed, good work.
Thank you, Carter. Thank you, ma'am. You see it look like a light bulb goes off in his head. Wait, didn't Tommy say that Sandra chick was dead?
If it's the same one that got hit by an RV, she's supposed to be.
Laz nods. Yeah, my grandpa, he hit her with an RV. Going down like a forested road when, we were all babies.
Apparently she survived.
And ended up in the most evil town in the universe?
Well, trying to get a bounty out on Julius, good luck with that. You'd have to be suicidal.
Laz nods. Yeah. Anybody who would try to... Not only would you have to
beat Julius, Rainfall, but you would also have to get through Rainfall Lane or Woodbury, so there you go.
Mm-hmm. Nods his head. I'll go sit with Oz.
Laz stands up. No, I'm gonna go sit with him.
He already took the seat.
Laz will still make her way up and stand next to Oz, start rubbing his shoulders. Stand behind him.
And look at the clock. Tea with the Primarch.
Carter looks at the clock. Oh man, I think we're gonna make it.
Bust open the mini fridge right there, Carter.
Carter will lean down and bust open the mini fridge.
Get everybody some soda.
He'll take out just a bunch of Coca-Colas and Sprites and start handing them out.
Anything?
Mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished. Anything to eat in there?
Well, there's definitely MREs. Not the most enjoyable, but...
I need to eat something. I probably shouldn't have ordered an actual glass of alcohol there.
Give him one.
Carter starts to chuckle. Here you go, bud. And tosses him over a MRE.
Thanks.
The chicken burrito bowl is actually decent.
It could be worse. And word to the wise for the future. Chicken noodle soup and grilled cheese don't do shit to cut the edge off of a drink.
They really shouldn't be at a wedding.
No, they shouldn't.
Soul shakes her head.
That's like the least wedding food I've ever seen.
Weirdest fucking wedding ever, actually. Puts up his finger.
And, I say that, and we had hot Cheetos at our wedding, so that's just something to keep in mind.
Looks Colt up and down. Go ahead.
I mean, the ambiance you chose wasn't candles that made me think a pentagram was going to appear under Tommy.
She looks Colt up and down. He wants sugar.
Soul will turn to him, forcefully lift his mask up, and give him the best fucking sugar he's ever gotten.
He takes the kisses. Up here, Okir's pushing buttons randomly. Look at me, I'm Laz.
Laz looks at him, chuckles slightly.
Do you know what those do?
Nah, no clue. But I like sitting up here. Look at him over there. He is fucked.
Soul nods. Or Laz nods.
Yeah, he is.
He surprised the shit out of me. Actually, when he first came to the Headhunters, he was a pilot. I was like, well, you want to spar? We should make sure your hand-to-hand's up to par, just in case. Motherfucker kicked my ass. I wasn't prepared, mind you. Not like Samantha, where I was prepared and ready and should have won. But yeah. SEAL training will do that to you.
Laz nods, looks at him, starts to pet his forehead, push some of his hair out of his face.
He's a very strong man. That's something that I really love about him.
Good guy. Happenstance, really. You showed up at the base at the time you did.
She nods.
Yeah, true. Very true.
He was always talking about putting in a transfer. Looking over at him.
She looks at him.
He was.
But I think he liked working for your dad, so, yeah.
It did seem quite chill at the Headhunter's base.
She chuckles, looks at Oz, and continues to pet his head.
I'm glad I found him when I did.
I can identify with a kid like him. I lost a brother or two, but with my species, when we spawn, we don't. You get it. There's a lot of us. I never lost a close brother, let's put it that way.
Right, so it's more of a, forgive me for the terminology, but it's more like a litter of your species then?
Yeah, and you have close siblings and siblings who are basically your equivalents to second cousins once removed.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So you lost some of those second cousins, but never a brother.
Yeah, no, nobody ever close. I can identify. We were poor, dirt poor.
She nods.
It'd be hard to compete with the last name Valorius.
She looks at him.
We told Ricky to stay off the ring. We tried. You understand me. Bash tried. Maybe I didn't do enough. I look back now and all the drama that I would give everybody back there a hard time for, but We were told to, but we tried.
She puts a hand on her chest. I appreciate it, Okir. Thank you for trying your best. But this is something I'm going to solve. I need to find the right opportunity, and it's going to come one way or another. I'm going to find it. And then after that, I'm going to fix it. And everything's going to be fine. I just hope that opportunity comes soon.
You want me to carry him back there with everybody else, or you want to watch Tea with the Primarch on these TV screens?
She chuckles. I think he needs as much sleep as he can get.
Then here, take your seat here, and I'll sit back here and we can watch Tea with the Primarch. Let the kids celebrate back there with their soft drink.
Thank you, Okir. She'll take a seat, and hold on to Oz's hand.
Oh, Kier will nod his head and smile as the show begins. Pequod coming up, going through her intro, talking to the camera, the music playing icy. This is the make or break moment. Holding Hail in her arm. She's literally interviewing a mannequin. She looks up at the sound booth. Frederick up there.
Luckily, Frederick's up there, and he'll be doing the voice. Hopefully he remembers to hit the fucking button.
And now, without further ado, EarthGov and Frontier Colonies. May I introduce you to Father Goodscar, hero of Space Vietnam. And Sasha will wheel Father up and sit down behind him.
Hello, Primarch. It is a great honor to be on your show and to be interviewed by you.
Father, may I say the honor, lifting his hand and kissing it, is mine. Should be everybody else's, smirking back at the camera.
Oh, please, Primarch, you make an old man blush.
Father, you're looking good for your age. How are you feeling today?
Oh, I'm feeling quite well. I could always be feeling better though. My legs, you can't feel much in them, but every so often, because of my knees, how they were broken and shrapnel hit them, so on and so forth. Sometimes, every so often, they can feel a bit of pain, but other than that, I feel pretty good.
I see, looking down at Father's legs. You are a walking lifelong lesson. A story, really, an inspiration. Your story reaches the youth, elderly, it's generational, Father. Now she'll look back at the camera, lucky enough to know the details of the story. Father, you've been waiting many years to finally tell this story, haven't you?
I have been. I spent 40 long years on that asteroid just waiting for my story to be told.
Pequod, reaching down, pulling something up. The story you're going to hear today is going to be painful. It's going to be emotional, right, Father?
The most emotional story you've ever heard.
If that story reaches out and touches your heartstrings. Memoirs of Space Vietnam, Father's novel, is out right now. But I implore you to sit back and wait to purchase it until you hear Father's story firsthand. She'll open the book. Father, she's paging through the book. Where were you born?
I was born in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
What were your parents like? She'll sit back in the chair.
My parents were hard-working individuals. My father, he was a steel worker. He would pour the molten metal into various molds and create those molds into different items such as beams for building, nails, anything in between that, really. My mother, she was a stay-at-home woman. No shame in that at all. She loved me and cared for me all throughout my life. She was a bit hard-headed at times and a bit snarky, if you will, but I love her just the same.
Did you have any siblings, or were you an only child?
Believe it or not, I was an only child. My mother and father, they thought after that they should, ease up, keep it to just one.
And was it, now you said your father was a steel worker. Was it a low income area you grew up in? Was he making bank? What's the,
So I grew up in sort of the middle area between poor and middle class. I was like low class, if you've ever heard that terminology used. I was low class, so we weren't poverty, starving, going to sleep hungry, but we also weren't living comfortably, if you understand.
hardworking people just making it paycheck to paycheck?
Exactly, just paycheck to paycheck.
Okay. When you sit back and you think to yourself, what's the first fond memory you have of your youth, your childhood? As she pages through the book, she looks very sexy to Julius while she interviews.
Icy can see Julius starting to drool.
She does not lift his chin. Go ahead.
Father Goodscar. He's silent for a couple seconds. Now you have to promise not to laugh at this, Primarch.
No, never.
My mother made me the most delicious plate of spaghetti. And it was perfect. Now, I'm not the biggest fan of spaghetti. My favorite meal is chicken noodle soup, because whenever I was sick and, stuffy nose, sore throat, I would have chicken noodle soup. So that's my favorite. I was sick quite a bit. I had severe allergies. But my first memory was my mother putting this plate of spaghetti in front of me. And it was, let me tell you, Primarch, it was higher than my head when I was a little boy sitting at that table in my booster seat. I saw it and I just started eating it, and my mother saw me and she kept on giving me encouragement, saying that I was, a big boy. Oh man, look at you. And when I finished it, she said, I'm so proud of you. And I don't know why, but that always stuck with me.
So your mother, do you mind going into what happened to her? And then your father, subsequently.
My mother, she passed away when I was young, only about 8 years old. He pauses for a couple seconds. She had a severe case of pneumonia. It was being counteracted by leukemia. So neither of them could be treated, but she fought to the end. Strongest woman I know. And after that, my father, well, he was still a working man. He did his best. He really did, but I never really saw him, and I had to start to learn to take care of myself, do my own laundry, cook my own meals, so on and so forth. By myself. He always provided for me. Don't get that wrong. Great father in that respect, but I was just never able to see him, sadly.
What happened to him?
He's currently passed away, sadly, but he was alive until I was about 20 years old, just before I got onto the asteroid or got the weather.
So, for me, my parents made it pretty clear I had to join the military service, but I wanted to join Father. I did. Not to outdo my parents, but I felt it was my duty, being whose child I was back then. But for me, I can remember explicitly, vivid in my head when I decided I'm doing this and I'm doing it as soon as legally possible. And it was the Tenhauser Gate incident, and that was you were on an asteroid, so maybe you weren't aware of this happened, but Tenhauser Gate was a large colony, like EarthGov, or excuse me, like Gateway, but it was a large floating space station, kind of like Gateway, and the UIR had attacked it, actually, and blew up the life support and oxygen supplies. It was they sabotaged the place and killed, I think it was around 900 people died that couldn't be evacuated in time, and that's where I decided that I was going to try to make my difference. When it comes to space Vietnam, when did you have that moment? Even though you were drafted, when did you first hear about the space Vietnam conflict? And did you want to go? Or did you just want to stay home? There's no shame.
No, of course not. There is no shame. Truthfully, I wanted to stay home. I had a girlfriend that I was just about to propose to. Her name was Mother Gooddash. We were high school sweethearts before her recent disappearance. But I wanted to stay home. I wanted to be with her. I wanted to be a working man like my father and provide for her that way. I heard about it, about 16, 17 years old, in high school still, and I heard about it, and I knew it was something that we all needed to fight against, all of America needed to unite against, but I don't know if you could call it cowardice or, I would probably call it cowardice, but I didn't want to go and fight at that point.
Well, you had a lot to lose.
I did. I had a loved one to lose. I had my father who was getting on in years to take care of.
And did you have any children by that time? How many children do you have, and tell us their names?
Well, I have 5 children. Their names are Frederick, Quellen, Samuel, scorned brother Jasper, and neglected daughter Noah.
I see. So there was trouble on the home front while you were out there serving your country.
There was. My fiancée, Mother Gooddash. She, well, as you could probably tell with Noah and Jasper, she scorned Jasper and neglected Noah. I don't know how much you want me to get into those things.
No, I can tell they're hard for you to discuss. Hand on father's hand.
Thank you. And my boys, well, the Twipwits, as I call them, the Twipwits. They grew up without a father figure. Sort of like me, they needed to learn how to grow up and be self-sustaining and provide for themselves and the others around them. And god damn it, I'm so proud of them now, I got to be honest.
Pequod wiping a tear from her eye, Sasha having to hand her some tissue. If I may, Father, everybody here at the Lane is extremely proud of those 3. We've just recently met Nora and Jasper, but Krellin, Frederick, and Samuel, they've never let me down.
That warms this old man's heart. Thank you so much for saying that.
They take after their father.
Thank you. Oh man, you're gonna start making me cry, and I haven't cried in 15 years.
Rainfalls are sympathetic criers playing with his scarf under his American flag bandana. So, take me to the day you got drafted, when you got that letter, or whatever it was back then, I don't know. Take me to the day and what you were thinking when you read that piece of paper letter and what you thought immediately after.
I was
2 months after turning 18, right? I was walking down to the mailbox to get the mail, obviously, and I was flipping through it, and I came across this letter from United States Marines. I opened it up thinking it was just like a recruitment letter that is like, oh, we'll give you a free whistle, that kind of thing. I opened it up, read it over, and it said I was drafted. The short of it said I was drafted, and I was hit with a sense of dread. Because at that time, of USA didn't have other things that you could do. Work at a veteran's home or clean up on the highways or anything like that. You would just be sent to jail. And I had to think to myself, I can't be sent to jail. I have kids and a fiance to take care of. I need to be earning at least some money, and I hear you get some good money working with the military. So I decided to go through with it. It was my only decision, and throughout that time, throughout basic, throughout everything, I came to gain a new respect for the military and became the man you see me today.
How did Mother, your wife, fiance, how did she take the news?
Oh, she was devastated, I think. I think this is when her problems really started. She would stay in the gym a lot, and this is it's hard for me to talk about, but it's where the main problems with neglected daughter Noah stem from. She would only stay in the gym and knit. So she, to say the least, Primarch, she really did not take it well.
Stay in the gym, you say. Almost as if she thought the world should revolve around her.
It was almost like that, ma'am. It really was. At least that's what I thought.
Pequod glares up at the sound booth. Hunk is petting poor Jasper and rubbing Davine's back of her neck.
Davine is holding Nora very tightly.
It's okay, dear. He'll kiss her on the cheek.
Yes, it's okay.
Nora's doing well. Look at her.
Nora is doing quite well.
I mean, Nora. He moves her head to see Icy down there with Julius fighting back laughter.
Davine lets out a chuckle. Yes, darling. Nora.
He kisses her on the cheek again.
She is doing quite well, thankfully.
He'll wink at her, play with her lip a little bit with his thumb as Pequod looks back from the sound booth to Father. So, the Marines. What was boot camp like?
Well, it's true what they say. It's the hardest 6 months of your life. It's grueling, feels like it's never ending, and you want nothing more than to just be home and be with your family the entire time. I used to hear, this might be getting too personal for, the people I went to boot camp with, and no offense to them at all, but I would hear people crying themselves to sleep about how they just wanted to go home, and I'll be honest, I myself, I was one of those people.
I was one of them. She shrugged.
I understand, it's a hard thing to go through.
What was your favorite part of boot camp? Because you do a lot of different things in boot camp. CQC, shooting guns, obstacle course, PT, education classes, foreign familiarization classes.
My favorite part was survival training.
Which you definitely excelled at.
Yes, I did. It's just something that sort of clicked with me. Believe it or not, I knew what I had to do before I started to do it, and I don't really know why. It's difficult to explain, it really is. but when the final test, you're put into the surrounding forest by yourself, and you have to survive until someone comes to get you. Now, this is, of course, for if you're ever separated from your group or anything like that. You have to know how to survive on your own. They taught us how to crochet hammocks. They taught us how to find drinkable water, how to boil that water, how to hunt, how to make snares and traps, and it all just came so naturally to me that I excelled in it. And thank God that I did, especially hindsight being 2020, what was coming up in my future.
Do you think having to be a self-sufficient youth because of what your mother's death at an early age and your father having to work to supplement and provide for you played into that? You were already predisposed to be prepared to something as harsh as Marine survival training?
I think so. It takes a certain mindset to. This might sound a little weird, or I don't know. Bigoted is a strong word for it, but close-minded maybe. You need a certain mindset to be good at it.
No, I would agree.
And I think my mother's death, God rest her soul, that gave me that kind of mindset that I needed to really get through what I needed to get through.
So you get through basic, and you had told me off camera that there was no time off between basic and going to Space Nam. You were shipped immediately. You get to Space Vietnam, the planet. This all took place on a planet, right? Why don't you go into some of the more geopolitical details about the conflict of Space Vietnam?
So, the conflict of Space Vietnam, the evil deal had learned from Silverback, the leader of the guerrillas, how to fight war, right? And these deal, they were huge fans of space communism. So, if the planet was sort of split up between North Space Vietnam and South Space Vietnam, and us as the USA, we were trying to help out the South Space Vietnam fend off space communism from the North. And of course, this all took place on a planet. The main conflicts usually took place around the Ho Chi Minh Trail, which was a long river that spanned a good amount of the planet's surface, but they always had control of it. And I don't want to go too much forward, so that was our job. That's what we were doing. We had to get rid of the Ho Chi Minh Trail and get control of it.
And here, I'm being informed in my earwig, we actually have a picture of Silverback.
Oh, yeah, that Silverback, all right, that son of a bitch. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to cuss. This is wife.
No, it's okay, Father. He was your mortal enemy. We don't want to get too far ahead to your secret mission, which involves Silverback, but, yeah, we are attempting to educate the youth here.
I understand. I wasn't sure. This is Silverback. He is a master of guerrilla tactics that taught the evil deal that were fighting against us how to use them, and he was, if you will, their leader. They didn't have a deal as a leader. They delegated to the guerrillas, who taught them everything they know.
So, when you get, and we have another picture of an older Silverback, this is a younger picture of him before the conflict started. When you get to Space Vietnam itself, what is the environment like? What's your first experience at an FOB, forward operating base?
your first experience, so let me set the scene here. You are on the plane, you hear it when, you feel it when, you start unbuckling, you see the ramp start to drop, and you rush off, and the first thing you feel is the humidity. Before your eyes even adjust to the brightness of the outside, you feel the humidity. It's a jungle landscape, it's God. You if I had all my hair back then, because I had to shave my head for basic, it would be standing up like crazy, so frizzy. After that, after the humidity, you get onto the tarmac and you have to find where you need to report, whatever squadron you were assigned to, you need to report. Now, I was a part of a U-boat with two others, which their names were Clive and Ash. God rest their souls. But I was a part of that group. I had to go. Clive was the man. No. Yes, Clive was the man in charge at that point, and we were just shooting the shit. When you step off the tarmac, you can also just feel the camaraderie of a group of people, an army, knowing what they need to do and knowing what they need to get done. And that's a part of any military, I would assume, but I could feel it personally right then and there.
I can attest to that. So your unit, what was the code name of your unit?
Our code name of our unit was... You're gonna find it funny, but it was just called the U-Boat Special, or US for short.
That makes sense, because your unit, you did 70 tours without a break, right?
No break at all.
And over those 70 tours, your U-boat, your unit became notorious. You were feared among the Space Viet Cong. Is that correct?
Well, to be honest with you, we were targeted at times when something far more strategically placed that would cause a problem for them was there. Sometimes they would just completely ignore it and go for us instead, if that gives you any indication.
And that is because you completed so many successful missions, or your kill count was high?
Both, really. We completed quite a few missions, and, our kill count was always very high. It was always very impressive. Not to brag, but I think I had the highest kill count in all of Space Vietnam.
So, Clive was in charge, and then eventually you were promoted over him. What did you do on the squad? What did Clive do on the squad? And what did Ash do on the squad? Take us inside a U-boat crew during Space Vietnam.
So, it's, Clive, let's start with Clive here. He was the loader. He would load my gun. I was the, mini gunner on the back of a U-boat. Clive would load my gun, and he was also the mechanic. If something went wrong up in the front, all of us, we had knowledge of mechanics, but truthfully, he was just the best at it. We used to call him Grease Monkey, but that's what his jobs were. He was the mechanic, but he would also load my weaponry from my minigun that I would shoot. I was the gunner, as I had mentioned before, and Ash, he was the pilot, or the driver of the boat. He's the one that would get us to where we were going. He's the one that would give us some good-ass evasive maneuvers.
So, and we can put the picture of Harambe away. Or, excuse me, Silverback. Harambe is actually his real name. Did you know that? We've done some digging over the years.
I did not know that. That's surprising.
Yes, well, Silverback was a moniker, if you will. But anyway, we'll get into that. So, take us to that day. The day you got called on that mission. That fateful day, that fateful mission. What were you doing? It's all declassified now. What were you doing? What was your objective? Why were you so deep behind enemy lines in the Ho Chi Minh Trail? Just take us to the mission parameters, the briefing room that day.
We get into the briefing room, and some of the high ups were there. You know, military and all, we were always respectful. Tell us to sit down and tell us top secret classified mission. This may turn the tide of space Vietnam, which it did. We were there, and they told us that we needed to steal their flag. Steal their flag to cut the head off the deer is exactly what they said. Now, I think the saying is cut the head off the snake, but given who we were fighting, it makes sense.
Is it true there was a high chance to kill Silverback that day too?
Oh yes. We were going through the Ho Chi Minh Trail into like their top secret base, and all reports pointed to Silverback being in that base. So yeah, very high chance to kill Silverback on that day.
High resolution of Silverback by the time of the conflict.
That's the motherfucker with an eye patch and his cybernetic arm that I always wanted to get my hands around that guy's neck.
Did you end up killing him on that fateful day? Did Ash? Did Clive?
Truthfully, not directly, but we did end up killing him. The explosion is what got him.
The explosion? Which explosion?
The explosion that took out my legs and sent me on that asteroid, man.
I understand. Okay, we won't pedal too far ahead. We'll double back. But yeah, okay. So were you guys excited? Was there any trepidation, or did you just have that much swag and confidence that you took the mission? You wanted to end the war, is that it?
I mean, we wanted to end the war. We wanted to get the hell out of there. But, whenever a top secret mission like this comes through, there's gonna be some trepidation. There's gonna be nervousness. I think that's just a natural human reaction. So, yeah, all of us were pretty nervous. Clive, poor guy, he was a bit anxious. So he would always be more nervous than either me or Ash, and the two of us, we would always have to calm him down, be like, Clive, calm down, we got this. We're gonna get in, get out, get their flag, and end space Vietnam.
So when you departed on the mission, it was an early morning. Did you encounter any resistance on your way up the Ho Chi Minh Trail, or was it a stealthy insertion?
We encountered some resistance, yes. It wasn't the stealthiest mission we had ever done, no. We encountered some resistance. They were shooting at us. Of course they were shooting at us. They had a wad of enemies in the trees, and yeah. We got through though, all the resistance. We took them out, given my gunning skills, and boom. We got their flag, and, well, to be honest, ma'am, that's when everything started going to shit.
Who got the flag as you stormed the base? Now, did you drive the U-boat up into their base, or disembark from the river, go in on foot, grab the flag? Take us through that.
So imagine it like this. The base is right in front of you, right? And there's a little coastline. We drove the U-boat up onto the coastline and broke in through that part right in front of the coastline. We tried to be stealthy about it, as stealthy as we could be, given what we were driving.
But yes, we inserted in through the beach.
Who grabbed the flag?
That would be me.
Ash, waiting at the boat. Clive covering you.
Clive always had my six.
And so you made it back. How many men do you think were shooting at you?
Oh, I mean, more than all we hands here could count.
You made it onto the boat, and Ash deftly pilots you out of there. Only what you didn't realize was there was at least, it says here, 95 regiments of Space Viet Cong Deer infantry waiting for you.
There was. It was completely unexpected. They foresaw a plan. I think that even if we got into stealthily, we still would have got right there.
So deep behind enemy line.
Exactly. We fought way too deep behind enemy lines, and well, it just was not a good situation.
She's paging through the book.
If you don't mind, Clive was the first one to go. He got shot, he died right in my arms.
So we've made something for you, Father. Here in chapter 82, there's a very vivid description of the events on that river, on that fateful day. We've made something for you, Father. It's with all due respects, a dramatic reenactment of the events of that day.
Is that so?
Yes. We put in millions and millions of credits to try and recreate it, and we'd like you to watch it. It's all based off your writing here in the book. $49.99. On sale right now. She smiles at the camera. Why don't you just sit back and watch it, and then I want you to give us your honest opinion. Our military historian advisor, the Ranger General, she was deeply involved, intimately involved in production of this. And give us, your honest opinion of it, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Pequod, the screen will fade as sad music starts playing, and we see Scar with an M60, Clive with a minigun, and Ash in Vietnam gear piloting a boat down the river as a bunch of deer reveal themselves, starting to shoot at the boat.
You got it right, sir? You got the flag?
I got it! It's right here in my back pocket!
Let's get the fuck out of here, Ash. Come on.
Don't mess with the U.S.!
Don't mess with him. He's gonna hit the throttle.
The boat goes off
We've got
slowly.
We've got Space Vietnamese ahead, sir.
Motherfucker! Starts shooting.
Fucking hell.
He starts to shoot as well.
Oh, god damn, they're everywhere. Kong is everywhere.
We're gonna make it, sir. We're gonna actually be home in time for Christmas this time, aren't we?
If all goes to plan, yes, man, we are out of here.
Hallelujah and praise the U.S.
Praise Jesus, motherfucker! Ah! This deer gets shot by Scar. Clive! North! 12 o'clock, motherfucker!
Got her, motherfucker!
He starts shooting that way.
Ah! Krellin death screams. Ah!
There's more on this bank, sir. As he's going through evasive actions, trying not to get shot.
Check him out, Lieutenant! Points at Clive.
Ah!
Letting out a Rambo scream as he sprays and prays.
As these ones all get killed. Ash piloting the boat. Let me fix this here. Ash piloting the boat has to come to a decision which way he's going to go, which path he's going to take up the riverside. But unfortunately for Ash, the Space Vietnamese deer that survived Clive's thing, his spray and pray, drops what looks to be an explosive barrel right here.
He sees it on this path.
Yes.
Shit! Everybody hold on! And he's going to turn down the other river path.
Got it. What the fuck was that?
It looked to be an explosive barrel, sir. I think
Jesus Christ.
they're mining the water.
Clive shaking his head. Space Vietnamese, they got the fucking explosive barrels. I told you, sir, I told you.
Coming up as Ash shoots this one with his pistol as he's piloting the boat. Wah! Falls over. These guys coming up from underwater with snorkel masks on. They have an explosive barrel in the way.
Shit! Clive will start shooting at it, trying to take out the explosive barrel before they reach it.
Nice shot! As one of the bullets pierces. No! Blowing them.
Good shit, sir.
Goddamn fucking commie motherfucker!
That's what you get for space communism, bitches!
Keep saying, brothers, don't mess with the U.S.
God bless America!
They go around this direction, but unfortunately, Ash, fixing the map, Ash sees a bunch more Space Viet Cong on the riverbanks here. And they start wildly shooting. This one actually jumping on the boat, trying to tackle Clive, as two here throw out another explosive barrel here.
There's another one dead ahead, sir.
Ah, fuck! I got one on me.
Pulls out a knife, raises it to Clive. Scar loaded!
Clive himself will pull out his knife. Bring it on, commie, fuck!
It swings at Clive and misses.
Clive ducks out of the way and stabs the deer in his chest.
It falls off the...
Father, can you get that barrel in time? As he starts loading his gun.
They make a very close call, but Father racks the chamber on the M60, sprays and prays, blowing the barrel up. Some damage caused to the front of the boat, but they're okay, as he will spray and pray into the trees, killing these guys as this guy jumps into the water, disappearing to avoid fire.
There's not too much further down the river, sir.
We're gonna make it, kid! We're gonna make it!
I hope you're right, sir.
You got a beautiful woman waiting for you back at home, guys.
Oh, you goddamn right I do.
Beautiful
What's
woman.
her name?
Her name is Cassandra.
What's her name, Ash?
Sarah, sir. She just had our first. Gonna get to see her soon.
Comes up and tries to karate chop Ash in the neck.
He's gonna dodge it and punch the one in the face back.
Falling off the boat as this one grabs Clive, trying to pull him off the boat.
Ah, fuck! Clive pulls out his sidearm and shoots it 3 times in the head.
It's still holding on to Clive.
Oh my god! Oh my god! He'll start trying to pull it off.
Lets out a triumphant roar and decapitates the deer with one swing of his paw.
Clive looks over. That was amazing, father.
We're all making it out of here, man.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. It's not too much further up the river.
Ah, thank God for that.
The boat going down. Keep going.
Clive's continuing to look around. They're all in the fucking trees. Keep your eyes on the fucking trees.
That's when it happens. A stray AK shot right through Clive's chest. And then another one right through his neck.
he falls down, landing onto Father Goodscar.
Shooting this one. Clive! Clive!
Father, you got someone watch for.
You're gonna tell her yourself, Ash, get us out of here!
Yes, sir. He's gonna push throttle as hard as he can and go as quick down the river as he can.
Clive, speak to me!
He doesn't respond.
As coming around the bend, Ash sees it. Harambe pushing the final explosive barrel and or silverback.
Father, tell me you could get rid of those in time.
Don't stop the boat!
He's gonna try to.
They go head first into the first line of barrels, and a huge explosion, killing Ash. The explosion propelling Clive's lifeless body, flying in this direction. Silverback blowing up. Father sees him lit ablaze, dying, his mechanical arm melting as father goes flying up into the stratosphere. Coming back here. Pequod looking at the screen with father. The picture of Silverback the day he died. Pequod rubbing father's thumb.
It's like I was back there.
I know it was hard, probably, but you detailed it so well in this book that it. We tried to do our justice to it. I hope you're proud of it.
I am Primarch. Thank you so much. That's the best gift an old war vet like me could get.
The memory of your comrades will live on forever.
Yes, they will. God damn, I miss them to this day.
So Clive was struck in the chest and the neck by a Space Viet Cong sharpshooter, and Ash blew up in the explosion. He was trying to get you back, because Clive wasn't going to make it. Maybe he died on the boat right there, yeah.
Yes. I'll never forget Clive's eyes as light left them, and the poor look on that young boy's face. He was so young. Ash, I mean.
Well, he never knew what hit him. Turned the corner, and Silverback had the perfect trap set.
Goddamn guerrilla tactics.
Are explosive barrels common in guerrilla tactics?
Yes, they were, but believe it or not, that's why we couldn't get a U-boat down to Ho Chi Minh Trail beforehand. Us doing that quite wittily won us the war. One, because we killed Silverback, and two, because we cleared up the obstacles on the Ho Chi Minh Trail.
So when the explosion happened, and you felt yourself get shot up into the air, what was going through your mind?
Home. Riding on bikes with my old friends back home. My kids. Wanting so badly to be there with them. Playing with little toy cars, or giving them propeller hats or whatever. My wife. All good memories, thankfully. Just nothing about war. Nothing about killing. Nothing about anything. Just my family. That's how I wanted my last thoughts to go. That's how I wanted to go out.
So you were sure you were going to die?
I was sure. You don't get exploded like that and be sent flying that far up into the stratosphere without, biting the dust, if you will.
As you entered the stratosphere, tell us what happened.
Well, when you enter that stratosphere, you see the most beautiful sunrise, sunset, whatever you want to call it. You just see the most beautiful view you ever could. And I was happy to die seeing that view. Shortly after I had accepted my fate, as you do, I continued to float up, and I landed very hard. Maybe float is the wrong word for it. Fly up. I landed hard, wide on my legs, on top of an asteroid. An asteroid that was luckily passing wide around space Vietnam. When I got there, I had realized that All I had on me was an MRE, a knife, the barest amount of water, and the pictures of all my kids.
These pictures. She'll pull them out. Right here.
Those are the pictures. There's my Noah, Jasper, Frederick, Rowan, and Samuel. Oh, those pictures are the only things that kept me going for as long as it did. Oh, I'm sorry. It's a difficult thing for me to think about.
No, it's okay. Is it true Mother never sent you a picture of herself?
It is true. She never did send me a picture of herself, and I truthfully could not tell you why. Maybe it's because she was so selfish or so immature and stupid.
She'll wipe away some tears from Father's.
But she never did send me that picture.
When you were stuck on that asteroid worrying about them, worrying if she was neglecting Nora, worrying if she was experimenting on Jasper, worrying if your 3 boys, your triplets, were being loved and taken care of.
Yes. I was just there, worrying about everything. There's nothing you can do when you're that alone except for worry. When you're that alone, all you have are your own thoughts, and if I were a lesser man, it would have driven me crazy.
And you had 2 broken legs. You had to set, I don't want to give away too many details from the book, but you had to set those legs yourself and repair them with what little of your med kit was left.
I did. Again, I don't want to give too much away from the book, but all I had was some bandages, a bit of painkiller, and my own goddamn wits about me.
We've created one more, it's very short, less than a minute, dramatic reenactment scene of you on the asteroid, and all we ask again is for you to tell us your honest opinion of how close to truth it really was. Does it take you back?
Of course.
Alright. She'll put her hand on his thigh, rub it, as the scene shifts here. Father, good Scar, slams his knife into the asteroid. Clive. Ash. Oh. Spaghetti with beef and sauce. Oh. Just like Mom used to make. There is now, all of a sudden, just a horrible CG insert of 2 Raggedy Ann dolls floating next to Scar, clearly added last minute. And Scar, not even looking at them or referencing them, pulls out, "There's my boys. Frederick. Samuel. Krellin. I hope Mother's taking good care of you." Opens the MRE. God damn. What a way to go out. Looks at a giant wormhole that he's being sucked into. As the picture gets sucked slowly into the wormhole, he watches it get sucked in dejectedly. Looks back down to the planet of space Vietnam. Opens the MRE. Tosses it to the side. As he gets sucked in to the wormhole with the picture, terrible CG picture of Jasper and Nora hanging there. Julius and Icy, as it was played, were gestured to come up on stage by Pequod. Pequod still rubbing Father's thigh.
That has to be the most accurate depiction I've ever seen.
You got sucked into a wormhole with that asteroid and carried you far, far away from home.
I did. It took the Ranger Major to find me, and I thank the Ranger General every single day for sending people out to work for me.
Take us back to the day that the Ranger Major found you.
Of course.
there I was on another asteroid, hungry, thirsty, bored as all hell. And I see this far-off speck rapidly approaching me. I was looking at it, and I thought it was another asteroid or some errant rock of some kind, a satellite, something coming towards me. I had given up all hope of being found. When I started to realize it was in fact a ship, oh, I got to be honest, I started to cry my eyes out.
And you knew right then and there that you were going to see your boys and your girl again. And mother.
I was gonna see them all. I was gonna see them all, and then the Ranger Major walked right up to me, put his hand on my shoulder, saluted me because I still outwinked him, the wink of father. I couldn't give him a salute back, of course. Hell, I still can't really move my arms without assistance.
Samuel coming up to assist father in the ceremony. Pequod nodding her head at Sam.
But I just want to thank the Ranger Major, and again the Ranger General, for saving me and letting me see my boys again. And girl.
You know, we racked our brains. I don't think there is a way. We, as the current military leaders, and just military members in general, can pay our thanks to you. And then the Ranger General had the bright idea of giving you your medals that you were awarded posthumously because you were presumed dead. You were listed as KIA after the first 20 years of being MIA.
You would do that for me?
That's why the Ranger General is here for you today. She'll come up, pull out 2 cases with a Purple Heart and a Congressional Medal of Honor.
I don't know what to say, ma'am. I never thought this day would come.
Samuel turns father's head to look down at the medals. Pequod cry. Looks back at Julius and Icy. Icy, this is funny, not sad.
I don't think I can cry at this, honey.
Cry for the camera.
Okay, I don't know if I can cry on command right now.
Remember when that bitch kicked you out of the house? Icy starts sniffling. Remember that dream of me leaving you?
Julius's jaw locks and he starts to sniffle.
It was kind of rude of her.
I mean, I deserve it. I deserve it. I'm a terrible father. I can understand why he would want to leave me.
I just wanted to stay one more month.
I mean,
And what's the good of it? She walked around naked for a month, they had Elizabeth, and then she depressed Dad more.
He starts to cry even more.
I mean, I forget I've never deserved you anyway, so I don't see why you wouldn't.
Salute.
Julius sadly salutes.
Icy does the same, as Sasha will pin the medals onto father, and then salute father.
Samuel, my boy, if you don't mind.
He nods his head gently, raises father's salute, the rank of father outranking Ranger General.
I salute you all, and I thank you.
Pequod sniffling, the medals being pinned on to father. Sasha will nod and sit back down, Samuel sitting next to father. Pequod, sit down. Icy sits down crying.
And Julius also sits down crying.
So, Father, I do appreciate you coming here today, telling your story. I think it's important. I think the age doesn't matter. I think it's important that just whatever age you are, whatever sex, whatever species, subspecies, whatever you identify as, I think your story is one that needs to be heard and understood.
If it doesn't sound too egotistical, I would have to agree. I feel like a lot of people can learn a lot of things from this, and that is why I am releasing a book. We've said some things about it already, but Memoirs of Space Vietnam, I go more in depth. You can even read the story, and that was just told here today. And some moments afterwards, some small anecdotes about my wife on the asteroid. Now, something that some of you may not know is I have another book coming out. Did you know that, Mark?
I just actually got one in between the dramatic reenactments. We've taken no commercial breaks this show. There's no time for commercial breaks. This story needs to be heard and told, as I've said, and I'm seeing it says here, Memoirs of a Bad Relationship.
Yes, Memoirs of a Bad Relationship. It goes through my struggles with Mother Good Ash and everything about it. Some sad moments, some happy moments, but it's made sure to make you at least tear up, and that's a Father Good Skull promise.
Paging through the uncompleted manuscript. Would you mind reading a excerpt? She'll open a page and hand it to Father.
I would not mind it at all. There I stood. What was I feeling in that moment? Confusion? Maybe. Anger? Not really. Not pointed at anyone. But pointed at myself. What did I do wrong to make her walk away? There had to be something. She's too perfect to do something wrong. I don't think this way anymore, but when I was a young man and awestruck with love and in a honeymoon phase of a relationship, I thought I had done something wrong to her. So I sat there, wondering, watching, waiting for her to come walking back to me, but she never did. She never did. I had to go out and search for her. I had to be the good husband and find her. I had to be the mature one in the relationship.
And while you were going through the trials, she'll take the book back, and tribulations of Space Vietnam, this was on your mind.
It was. It was on my mind almost constantly. Why did she walk away from me?
Are the answers in this uncompleted manuscript, or will they be in the incompleted manuscript?
I think they will be. Now, of course, as you say, it's not a completed manuscript, but once it's finished, I'm sure those answers will be. You'll just have to buy the book and find out. Ha ha ha.
Understandable. Pequod nods her head. Well, any closing thoughts, Father?
Julius Help's father turns him to look at the camera. Only to love your neighbor. Love your family. Don't walk away from people. Don't let other men touch you. Don't date someone you don't think you're supposed to date. And God bless America.
Pequod sniffled. God bless America indeed, Father. This has been a special, non-stop Tea with the Primarch episode. We'll see you next time. As Scar clicks the camera off, Pequod starts clapping loudly. Sasha, God, that was difficult to sit through.
Julius is still crying.
Oh, get over it. She punches Julius in the leg.
Ow!
You know how many nights I cried during the Izzy crisis? Oh, wait a minute.
A crisis?
Nothing, just come here.
Okay. He'll stand up and walk over to her.
She'll use her scarf to wipe away his tears. Stop crying.
Okay.
It was for the camera. You had to cry. We need money.
I know. We need money.
Relax. She'll kiss Julius on the chin.
He smiles at her and just puts his arms around her and hugs her.
I think it's a good thing you had that dream, though. It should help you identify with that.
It does. It did.
me and him hugged for a good long while after that.
Up in the sound booth, Hunk. Yeah, so that book's just based off us.
Davin is tearing up, making sure not to get any tears on Nora, of course, and she nods. It's all about us.
That's fine. We might have had a turbulent relationship for times, but we're still the best.
We are still the best. She gives him a kiss on the cheek and rests her head on his shoulder.
We make the most beautiful children. Which we need to get back to working on that.
We could start whenever you want to, honey. I am willing and raring to go.
How many people watch that, dear, do you think? Frederick, do you have a number? Frederick does have a number.
Frederick turns around, holding up his wrist computer. 2 trillion people.
Oh my god. He looks at Davey and then down at Jasper and Nora.
2 trillion people?
Frederick has another note. The book has already sold 80 million copies.
Yeah, the book has already sold 80 million copies. It isn't even out yet. These are just pre-orders. It's going to be coming soon.
Holy shit.
Oh my god, Father Good Skull's a goddamn hit!
Goddamn American icon.
Goddamn, she puts her hand up in a salute. Goddamn, God bless Father Good Skull. God bless America.
Hunk will pick Davine up, hold Jasper, honey. Going down there.
She holds Jasper.
Because Nicole and Julius are not looking too hot.
No, they aren't.
Son, you doing okay? And as Hunk says that, his wrist computer goes off.
He immediately shoots up. Gotta go.
Have fun. Bring her back for the beat.
Yes, sir. He ODMs out as quickly as he can.
Meow, 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 meow. Following him. That cat is really growing attached to our son, honey.
Yes, he is.
Krellin coming up, tearing up at father's story. Well, I'd say that was a successful show. Frederick coming down, showing Pequod the numbers.
2 trillion watch and over 800 million copies sold.
Clive coming up. Good. Very good. Right, Julie?
Yes, very good. It was very good.
Those dramatic reenactments were really good. Scar, you gave it your all. Scar, yeah! Oh yeah, we were real into it. It was kind of weird at first, but yeah, got into it.
I mean, it was just an easy role to put yourself into. We got really into that role.
The only weird hurdle was getting over the deers with guns. Once you got past that, it was perfect.
Yeah, when I had to stab that deer and then shoot the other one in the head a couple times, it was pretty damn weird.
Whose idea was it to have Krellin do the death sounds? Krellin, scars. Nods back at Scar. I think it's a good one. I really like the no!
Oh yes, darling, that's my personal favorite death sound. She looks and smiles at Krellin.
He claps his hands together, nods at Davine, me voice actor. Sasha.
You did wonderfully, darling. You are a voice actor.
Oh, we made so much fucking money, Father. Putting her arm around Father.
Goddamn right we did.
How'd you like the show, Jasper?
It was pretty good. I like hearing my father talk.
Chucky doll Julius, looking over, wiping tears away.
Julius has his arm around Icy, rubbing her shoulder. Yeah, Chucky doll Julius.
Quads moved this way, wiping tears away, kissing Julius's chin.
Julius chuckles. You know, if I put my voice in a doll and we release that, that's probably what I would sound like.
I think a Jasper and Nora line of Raggedy Ann dolls can make a comeback. Hunk, Samuel, take your brother and sister, please. He nods his head and takes. I'm not gonna get used to saying that.
No, I don't think any of us will be.
Alright, what is this all about? I know the story was touching. Pequod, it had nothing to do with this.
Then what did it have to do with?
Hmm? She shrugs, pinches Julius's chin.
She did what she had to do to get a good reaction out of us.
She reminded them of the day you specifically kicked Nicole out of your house, and some dream he had of, I guess, her walking away or something. Oh, Patricia. He looks at Pico.
Patricia, darling. She'll, walk over to Icy and offer her a hug.
She hugs Davine. Hunk comes over. Give me a hug. I know it's hard.
Julius will give his dad a hug.
Pequod rubbing Julius's back. She's right there behind you, and she's not gonna walk away. I know it's terrible though.
I know. I just got this feeling in the back of my head that she's gonna do it.
Makes you feel like Makes you feel like no matter what you do, it's not good enough. But you just have to remind yourself that it is. 'Cause the only fight you guys were having was over the children causing drama. Because you should have stopped them, son.
I know. I should have, and I will be. Yeah, I was a failure of a father. I was no better than Cyrus, is what she told me. So I gotta be better.
So with the next one, smiles at Pequod, who's kissing Julius on the cheek. He'll be perfect.
Yes, I will.
Him and Integra, now that you can relate to people easily.
Julius starts to laugh. Yes, sir. I'm gonna do better. I swear. He looks at Pequod, to all three of you, the two kids and you.
I take your word for it.
He smiles at her and gives her a kiss.
She kisses him back. Now please relax.
Yeah, I think I need to relax.
It had to make the money. She'll fix her breasts.
He looks down at her, fixing her breasts. Yeah, we had to make the money. Yeah, we had to do that. He looks at Hunk. Do we have some beers at the beach house?
Uh-huh. A lot Modelo, actually.
Yeah, you want to crack a couple open with me?
Yes, sir. We can have some. Your mom likes a good beer. How's Crybaby number 2 doing? I see. Stop crying.
Davine is still hugging onto her, and she's kissing her forehead.
Why did they name me Nora? It's such an ugly name. Pequod.
And Jasper isn't?
That's true. Jasper has the weird Chucky doll voice. Hug. Jasper, how's it going down there?
Oh, it's going just fine. My brother knows just how to hold me.
Okay, yeah, that is Chucky doll. Julius.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And as he's saying that, Jasper finds something really funny, and he just goes, that was funny.
He shivers slightly.
Davine holds Icy closer to her. I'll protect you from the Icy doll. Or the Chucky doll, darling.
Definitely the Jasper doll. The
Yeah,
icy doll's just late.
Yeah, well, at least you don't have a Chucky voice.
At least you didn't get traumatized neglected to the point where you can't talk.
At least you didn't get experimented on by antidepressants.
How does anybody even experiment on somebody with antidepressants? That makes no sense.
Give him too much.
I was neglected. She points at
Well, I was experimented on and scorned.
How about you just hide the pills under your tongue?
Why didn't I think of that?
Are you two really arguing about this? He looks between the two of them, Pequod shaking her head.
Yes, obviously we're arguing about this.
Alright, it's time for beers. Let's get the fuck out of here. Frederick, Krellin, Samuel, are you guys coming to the beach house with us? You don't have to get on the boat with Father. Yes, nods his head.
Yes, we'll go to the beach house, but we're going to be staying with Father.
Alright then, rain falls, move out, let's go. Gotta finish that manuscript for the novel clearly based off me and my wife. Oh. Looks back at it.
So you guys figured that one out?
What's obvious?
Guys, I gotta say, it was very obvious.
Jasper like it very much, patting him on the head.
Is my favorite book.
Move out. Okay. They all start leaving. This direction. Father getting wheeled off by Samuel. Some people lagging in the back. Yeah, so Jasper's quite disturbing, actually.
Yeah, I was a fan of Jasper before the voice came around.
Definitely horror movie level, B movie, late 80s.
Yeah. Chucky is the perfect description for that. Saying, I'm worried I'm gonna wake up, see it in my room at night, and he's gonna be whispering things in my ear.
Sasha looking at her wrist computer. I just got word from the guards up in our office. Kids are back and fun. Hunk, I forgot they went on a fucking mission. Holy shit. Looks at Davey.
Oh, thank God they're okay, thank God.
Pequod, oh my god. Sticking her hand up Julius's shirt. I forgot they even had a mission today.
Yeah, so did I.
Well, the interview was engrossing. Suletta nodding her head, you are an excellent interviewer. Pequod smiled.
I just have a question. That spaghetti story, how was that heartwarming?
I don't know. Did he read somebody's mind and base it off of... Not me.
Julius puts his hands up. I know. And Davian shakes her head. Not me, darling.
You. Looks at Clive.
Clive shakes his head. No, ma'am.
She shrugged.
Do you think it was just their poor attempt at a first memory?
Yeah, poor attempt that turned out to be very good.
Julius starts to laugh. It was certainly an interesting story, I'll give it that.
Sasha nodding. Oh. They turned in their field report. Looks like they're ready to rock and roll come next week.
Very good, very good. Yeah.
Where are they now? She, up at the apartment at Gateway. I guess they were watching the end of the show. JJ ran off. Yeah. Holy shit, forgot they had that mission.
Yeah. As soon as I heard that they were back, I would have suspected that JJ was nowhere to be seen, so there we go.
Hunk will clap his hands, jump, let's go. Arms out to Davey.
Davey jumps into his arms.
Beach house, whenever the kids come down, they come down. Fuck them.
Yeah, fuck him.
Pequod, I'll message Carter, tell him to come down when they're done up there for the day.
Sounds good. Julius will pick Pequod up.
Let's go.
Let's go.
I am the best interviewer in the family, Julia.
Oh, 100%. Honestly, Frederick's not half bad as an interviewee.
No, he's not. No, he came prepared. I'm always proud of him.
I am too. I thought he was gonna, fail at least one of those points, but he came prepared.
Thought you were gonna have another years ago. Clive tried to put you moment. Pequod, yes.
I was hoping and praying that wasn't gonna happen.
Hug chuckles to himself as they walk off. The kids looking up at the TV as the episode ends. Quite heartwarming story. Oz is falling asleep again.
That's one thing you could call it.
Apparently not heartwarming enough for Oz's sake. It's very tired.
Laz nodding, petting his head. He's a very tired man.
That totally washed away the shit we had to see in that horrible fucking horrendous place. Whatever it was called.
Elizabeth laughing to herself. Oh my god. They're all really good actors. Did you see how my brother and sister were crying?
Yes, I saw the Primarch gesturing and saying something to them. I wonder if it was actual tears or brought on tears. Sit, Carter!
Carter sits on Memory Ann's lap, and he looks over at Soul. Soul looks at him. Brought on tears. They were brought on tears.
Anything to make the bucks. Your mother has a lot of mouths to feed and they're gonna be around forever.
That is true. And hey, it's never bad to have more money.
And rainfalls like to reproduce, so a lot more mouths to feed in the future.
That is true. Rainfalls are famously very,
very apt to reproducing. He looks at Memory Ann and winks at her.
Memory and smirk. Maybe we could. No, I prefer Hale, but perhaps we can lighten the load on Frederick, Crowlin, and Samuel and take, well, Nora. I don't like Jasper's voice.
Jasper sounds like... Well, Jasper sounds like that one robot on 2001: A Space Odyssey, HAL 9000.
Only creepy Hal. Playing with his hair.
Yeah, creepy Hal at the end of the movie where he's singing Daisy Daisy.
Oh, maybe we could get Jasper to sing it for her.
Jasper sounds like you turn on the hallway light one day and he's just standing there with a knife at the end.
Hard to believe after everything you went through today, you started at the creepiest wedding ever. Yeah, looks at Tommy. I almost forgot there was a wedding today. Marianne, oh, there was. Lightly scratching Carter's scalp, kissing the back of his neck.
Soul rubs her hand through her hair. Oh my god, there really was.
Is that why I taste grilled cheese? Looks at his hair.
I think... Is that why my mouth is so salty? It's from the chicken noodle soup?
It was oversalted, wasn't it? He looks at her.
It was. It was like really oversalted.
Father likes it that way.
Today's been a goddamn roller coaster. I forgot too.
The only person who had an easy day is that poor young man right over there. But in reality, he having the hardest time. Ha ha ha.
Laz sort of pushes out her bottom lip and gives Oz a kiss on the head. He deserves a sort of easy day.
I agree.
He does. I mean, yeah, what he's doing is cool and all, but I hope he's alright. It's not good for him, you know?
Is it normal for Samantha to just be covered in the blood of her victims?
Soul looks up at the ceiling. I would say so, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that sounds about right.
She enjoys what she does.
And when she says she enjoys something, she really enjoys something.
Well, speaking of her, she's waiting here, tapping, still covered in blood as JJ comes through the door. Tapping her foot, arms crossed, looks at her wrist computer time.
She's looking down at her wrist computer and she feels one of the harpoons shoot past her, hook into that wall, grab her, and bring her across to over here, hopping onto here, and he puts her in a dip and kisses her.
Ooh, she takes the kiss. That's when he realizes she's covered in blood.
He leans back. God damn, darling. I thought it was a recon mission.
Smashing. She's cross-eyed from the kiss.
Smashing indeed.
What did you say? Who's recon?
I thought it was just a recon mission. Why are you so covered in blood? Don't tell me it went haywire.
She has to smack the side of her head to get her eyes to uncross. Looks at JJ. Oh no, it went fine, actually.
Oh, thank God. He'll, pick her up and just wrap her legs around his waist and start carrying her. Thank God for that. I assume you took care of some people that couldn't be snuck around?
The rest of the clowns are in the kitchen. And take me there. And yes, exactly.
Oh, I see. You know, honey, I have to say that is pretty damn hot, as he'll start making his way to the kitchen with her.
Tommy, oh, look who's here! All happy, still covered in blood. I'll need a shower, yeah.
Ah, don't worry, we can take a shower together.
Have the, robots clean the bloodstains off the ground, too?
It was, interesting to see you running blood down your face with your own hand. She shrugged.
Hey, man, enjoy what you do. You never work a day in your life, right?
Right. Nods her.
Soul nods. You're really cool, Sam. I gotta give you that.
She winks at Sam and then looks at JJ. Cool enough to leave for 6 months.
JJ leans forward. Cool enough to spend the rest of my life with every single waking second.
Smashing.
Positively smashing.
She'll bite his chin very hard, Memory Ann. Taking a page out of her book, doing it to Carter.
Carter's eyebrows go up and he starts smiling down at her as Sam does that to JJ and he grabs her ass.
Woo! She perks up. Okay, here. Nap time for me. Thumbs up to everybody. I'm going to bed. That was a stressful op. I'm good at hitting things with a hammer, not sneaking my way into a cannibalistic outpost.
Yeah, that fucking sucked. He pats him on the shoulder. You did really good though, okay.
We all did. Looks around, and just think, 6 days and 18 some odd hours, and all those fuckers are gonna get their heads smashed in and or spines melted.
Hell yeah, man. You want to take a late day on training tomorrow, get some extra rest before we dive in?
Tomorrow's Saturday.
Oh, God. I guess I'm still fried. I'm sorry, bro.
Well, enjoy your weekend, that's what I'm gonna do. Going fishing down at Woodbury. He walks out to go take his nap.
Looks at everyone. That place really takes it out of you, doesn't it?
Oh, it was quite disturbing, yes, and none of us here have ever seen anything quite like that. Sam, I have.
JJ starts to rub her back for her.
The benefits of actually seeing combat, especially even against the goofball UIRs that are left, the UIR units that are left. Yeah.
If you can call it a benefit, you know?
Oh, it's a benefit. Where I was prepared, others weren't.
Carter nods. I was sort of too scared to notice any of it at the time, but
What would you have done if they asked you to kill that elf in chains that you were whipping?
You could see him actually thinking about it. I don't know. I wouldn't. I want to say I wouldn't have killed her, but I don't know when it's my life on the line.
Then you'd be dead.
Laz puts her knees up to her chest. I threw a knife at a defenseless girl, fully expecting to hit her.
Did you? But you missed.
Yeah, I missed. Spared her life for a couple seconds at least, but you know, you can't fake that kind of thing. You need to, you need to make it seem real, I guess. She purses her lips, so, you know, I was aiming to hit.
Oh, we had it easy compared to you guys with the Invis gig. Scoping the place out and saboing the gigantic steampunk bot.
Carter laughs. I bet it was a pretty nice gig to have.
It was. He nods. Definitely didn't want to be on the front lines talking. We saw you guys get held up by the UIR dudes. Did you see that? Looks at Rick.
Did he see that out of the...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it looked like the UIR dudes and the rest of the guards all crowded around you. What the hell happened?
So, we went into that place and they wanted to scan the body. And if they scanned the body, well, we were gonna get killed. So I stopped him, and that's when the guards came around, and I will be honest. I fucking froze.
Those guys are the muscle in that town. As if they need more muscle, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Well, there's no law there, but peacekeepers, I guess you can call them. But yeah, I fucking froze like a dipshit and a bitch.
Oh, I was already frozen. No pun intended.
Carter starts to laugh. Okir busted us out of it. Just told him that we'll take our business elsewhere.
What did you end up doing with the bomb? He's concernedly looking around. Memory and surprise.
Carter looks at her, smiles. It'll hit them when they least expect it.
Good. I've never really heard of that place before. With good reason.
It's, looks at her and puts his hand on her shoulder. It's probably one of the worst places in the universe, I'd say.
Not for long, thanks to B Squad. Smiles. Alright, you got her from here, Ricky. You take her home. Her hover car, you don't have to leave, but we leaving. Me and Yuri have things to do. You kids have a good weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Tommy.
Stop by Monday for free lunch to celebrate successful recon. He walks out, and they leave. Goodbye, children. Get some sleep, Oz.
Elizabeth looking at Oz. Yeah, I don't think he needed you to tell him that one, Yari.
Poor guy.
Wonder if our parents had to do stuff like that on a recon mission before.
Oh, I'm sure. Maybe not in the exact same circumstances, but I'm absolutely sure similar types of missions.
Maybe ask him about it.
I think I'm gonna. I mean, it's like, how do you. You know what I mean? How do you just go to work again after that? Because I can't stop thinking about it.
It's easy. She looks over at Ricky. It's very easy, actually.
Oh, yeah? I'm all
Mhm.
ears. How do you do it?
The only hope you have is to accept the fact you may already be dead. And if you do that, then you'll be able to function as a soldier should function, without compassion, without remorse. All war depends upon it. She nods her head at Ricky. She enjoys what she does.
Yeah, she
Good
does.
God, he even woke up on that one!
Laz eyes wide at her. That's a very, interesting way to look at it, Sam.
That's definitely one way to go about it, yeah.
Gets the job done.
I would say so. You're the only one here covered in blood.
Good advice! She's... Oh my God.
Soul blinking a couple times, she just holds Sam's hand and starts to rub it.
What? She looks around the room. He knows. Gestures to Colt. Once we decided to join the military, we got that talk from Mom. I think she was trying to talk us out of it, but ended up not working. And lucky for us, it didn't work.
You're goddamn right, I can't imagine going through the Moog without either of you.
Carter nods. Yeah, that would be, pretty damn shitty without either of you.
It was cool but funny at the same time. We were walking down the alley after Sandra fucking bumped out of nowhere, and I used her to distract a guard, and there was this lady fiddling on her old wrist computer, and she looked up at us, and I could tell she looked at my gear. Elizabeth was kind of straight. Her gear doesn't have any EarthGov insignia on it. I'm covered in EGs. And I think she was about to scream something, then a knife just came flying into her eye. It was awesome.
It was, she looks at Sam, a really good shot.
I was aiming for her throat, but yeah, she shrugged.
Well, it was still cool nonetheless.
Definitely got the most confirmed kills that mission.
Yeah, I don't think any of us other than Sam got a confirmed kill.
You could have just been polymorphed into something that could have appeared as a guard. She just fixes her sleeves. I prefer to work on my own. Work alone on missions like that.
Laz raises her hand. I'm very grateful that she stole that guard's clothing. Again, I know I said it before, but thank you for that.
Me too. Goes back to sleep. Don't even know what we're talking about. She just grimaces at poor Oz.
Laz gives him a kiss on the forehead. She looks back at Sam. I don't know what I would have done. I probably would have had to try to kill him, but I'm not made for the front lines. I know how to fight, and I'm quite good at it, but I don't think I could have done something like that as stealthily as someone like any of you, actually.
We might have to do more work like that given these dudes. This Smoky dude and this group. If they're really SIS and what... Yeah.
Les nods. I don't mind doing some undercover work, but... Like I said, I'm not really made for the front lines like that.
Nor am I. Just...
Well, looks back at Ellie. I'm happy you're not made for him, but you don't have to be. You got the rest of the squad to do it for you, you know? We all got our place.
Carter looks at Laz. You still got it done? You still made it through? That's more than the vast majority of people can say. We pick out a random grunt off of anywhere, any base on Earth, on a frontier, anywhere. I don't think they could have done what you did.
Yeah, I mean, how well do you think someone like Tommy would have done with it?
The alarms would have been raised very quickly, I think. Marianne, I second that, kissing the back of Carter's ear.
Soul nods. Tommy Wiseau, the most recognizable man in the universe.
What the fuck is going on in this town? Ah! As they start shooting it.
Laz starts to chuckle a bit. Thank you, guys.
Now, that's Tommy not using his brain. Tommy using his brain, which seems to be next level. Something tells me he would have just got Joe Pesci, Frederick, the guy who can just blow up your minds, and the ancient indestructible robot, and they would have had that.
They probably would not have even had to do a recon mission.
Yuri with a gigantic bite.
You know, those three. You expect them to fuck stuff up in the bad way, and they just have a way of succeeding no matter the odds, don't they?
Say hello to my little friend, motherfucker. Samuel comes through the door. Those two big guys at the gate getting blown away.
Samuel quite literally walks through the gate in front of them.
As Joe Pesci Frederick is parachuted into the Coliseum.
Alright, you motherfuckers, let's get busy! Carter doing an impersonation.
Oh, it's like the new music video he put out. What you say on my block?
Oh my god. What you say on my block, motherfucker?
I love that music video. Me and Elizabeth watched it like 40 times.
It is so amazing.
Anything they touch turns to gold. Like, I never thought I'd see video of what looked like my dad punching a communist deer in the face.
The Primarch clearly gets emotional when discussing them. Well, I think so anyway. She looks around.
Carter nods. Yeah, they're her favorite children.
They're not even her children, Carter.
They're her favorite children.
Yeah. Nods his head, rubs Elizabeth's head.
Yeah, you can tell.
Elizabeth starts whistling while nodding her head, and JJ clears his throat. I agree, yeah. The favorite children, and both Laz and Soul just nod.
Got some blood on JJ's collar. She's licking her tongue on her thumb, trying to clean off his collar. Well, they haven't caused her any problems. That's the thing, I think.
Yeah, and they've given her a fuck ton of money.
Yeah, I mean, you can do stupid stuff if you keep it to, I guess an easily fixable level, right?
Well, it is kind of crazy if you think about it. Clive was telling JJ and I the other day they have Mr. Wiseau's credit card. Was it Clive? Somebody was telling us. He looks at JJ. And we know they have your mother's credit card. Looks at Carter.
Yeah, it was Clive that was telling us this, and Carter with his eyes wide. They have access to both.
To the two most richest people in the known universe.
Oh my god.
You might as well have handed him a money printer.
Do they overspend, or are they responsible? Sam, apparently they're quite responsible.
Huh. Apparently so. But didn't they say it was like 4 million credits to buy both those Raggedy Ann dolls?
What is 4 million credits to your mother if it makes her 90 billion in return?
Ah, good point, Sam. Very good point.
Your mother does love money.
Yeah, and what are the orders for that book already?
Oh, wow, ridiculous. She's pull up your wrist computer, Carter. She starts typing.
Carter looks at it, already up to 850 million.
I'd say those dolls have paid for themselves.
Yeah.
Soul nodding. The Stooges know how to make money. I respect that so much. JJ nods. You know, that entire time while I was up in the sound booth, I thought we were going to have another years ago Clive tried to moment.
I'm so glad they didn't. I don't think their mother would have recovered from.
I don't think so. No, I don't think anybody in the room would have recovered from anything she would have said, and then she probably would have gone catatonic.
I don't think there's any coming back from that after the fanfare that Father Goodscar got.
Years ago, Clive tried to pull me.
Years ago, Clive tried to. Oh God. Years ago, Clive tried to put me. Piquard is this wife?
Maybe he can do a duet with Jasper.
Oh, but doesn't he do both their voices?
I'll record them separately, separate tracks, and then mix them together.
Oh, okay. You don't mean live. You mean got it.
Oh, no, not live.
Shit, knowing the Stooges, he'd probably be able to do both at once. He'd probably be able to harmonize with himself.
Did Ricky's father actually find Father Goodscar? Marianne, no. Looks at
Nah, he's been away on that mission since before, well, Father Goodscar appeared. They just made that up.
But Father Goodscar isn't like a replacement for the actual guy. Father Goodscar just like never existed. No.
Yeah, no. Father Goodscar never existed.
That is awesome. She looks at the team.
Soul nods. Yeah, I'm sure people don't really look that closely. But if you look at it, they have the book under fiction.
Yeah, it's just, from my understanding, an amalgamation of all the Vietnam movies they like, right, JJ?
Oh yeah, you got Platoon in there, Apocalypse Now, some Full Metal Jacket. You got a lot of movies in there. We Were Soldiers Once.
Did you see the robotic arm and eye patch they put on that gorilla? That's one of my mother's gorillas that live at the lane.
That was the funniest thing I've ever seen. That gorilla being blown up.
You know,
He sacrificed himself to kill Ricky's father, Clive, and Skull.
and you can really tell that they just watched this movie surface level because of what they thought guerrilla warfare meant.
And then the other photo of the fucking gorilla was they just painted him red and put mean eyebrows on it.
That was some of the best photoshopping work I've ever seen.
Guerrilla warfare. Very dangerous. Looks at Soul.
Soul starts to laugh.
Great.
The gorillas taught the deers, more specifically Silverback, honey.
Well, I mean, hey, their squad must have been something else if Silverback was willing to blow himself up.
I mean, 70 tours and they're still alive. That's... Maybe we aren't even B Squad. Maybe they were A Squad, our parents were B Squad, and we're C Squad.
I mean, Silverback was the greatest threat EarthGov had ever faced.
Why did he have a robotic arm? Looking at JJ.
JJ shrugs. I got no clue. I would bet good money that the Stooges just thought it would be cool if the gorilla had a robotic arm.
As the war raged on, he got battle injuries but kept fighting.
What are the chances they based it off some video game?
Oh, quite high, I'd say, Carter, yeah.
Oh yeah, any of the like first-person shooter games that take place in any war probably based it off of any of those.
You know what, Ellie? We should have a little celebration for Dad when he gets home, celebrating his tour in space Vietnam.
Order him his favorite pizza. 70 tours.
70 tours. We'll have to put streamers up and everything.
Do you think your dad saw that?
He said, last we talked, he said it takes a while for, like, TV and shit to get out there. But, based off what he said, if he hadn't seen it yet, he'll probably be seeing it right about now. Because the crew loves to watch that stuff.
Should raise his spirits. That dramatic reenactment was hilarious.
I mean, both were absolutely hilarious. The bad CGI Jasper and Nora.
They clearly were added in last minute, as in today.
Last minute add-in.
Father didn't reference them or anything. The pictures just floated there.
It wasn't even like holding them or anything. They just floated off next to his head.
It was really a masterpiece. I think, honestly, I think Dad could really use that right about now.
See it soon, nodding her head.
JJ nods. Oh, yeah. He'll be seeing it soon. And if that doesn't raise his team spirits, I don't know what would.
I don't understand why the gorilla. I saw the ending before I went to the door. Why he thought throwing the barrels and sacrificing himself in was a good idea.
I mean, last ditch effort.
They had the flag. He looks.
He'd lost anyways, I guess. If you're gonna go out in a blaze of glory.
Yeah, they had the enemy team's flag.
So was Space Vietnam just a big game of capture the flag?
Capture the snooker.
Carter chuckles. It always comes back to snooker.
You do a wonderful, Clive. Kissing him on the cheek.
Okay, I don't think anyone's told me this. What the fuck is snooker?
Oh, billiards or pool, as any normal human being says.
Yeah, it's just pool, but for whatever reason, Clive calls it snooker.
I thought it was weird that Dad called it billiards.
Say snooker in your JJ voice.
My Brooklyn JJ voice?
Mm-hmm.
We gotta play some motherfucking snooker right now.
She starts blushing.
You like that, right? Was it smashing, honey?
How can you tell I'm blushing under all the blood?
Oh, you just get a certain look about your face.
Yes, a shower should be in order at some point here, Samantha. She waves Wimrian off.
Yeah. Maybe a shower. Sometime, as he'll start kissing Sam.
She'll kiss him back. As Ellie, time for us to go.
Alright, he'll get up. I'll see you guys later. Good shit today, everyone. Can't wait to fuck those guys up next week.
Counting down the hours. Scumbag.
Yes, ma'am. He's gonna look at Ellie. Gonna have a hell of a story to tell you about that mission next week.
I look forward to it. Have a good weekend, Ricardo. Rest.
I'll do my best, ma'am. Thank you.
Don't rest too hard, though. Looking at poor Oz as Ellie will take Ricky's hand. Poor guy. Looking at...
Yeah, poor guy. Honestly, I don't think I could rest that hard short of being sedated, ma'am.
And he's not even sedated. Look at him.
Laz sighs heavily.
How can you sleep like that? He's just got his nose pressed to the table.
Yeah, he does. She starts to pet the back of his head.
His glasses are broke. Look, he taped them in the middle.
That's what makes him comfortable, then that's okay.
Poor dude. Taking Ricky out. We can avoid the drama. Ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. And you're
Shh.
I hope he's alright.
She'll kiss Ricky on the cheek as they leave for the weekend. Memory hand staring at poor Oz. Oh.
Ugh, Jesus. Soul staring at Oz and looks around. So, what do we have going on this weekend?
Carter's wrist computer has a message from his mother. He hasn't answered because he didn't notice it.
Oh shit, Mom texted. You'll open it up. It looks like we are going down to the beach house.
Fabulous. Good way to celebrate a first successful step of a mission.
I would say so. A first successful step that was executed perfectly. He smiles at her.
Outdoor showers at the beach house.
JJ nods. Outdoor showers. We can even go skinny dipping in the ocean. I mean, it's up to you, honey.
Yacht ride.
Yacht ride. He starts to smile. Oh, but it's such a shame we won't see Father Goodscar on there.
Oh, too bad. So sad.
He starts to laugh and he picks her up. We should get going.
Yeah. Come on, Oz. Wake up. Rubs him lightly on the head. He go on without me.
Laz holds his hand. Please, honey.
Go with Ricky. She sucks through her teeth.
I would like to go with you, honey.
Smacks her lips, he falls back.
Last sighs.
Carry him, Carter.
Carter nods. He'll stand up, put his hand onto Laz's shoulder. I got him, sis. Don't worry. He'll walk over, gently pick him up, and carry him.
He's going to be better eventually, right?
Laz nods. I'll make sure of it. He's going to be better because I'm going to fix it all.
Picks Soul up, squeezing her ass cheek.
Soul perks up at that, smiles at him, and smirks.
They will leave Memory End, keeping up with Carter to help. Still just sucking air through her teeth. That's brutal.
JJ starts to click his tongue, and Laz nods. Yeah, it is.
What exactly happened?
She grits her teeth slightly and shakes her head.
You and Ricky have a thing for one another?
No. Gross.
Because he's kind of taken.
She leans forward. Sam, what happened was, my first week here, Ricky said something flirtatious to me, and I shot him down immediately. But what is worrying us is that he thinks in his mind he has to compete with the Valorious, when he thinks he's just a peasant compared to me or the entire family.
Oh, did I see him say that stuff?
She shakes her head. I'm pretty sure she heard about it.
JJ remembers secondhand from the least eloquent person on the squad, Benny.
JJ starts to laugh. It was back before, Benny could really talk very well. He talks great now, but Benny told him.
Oh. She looks over Benny Watt. Yeah, that'll do it.
Laz nods, takes off her glasses and pinches the bridge of her nose. So, that's what's been causing problems, and it is my fault because I never cemented the fact that he wasn't a peasant, and he meant so much to me, and he was perfect, and he didn't need to compete with anyone.
When we're young, we're awkward. But she starts counting on her fingers, then goes to say something and stops.
She looks at Sam. Go ahead.
Did Ricky come between all you guys? She starts laughing.
JJ starts to laugh, and Laz nods to him, or to her. Yeah. Came between Elizabeth and Benny, Soul and Colt, and now me and Oz.
I'm sorry. I don't mean to laugh. It's just that's shitty coincidence.
I would. She grits her teeth, putting her hands together. Sure, a coincidence that will not get him invited to my wedding.
Oh my, somebody's angry.
She shrugs. I am angry.
I think he's got too much on his hands anyway with that little girl of his.
I think so. She stands up. He needs to spend more time with Ellie, and if he's going to a wedding every, month or so, then that's just less time that he can spend with her.
But I don't think you're gonna have a wedding anytime soon, right? You don't want sleepy groom Oz?
She shakes her head. No, I'm gonna wait until it's fixed to really set in stone our wedding.
She nods her head. You'll know when the time's right.
Yes, I will, and I am just really hoping for that moment to be soon.
I'm hoping for a naked outdoor shower.
JJ stands up, grabbing onto her ass. Well, honey, it's only a couple steps away.
Let's go. Come on, Laz. She'll put her hand up,
She'll stand up and hold Sam's hand.
and they will exit the apartment to conclude their work week. The kid's not quite here yet. Zap is here, though. The parents out on the beach. Pequod going over figures for the show. Sam and JJ not here yet.
Julia's hugging around Pequod's waist, kissing at her neck while he's looking at the figures on her wrist computer.
Well, the only competition you'll ever have. Looks down at Hale, who's doing that exact thing to her stomach.
Julia starts to laugh. I don't know how I'm gonna compete.
My god. She looks down at Hale, rubs her head. Yeah, she really likes...
These two, yeah, we're gonna have to keep an eye on those two, I think.
Don't worry, Clive and I can handle it.
Clive nods. Yeah, we got this. He leans over to Scar. You know, Mike, I really don't think we got that. It's an Anovian, and well, we can already tell a spellcaster that is Julius and Pequod's child. I don't think we can handle that.
Imagine if the kid... I know you don't know him, but you've heard stories. I know you didn't know him. Nor did I, but you've heard enough stories. Imagine if it's like that motherfucker when he was a kid.
Oh my god, like... miscreant.
And that motherfucker was quite rambunctious, and she was at an age where she wasn't a kid anymore.
Oh god. Oh god. Well, let's hope that doesn't happen, because, you know, I've seen a singular piece of Julius's past, and I can understand why he turned out the way he did in some respects, not all of them.
We are locking the doors of that house and staying in, blinds closed.
Oh yeah, no. Not gonna let anything happen to us. No, sir.
You should invite Soletta over for dinner. Remind her about it.
Clive nods, stands up, and he'll walk over to Soletta and start rubbing her shoulders.
Ah! Enjoying the view. She's looking over at Pequod's. She's enjoying the view of Pequod's wrist computer. The money numbers going up and up and up.
Oh, I would have to say, it's quite beautiful. He smiles, looks down at her. I just wanted to remind you about dinner.
Next Friday?
Yes, exactly, next Friday.
Carter and Memory Ann can come.
Oh, of course, and you know, if they want to invite some of their friends over, that's fine too. But Carter and Memory Ann, fully invited.
They may want to bring Petra. It is their first child, if you will. Oh, lights a cigarette.
She sees Clive swallow hard. I don't know if I can let Petra into my house, man.
What? She looks back at Clive. Clive, it's the only one in existence. It's an extinct species, and he's the size of my hand. What's the big deal?
I know, but I've had bad experiences with aerial animals in my room.
Julius, help him.
Julius coughs loudly. We trained that pterosaur very well. If you don't trust Memory Ann, if you don't trust Carter, if you don't trust Suletta, don't let it into your house. But if you do, let it into your house, Clive.
Hale would like you to let it into your house. Right,
Yeah.
Hale? She's just hugging Pequod's stomach.
See? That means yes. Clive looking at Julius.
It's fine, Clive, if you don't want it to be in your house, that's fine. You will tell Memory Ann and Carter when they arrive that they're invited to dinner, but Petra is not.
He breathes heavily. If that's what I must do. He'll nod and continue to rub Soletta's shoulders.
Yeah, it's flying birds. He's not any type of winged creature. He's not fond of.
Frederick shakes his head. It destroyed his game room.
Was really funny. Holding Nora.
Was really stupid. It didn't even have the screen door closed.
Jasper's favorite video on his YouTube.
Whenever I watch it, I go ha 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 ha.
She jumps, hearing a hunk. Creepy. Pulling Davine closer to him, shielding her and
Julius holds both Hale and Pequod closer. Oh my god, that is terrifying.
You'll allow Jasper in, but not Petra. How fascinating, Climb.
Well, I mean, I was allowing Jasper in before I knew about that voice. If he leans down, if I knew about that voice, it would probably be a no-go for that one.
Cut poor boy a break. Was scorned.
Was scorned so much, changed my voice.
Jesus Christ.
That's really his impersonation of me.
Okay, we need to make a horror line of movies with that doll.
Davine looks over to Pequod. Just imagine, Scorn Brother Jasper on the big screen.
Stabbing Scar with a butcher's knife.
Stabbing Scar with a butcher's knife. Can you imagine how much money that would make, darling?
Looks back at Icy. I'll start penning script. Done.
Thank you, Istrom, thank you.
Just think of very funny, creative kills for the cast. I think that's where we're gonna make our money.
Oh, I think so. Wait. Get the best special effects, get the best creative kills, get everything that would make just a good slasher movie a good slasher movie.
The kids arriving. Zap stopping them, putting out the crutches. Nice to see y'all.
Hi, Uncle Zap.
Oh, I see Oswald don't still sleep in Carter's arms.
Yes, sir. Still sleeping.
Poor young man. Fine young man. Oz, you wait. He is not. That jet almost done too, honey.
Laz purses her lips and starts to roll on her feet a bit. Thank you for letting me know, Uncle Zap.
And just so you know, I might be a little off my rocker, but I waves the crutches at him. I done tell him to go sleep. He don't fucking listen.
I appreciate that, Uncle Zap. I love you.
I love you and everybody here too. Trying to look after him. In fact, right where Soul's standing, where I was shot by baby girl. But he
Soul looks down where she's standing.
right where those feet are, she shot me. Ash done here, going fishing with me. Brought his AK in case we got attacked by crocodile.
But crocodiles aren't around here.
You never can trust a crocodile.
That, you know what? I read that in the survival handbook. You can never trust a crocodile.
Oh, just seeing the spot almost brings me to tears. When she told me mind my own business.
Oh my god. Are you okay? Do you want to move away from this, or?
Oh, I'm good. I'm gonna go sit down with everyone else. I just wanted to show you that historic spot. You ain't gonna do anything like that to me. Looks at Elizabeth, right? You a lot like your mama. It's a good thing, most of the time.
Of course not. I would never shoot you.
Good, good. She done shot me, and then there was the time she set me on fire, but I'll tell you about that later. Y'all practicing, right? Set her on fire.
Yes, sir. We are all practicing, sir.
Good. SWTOR Championship's coming up. I'm gonna go sit with Jasper. Sits with Jasper. Here, I'll hold him for a while. I know he needs a father figure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much, Zap. He really does need a father figure in his wife.
How you doing, Jasper? The cute voice of yours.
I'm doing just fine. Thank you, Zap. I really like your tusks.
Chuckles at him. Colt picks Soul up, looks at the spot where her feet
Soul and Carter
have been holding their breath since Zap left, and they both let it out, and they both start laughing at the same time.
I wasn't aware. She, stroking Carter's cheek, set him on fire. That's a new development.
Set him on fire?
Maybe she poured gasoline. Oh, you done got treat Hunk better, baby girl. Cuts to her throwing gasoline on him and just lighting a cigarette and throwing it at him.
You gotta treat Hunk better, baby girl. What you doing with that match?
Put it down, sweetheart. No!
Luckily, he was right next to the water, so he probably just ran in there.
Is that blood caked onto the... Let me set you down. Sets her down and looks down on the porch, kneels down. Oh my god, they never cleaned it and it's still here. Caked onto the wood. It's ultra faint, but you can see it.
Soul gets down on her knees and looks at it. Oh my god, it's there. It's right there.
This is where she stabbed.
Soul starts to laugh. We're in a historical area. This is more historical than the Saint Museum.
I wonder why they never changed the boards. Uncle Zap probably insisted it stay there.
Probably to guilt trip my grandmother in the future.
Remind baby girl of her misdoing.
Her misdoing of shooting him and then setting him on fire.
So did anybody practice last weekend?
No.
Nah.
Soul shakes her head. I was way too nervous about the mission.
Oh, yeah, we didn't play at all.
Elizabeth shakes her head. I didn't play either. Like Soul said, I was focusing on the mission.
During the weekend, I mean, we played some games, but on SWOTOR.
Carter clicks his tongue. Yeah, I think we need to start practicing more, guys.
I think we do. Memory Ann, looking at Carter, lest we might lose, and she may set Uncle Zap ablaze yet again.
Oh, and we do not want that to happen. We gotta save Uncle Zap's flesh.
Them coming over, sitting down. What? Looks over at Carter. What's that? Somebody's flesh is in trouble.
Uncle Zap said that Grandma set him on fire.
Oh God, he leans back.
And Davine sighs. It just keeps getting further away from the truth.
Where's Samantha and JJ? Oh, they went to the outdoor shower near the front of the place. Ah, right.
Carter nods. She's absolutely covered in blood, so she's getting cleaned up, and he's obviously there with her.
Covered in blood. I see it was a recon op, no? Looks at Carter concerned.
She got the job done.
Oh! Good.
Yeah, but she was, Plaz looks at Icy. She saved multiple of us at any given point. I had this guard following me around, and well, she took care of him and took his guard gear, and boom. We basically had an in anywhere we really wanted, because we had a guard with us.
She's a lot like her mom.
Carter nods. Yeah, pretty damn vicious. Soul starts to chuckle. Yeah, she had a lot of blood on her, and she just kept on wiping it off on her face.
Everybody else made it out okay then? You guys, Ash's son, Okir? Yes, it was a successful mission. We got back in time on the ship to see the tea with the PM.
Carter nods. Greatest tea with the PM I've ever seen, Mom. Just by the way, you were great.
She looks over at Carter, smiles. Thank you, honey. You want to take Hale for a while?
Yeah, sure. I'll take Hale for a bit.
She'll pick her up. Force field isn't up. Hand her over to Carter. Thank you.
Of course, Mom. Of course. He'll put Hale on his knee and start bouncing her. Julius, looking over, looks at Pequod, shrugs. Well, at least we had nothing to worry about.
Got the job done. We're proud of you guys.
Yeah, very proud. Damn good work. Carter nods. Thank you. Thank you very much. I could see why you wanted to crack that place.
A hive of scum and villainy, if you will.
That's putting it lightly, Mom. That is putting it lightly. He just clicks his tongue and shrugs.
How about this? What happened to his glasses? Looking at poor Oz. Remember, and I think he hit his head off the thing on the ship, the dashboard, if you will, and cracked them, and then he taped them sometime while we were on the mission. At least that's what I think. I don't know.
Lash shrugs. He just had tape on his glasses once we got back. Auntie, do you mind if you mend them up?
Oh, no, I'll do it. Easy. Give me them.
She'll hand her his glasses.
She'll mend them and gently hand them back to Elizabeth to hand them to Lash.
She'll gently take them and put them onto his face.
What's the debt counter now? Is his credit score okay? Pequod. No.
Blaz clicks her tongue and
I didn't know you could get below 50.
Huh? He looks shocked at Lash.
she just opens her mouth, closes it, and nods.
Quad, hands on her head, sitting in Julius's lap, shaking her.
Oh, Jesus.
He is so lucky he's a rainfall. He'll be taken care of.
Laz nods. Yes, he will be. Yes, he will be.
She'll starts to stroke his cheek and then give him a kiss.
Who you done look up to here the most, Jasper? Is it Julius?
I would have to say, I would have to say Julius, yeah.
You want to grow up to be like him? Join the military, don't be a Kai fighter? He
Oh.
already grow up. Wait, never mind. Nods his head, lets him continue.
Oh, I'm pretty stuck in my place as a bar bouncer, you know. I don't even think the military would accept me after my delinquency in the UFC.
Oh, they'll always give you a second chance, Jasper. But I don't think you should leave home. We would be devastated without you.
I don't think I can. I've been scorned for so long that having a real family is just too damn nice. Forgive my language.
Isn't hanging out with Grandma and Grandpa Hunk and Davine wonderful, though, Jasper?
Oh, yes. You should see the look on Noah's face when she's with Davine. She looks so happy. Look at that smile on her face.
Samuel, or Crowlin holding her up, smiling. Good boy, Jasper.
Thank you, Uncle Zap. Thank you so much.
Creepy.
Julius just shaking his head. Why is it even more creepy now that he wants to grow up to be like me?
Yeah, you're right, actually. Now that we know it's basically based off of
Like, I am, holy crap, seriously creeped out right now.
They're supposed to be what ifs if you never got your act together and she never got. We never. Yeah. Okay. It's all rolling together slowly.
Yeah, if I never, stepped up my game, let's say, and someone never connected with Icy.
Was it really that hard, Mother?
Davine looks down at her lap. I've apologized so many times.
No, I'm just asking, was it hard?
No, it wasn't hard.
Good! She looks at
It wasn't hard at all. She looks at Icy and reaches out to hold her hand.
Oh, she'll put her hand out to Davy. I was a mess back then, though, so I didn't help. Benny, we all were. You should have seen these cannibal doppelgangers eating this horrible lady. This poor lady, I should say. Easy. Tightening her grip on Davy.
Davine tightens her grip back. Maybe we don't talk about that right now, darling.
Ricky whipping the fuck out of that lady. He was undercover.
He was not doing it out of enjoyment. I feel the need to point that out.
Jesus Christ, is that place that bad? He looks at Laz.
Laz looks at Hunk. Someone made me throw a knife at a defenseless girl put up on a bullseye.
Pequod, 6 days and counting.
6 days and counting. Laz just clicks her tongue. 6 days that can't come too soon.
Icy, did you polymorph to get in?
Icy nods. Well, I polymorphed Laz, Memory Ann, and... Well, he isn't around, but Ricky.
Did you guys set any traps or anything like that?
Carter looks up. We set up like EMPs that'll go off, and Laz looks over at Icy. I had Sandra the Alley Walker set up with a bomb that I'm gonna blow up when she walks into the UIR building.
Squeezes Zavine's hand ultra tight. She's dead!
No, she isn't. She wants to put a bounty out on Dad, but no one will accept it.
Wait, so you turned her into a living bomb?
She looks at Pequod and nods. Was I not supposed to do that?
No, that is awesome. Make sure she goes for somewhere that's very important to their infrastructure. She starts laughing.
They have a building full of... Well, here, I could just show you. She'll show her a clip of the UIR building.
Oh, those are the old lightning count dudes.
Oh my god, I haven't seen them in 20 years.
His paratrooper unit, I see, yeah.
Laz nods. Yeah, they're all old UIR, and they're like the quote-unquote peacekeepers of that city. They're really the only ones that I would think would put up a lot of trouble in... Well, when Sandra goes in there... Boom, I would have to say.
Boom indeed. Nods his head as Sam and JJ, completely soaking wet, finally come join the show. Oh, there he is, the man of the hour. Come.
JJ waving to everyone. Hello, everyone. Beautiful day, isn't it?
Got rid of all that blood, having fun in there?
It was quite a bit of fun. Thank you, Dad.
Good, good.
JJ looks at her. Got rid of all the blood.
Well, it was a successful mission, we heard.
Soul nods. Yeah, it was. And JJ, yeah, thank God. Thank God it was a successful mission. You hold Sam tighter.
She smiles at JJ as Betty, here, look at this. This is when the lady gets pierced in the eye. Icy watches it. Good God!
Davine looking at Benny, then looks
Part
at
of her eye hits Elizabeth's mouth.
Elizabeth puts a hand onto Benny's hand. I don't know if we should be showing that to, Icy right now.
Who threw that? Did you throw that, Carter?
Carter shakes his head. No, we were setting up an XV poison gas gun. Bomb. That was Sam, I think.
God damn! She just smiled.
JJ gives her a kiss on the cheek. God damn, whenever you knife throw like that, it, gotta admit, turns me on.
I can throw anytime you want.
He winks at her. I just like you showing off your skills.
Like me showing off naked.
Oh my god, will you do that naked?
Oh, sure. She shrugs. Hunk, how is the naked with her walking around the abode going?
It's the best thing in the universe.
I bet. It must be nice. You got the house to yourself there. You and Snuffles. Mr. Snuffles waving at JJ.
JJ waving over at Mr. Snuffles. I mean, yeah. Imagine you get to see your wife naked. All the time.
Looks at Davine logging.
Davine looks at him longingly. Leans in. Only like 20 more years, darling.
Oh, groans looking back at Benny.
Elizabeth looking longingly at Benny.
Here, watch it again. Icy, Jesus Christ.
I don't know if she wants to watch it again, Ben.
He'll put it away. Pretty awesome stuff today.
Yeah, there was some pretty cool stuff that happened. She looks over at Sam. Our resident badass over there got to show off a lot of her skills.
Speaking of showing off, I think it's time the girls get in their attire and get up on the roof, and then we can head out on the yacht.
Davine perks up. Oh, yes, darling, I believe I agree.
Davine will lead the girls away. You done gonna get the show of a lifetime, Jasper. Who your favorite rainfall girl?
Pequod, obviously, I've always had a thing for blondes.
She stands up but stops as she hears that. Oh, joy. Fixes her hair.
Julius clears his throat. If you don't want to do that because of that, I understand.
No, I'm going. She goes, it's the least I could do.
Julius nods. Okay, if you're sure.
Memory Ann, do you want me to help Oswald off of you and wake him up, or just you want to stay like that?
I'll stay like this. It's okay.
Oh no, I'm talking to your sister.
Oh no, it's okay. I'll just stay like this and be with him.
Poor guy. Memory Ann has some aviators. She's twirling them in her hand, looking at Carter.
Carter looks at her and smiles. Yeah, those are aviators. Yeah, they would look very good on you, honey.
Oh. She looks at Carter. Oh, you think I'm going to put these on and go up there?
He closes his eyes. You want me to go up there for you?
She'll close the glasses and pitch them to Carter. Get going.
He catches the glasses, puts them on. Yes, ma'am. As he will start for Carter.
Carter, what the fuck are you doing here as he comes in behind us?
Memory Ann wants me to get up there and show off for her.
What the fuck? Turns around. He is her trophy. Just happy wife, happy life, Carter.
I know. That's why I'm doing this.
Alright, go change in there.
Obviously. He'll go walk in there and start to change.
That's kind of sad, actually. I see. Yeah, Carter can't hear them talking, but it's kind of funny, too.
Elizabeth starts to chuckle and Soul shaking her head. Oh, I feel just the tiniest bit bad for my brother. Again, just the tiniest bit.
If he puts on a two-piece, I'm going to be very concerned about my son.
I've gotten used to a lot of Carter and Memory Ann's shenanigans, let's call them, but I would be concerned for him too.
The girls will go to get changed. Hunk, all the drama, son, finally over, and now you get to see her up there.
Dad, he just leans onto Hunk. You have no idea how not stressed I am, and that feels like the first time in forever that I've not been stressed.
He'll put his arm around Julius, who's holding Integra, and then we're gonna go on the yacht. Father's gonna stay here because he don't want to go on boats, and Jasper, and we're gonna have a good weekend.
Yes, we are. Thank you, Dad. Thank you for giving us a good weekend.
Looking down at Jasper.
Julius leans
One
in.
day you gonna grow up, be big and strong, join the SWOTOR team.
I'm gonna be so good at SWOTOR, it isn't even gonna be funny. I'd even show baby girl up.
You can name your character after Julius.
Julius Wainfall?
Julius Rainfall.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
He strokes Jasper on the head. Hug. Okay, those two get along way too well, I think.
JJ walking over to the two of them. That is the creepiest thing I've ever fucking seen.
He's a good uncle figure for young Jasper and Nora.
I would say so. A very good uncle figure. Lets them talk about anything they want to talk about, I guess.
Groans, looking at poor Oz, rubs him lightly on the head.
And Julius does the same, rubbing Oz on the head.
What was his dream he had about the nightmare that shocked him awake? Maybe we need more of that. She looks over at Laz to keep him up and moving.
Laz looks at her and shakes her head. He had a nightmare that I left him for Ricardo.
What the hell?
She looks at Benny. You heard me, Benny.
He just has his hand over his mouth looking the opposite direction. Not laughing, just doesn't know what to say.
That's his biggest fear, apparently, and I haven't done a good enough job in proving that he is my one and only. She starts to also pet Oz on the head.
Is he asleep? Pinches his nose lightly, yes. Suletta, would you like my advice?
Please, Auntie.
He will be so livid if you confront him in front of that jet, a secret he's trying to keep, and then you come down and ruin it. His emotions will be so raw, he will tell you exactly how he feels, and that's when you nail it home that Ricardo is not in the picture, never was, never will be.
Laz looks at Suletta and smiles.
And if that boy gets in the way again, you have a talking to him, like Soul did.
She nods. Yes, ma'am, I understand. Are you sure I can't just kick Ricky's ass if that happens again?
Oh, you can do that if you want. Sure. Sure, if you'd like to go that far.
I would. If he gets in the way of my relationship again, I would. Julius leans in. See, this is where my part of her personality comes out.
Yeah, it's a good part, though. Just affirmative action type of part.
Laz nods. I would, yeah, kick his ass, most definitely. She starts to pet the top of Oz's head.
Don't get why they call him Ricky. He clearly Zachary.
He looks so much more like a Zachary than he ever would a Wiki.
Zachary, handsome name.
It is, and it's a cool name. It starts with a Z.
Not many names start with Z, Fudder.
No, I can only think of two. Zach and Zachary.
Think Carter going to wear bikini?
Oh my god, make fun of him always and forever if he wears a bikini.
Pictures of him taken hang on gateway.
Use as blackmail.
He starts snickering to himself. I don't want to see Carter in bikini, dude. Ass.
No, I would like nothing less than to see Carter in a bikini. I would bleach my eyes out if I saw that.
I go drown myself in the ocean.
Julius sighs. Dad, what? You gotta be honest with me here. What would you do if I was in Carter's position right now and I showed up in a bikini? What would you do?
If you did it on your own without being told to, I'd be very concerned and we'd have a talk. If you did it because Patricia told you to, I would just be proud of you.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to be proud of my son if that happens then.
Would you done wear a bikini for Patricia if she was done your wife, Jasper?
Obviously.
Wear anything for her, she beauty.
Goddamn right I would.
That is creepy.
Julius covers his face. You know, I am gonna have a huge complex about my laugh nowadays.
Sounds nothing like that. Right,
Oh.
JJ?
Oh god, no, you sound nothing like a robot trying to show emotion, or a smoker who has to use one of those microphone things. Thank
Girls, as Julie says that, coming out on the roof with Davine in front, though. In their ODM gear. Does Carter have a bathing suit on? Or a swimsuit?
Do you mean, like, does he have a two-piece on, or like
Mm-hmm.
what would he think? He would know. What would Memorian enjoy more?
Swim trunk.
He has swim trunks on then.
Hunk groans loudly as Carter pushes his way to the front. Julius, get your fucking son off the fucking roof. I'm trying to look at your mother.
I know.
He, can you see Samantha as Carter's shifting around?
No, I can't.
Can you see Soul? Colt shakes his head, looking up at Carter. Nobody can see Elizabeth, Benjamin. Benny, fuck off, Carter. At the top of his voice.
Carter, son, shed now. Yes, sir. Go into the shed. As he'll ODM gear down, look at Memory Ann and shrug. They want to set the shed. Hey, you get your own private viewing.
Go.
He'll ODM gear quickly over to the shed.
She'll pick up her chair. You just have no taste, all of you. She'll walk off. Just stare up at Carter. Hunk, if that's taste, fuck that.
Julius blinks a couple times. She does realize that is either our son, grandson, or brother?
Yeah. Puts his arm around her. Forget about her son.
I am. God damn, my wife is hot.
Just enjoy as Pequod smirks down at Julius, fixing her breast. The view, you've earned it after everything these kids have put you through.
Yeah, I would say I have. He puts an arm around Hunk, nodding up at Pequod.
As the girls present themselves, we'll cut there.